Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
The Assembly is due to debate a motion for a democratic consent resolution tomorrow. I wanted to draw to the attention of the members a challenge to the democratic consent process, which is to be heard at the High Court this afternoon. Therefore, questions around this process and the vote are sub judice, and I would ask members not to raise this matter before the hearing. Any attempts to do so will be ruled out of order. First item on the order paper is member statements. I call Carl Nicolaian.
I just wish to make a short statement in relation to some of the comments that Mr. Philip Brett made last week just about the boxing. On the back of that, I actually took it upon myself to meet some of the boxing clubs from right across the community, and then I received the statement on Friday morning, and it's clear that a resolution was reached. It was clear last week when your comments were made. And rather than having verbal fisticuffs in this place, I've invited a delegation of the boxing clubs, which are cross community. They go from Bangor right up to our constituency and into South Antrim and others, probably up in the second week of January. I just want to put it on the record that a resolution was made, and since some people have spoke outside that agreed resolution, which is a matter of regret. However, what is well known and well accepted is that any lessons that need to be learned will be learned from this, and I'm quite confident of that. I'm also quite confident that when it comes to competitions, we're all very inclusive about getting behind our boxers, and rightly so, given the medals that they've yielded for whatever jurisdiction they choose to represent. And our boxers are no different. And I wish that any political commentary around that should be done and then dusted and then left, because it has caused a lot of concern around a lot of the boxing clubs. And they've all said it's not in keeping with the spirit that they've operated for decades. And what they ask us to do is all to get together, to give them all their support. And they're more than willing to talk to us all. And any challenges or any feedback or any concerns, they're happy to hear them. So I want to put on record my support for all the boxing clubs and for all the boxers, and hopefully that we can learn lessons from them, that once agreements have been made or matches happen in rings, once you get out of it, that's it done. So I would like to invite every party to have a delegation to meet those, hopefully on Monday, the 16th of January, all being well. So, Gormago.
Speaker, I rise to commend and congratulate the Governor and prison officers of Hydebank Wood following an unannounced inspection by Criminal Justice Inspectorate in June, the reports of which have just been released. The great news is that Hydebank Wood has attained the highest achievable level for prisoner outcomes against the Healthy Prison tests, and this is the first for any prison in Northern Ireland, and it's a tremendous result given how the prison has transformed itself in the course of a mere 10 years. Such success should be lauded far and wide, and it's right that we in this House should recognise and praise such a significant achievement after such considerable efforts and work. Indeed, the Criminal Justice Inspectorate, in its inspection reports into both the Secure College and the Women's Prison, stated that Hydebank was, and I quote, operating far more successfully than most similar prisons His Majesty's Inspectorate of Prisons have inspected in England and Wales. It's immensely difficult for prisons to achieve this standard, especially so given the extent of the issues they face, including the high levels of remand prisoners for whom there's little incentive to engage in rehabilitation, not to mention the extent of the complex needs of the prisoners with whom they work. So these outstanding reports are a testament to the dedication and commitment of officers, as well as their ethos and attitude of getting to know the prisoners they're looking after and encouraging them to engage and change, including through offering a wide range of activities and learning opportunities. This approach is crucial if we are to reduce reoffending rates and ensure a justice system that is effective in delivering positive outcomes, both for prisoners involved and for the good of wider society when they're released. I've no doubt that the officers will not rest on their laurels and doubtless will build upon these excellent foundations. But in the interim, all that remains is to wish them hearty congratulations and continued success. Thank you.
Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, today I celebrate a very personal milestone. I'm 5 years cancer-free. I was diagnosed with esophageal cancer on the 11th of July 2019, and 5 years ago on a Monday today, the 9th of December, the day after my birthday, at 7:30 a.m. I was in an operating theatre in the Belfast City Hospital. 9 hours later I was recovering in intensive care and following an esophagectomy, one of the longest and most complex pieces of elective surgery. Following a return to the theatre 24 hours later due to complications and a 12-week stay in hospital. Esophageal cancer is one of the 6 less survivable cancers in the world, one for which there is currently no widespread screening for early detection. Approximately 220 cases are diagnosed in Northern Ireland each year, of which only 17.3% were alive 5 years after diagnosis. With a poorly developed cancer strategy coupled with the worst waiting times anywhere in the United Kingdom, this makes for bleak reading in Northern Ireland. As Chair of the All-Party Group on Cancer, I call on the Department of Health and the Minister to redouble their efforts in delivering a strategy and improve outcomes for all cancer patients. We need to support the work of the Northern Ireland Cancer Centre, the wider network of clinicians, researchers and others, including the internationally acclaimed research work done at the Patrick Johnson Centre. Cancer patients can't wait. Cancer can't wait. I'm a trustee of the cancer charity OG Cancer NI. We support, communicate and advocate for patients, families, health professionals. We fundraise for research. We support families and carers. Our volunteers work tirelessly not only to fundraise but to get our message out, catch it early. We provide emotional and practical support to patients and an information point on a weekly basis at the Belfast City Hospital. On a personal note, I want to place on record my thanks to all of those who supported me in my cancer journey. My GP, Dr. Ian Kernahan, the team at Antrim Area Hospital who did my diagnostic scope and gave me the devastating news that I had esophageal cancer, the Macmillan nurse specialists who took time to talk to me in Antrim, the team in the Cancer Centre who gave me hope and support, my oncologist, Dr. Richard Turkington, the cancer nurse specialist who guided me through gruelling chemotherapy, my surgeon, Mr. Andrew Kennedy, who a number of days following surgery gave me the good news that my surgery had been curative. The theatre staff and intensive care staff, the staff in Ward 2 North, to family and friends who journeyed with me through all of this, I say thank you. The radical replumbing of my body brings me daily challenges, but I'm a survivor and grateful for all who have helped me. Esophageal cancer, like many other cancers, doesn't discriminate between age or sex, and knowing and recognising the signs and symptoms are crucial to early diagnosis. If anyone suffers from any of the following symptoms for longer than 3 weeks, consult your doctor. Persistent indigestion, difficulty swallowing food or food sticking, heartburn and acid reflux, hiccups that won't go away, and unexplained weight loss. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to share my personal story today and to encourage others.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to commend the member. In fact, you were on, your ears would have been burning last week as me and Kelly talked about you on your way, and well done in your battle against cancer, and we're much better off for having you in this chamber. Before I move on to my piece, Mr. Speaker, I just want to pay tribute to, and I know the member across from the Leader of the Opposition will speak on Sean Fitzsimmons, someone that was known to all of us who sadly passed away at the end of last week, and I want to put on the record my appreciation to Sean and his family, an amazing disability advocate. We miss him greatly, and looking forward to the member from South Belfast paying tribute. This is a real honour that we have in this chamber to be able to stand up and talk about in member statements about a wide range of issues, and we're going to get a lot of that today, but I want to welcome the change that is wrought in this last 24 hours in Syria with the end of the Assad regime. Bashir Assad has held an iron grip himself since 2000 and his father before him. It was a regime that thought that gassing its citizens was fit for purpose. They used chemical weapons, they imprisoned women and children in horrendous conditions. From 2011 to 2023, over 600,000 lives were lost, murdered. 6.7 million Syrians displaced across the globe. And I know that Lagan Valley is better off for some of those Syrians that share our space. And I'm sure if you were listening to the radio and the stories from Syrians, you will have heard and sensed the sense of relief, jubilation and excitement that they now have at this moment in time. But regretfully, that moment comes with some caution, and some of those Syrians have been talking about that caution because we've been there before. When we celebrated the end of the fighting in Afghanistan a number of years ago, Sadly, the Taliban then took control in 2021. And just 7 months after taking control, that nefarious gender-controlling hand of the Taliban started its systemic gender oppression. The first thing that they did was to ban post-primary education. Then it was the full covering of bodies and faces with a ban on intercity travelling for unaccompanied females of any age. They banned women and girls from parks, gyms, and deployed armed guards to stop girls from entering universities. Meryl Streep, that famous actress and singer, stated, and she meant no humour by this, that squirrels have more rights than women in Afghanistan. They can sit in a park in the sun, they can travel without restriction and relative peace. Not something that girls and women can do in Afghanistan. So as we do rightfully celebrate this moment of liberation with our Syrian friends, we also need to be vigilant, Mr. Speaker, as to what comes next, and not to be slow in supporting open and democratic government and demanding human rights for all, that Syria becomes the place that it once was, a wonderful, thriving place in our Middle East, something that can set an example there.
First time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the previous Speaker, Mr. Power, said, I today want to pay tribute to the passing of our friend, a disability rights activist known to many people across this chamber, who passed away suddenly and tragically a couple of days ago, namely Sean Fitzsimons. To say Sean was an extraordinary human being would be the most remarkable understatement. Like others, when I found out of Sean's passing, I wasn't just shocked, I was heartbroken, genuinely devastated. I first knew Sean at school. He was a year or two behind me at St Patrick's Grammar in Downpatrick many decades ago. He was somebody who made an enormous contribution not just to the lives of people with disabilities in Northern Ireland and further afield, but to campaigning, to activism in this place. His passing is an immense tragedy for all of us, for people in the disability rights sector, for people who care about positive campaigning and public discourse in this place, but particularly for his wife, Nicole, their baby, Ollie, who just recently turned 1, his parents, Sean and Sally, and his wider family circle. Sean was an extraordinary human being in a career focused on disability rights. He made his mark in the civil service, most recently particularly leading the project that delivered the Harkin Disability Employment Rights Summit, which was an extraordinary success and showcased not just the issues in relation to disability employment, but showcased the city of Belfast around the world and had events here at Stormont. Sean was one of the leaders of that and was rightly given an award for his extraordinary work. Before that, he worked in several campaign groups and sector bodies, including Disability Action. But much more than that, Sean was a person of immense courage, resilience and generosity of spirit. Sean was a member of our party and he chaired our disabled group for a number of years. He was one of those people who was so generous in terms of what he gave to others. He wasn't just a campaigner on issues that he cared about. He endowed others with his kindness and his passion for the world and for doing things better. It was many's the time when Sean would drop me a message to be encouraging, to perhaps critique something I'd said, but offer his ideas and gentle words of kindness and encouragement. That kind of person isn't commonplace. Sean Fitzsimons was not commonplace. He was an extraordinary human being. We're all the reduced for his tragic passing, but though his life was tragically short, his legacy was long, his impact was immense, and his memory will be treasured by his family and all who knew him. Thank you.
That's Ian.
Thank you, Speaker.
And you talking tonight?
Today, the United Nations commemorates all those who have died as a result of genocide. In April of this year, it will be 30 years since the genocide in Rwanda. In July of next year, it will be 30 years since the genocide in Srebrenica. Today, it will be 8 months since Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur, declared that Israel is committing genocide against the Palestinian people. Just last week, Amnesty International said the same thing. Genocide is taking place in Palestine and that Israel is behind it. Many international bodies, many human rights organisations, many courts must say it. It is genocide, for Israel's supporters believe it. For they stop making excuses for Israel. Instead of looking at themselves, the crimes that Israel is committing in the Middle East, Israel's supporters are attacking the United Nations, attacking the International Criminal Court, attacking Francesca Albanese in an attempt to tarnish her reputation. Believe it or not, Mr. Speaker, countries that are member states of the United Nations that have signed the Convention on the Prevention of Genocide are complicit in those same attacks. However, if the United States and Germany are turning a deaf ear to international organisations because they do not like their words, if they participate in propaganda against the UN or the International Criminal Court, that is certainly not the case for many Jewish groups across the world. Some 30 Jewish groups from Europe, North America and from Israel recently signed a statement supporting Francesca Albanese and international law. Today we reflect on genocide and all those who have died as a result of it. Men, women and children are dying because of it right now. Let's not turn a blind eye to that genocide just because it is only Arabs who are being killed. Thank you.
I call Alan Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday afternoon, I joined with the families and the friends of the deceased and the injured of the Dropping-Well terrorist massacre on the 42nd anniversary weekend. On the evening of December 6th, 1982, a neighbour arrived at our house 3 miles away from Ballykelly. I was 10-year-old. Our neighbour says that there were reports of a bomb explosion in Ballykelly at the Dropping-Well bar. In the background, we began to hear the wail of sirens. My father went into panic mode as his brother worked in the bar as a DJ. He frantically made calls, only to learn that his brother, my uncle, had taken unwell and was in bed sick. Luck was on our family side that night, but for many, many others, a horror was unfolding that would change their lives forever. That night, cowards walked into the Ballykelly bar. They left a deadly device that brought the ceiling down on young people out having a dance and a drink at Christmas time. As a result, 17 were killed and many more injured, some with terrible lifelong injuries. The bombing was a pointless act of evil Republican terrorist violence that served no purpose but to rob families of loved ones and remove good and decent human beings from this world. It traumatised multiple families and forever left an indelible mark on the minds of the brave emergency services who had to attend to the dead and the injured. But rather than divide the Ballykelly people, it brought them together where today that community live cheek by jaw, united in condemnation of terrorism. I want to give my sincere thanks to the Cheshire Regimental Association who facilitate this solemn annual event in Tamla and Lagan, Ballykelly every year. Every year we stand shoulder to shoulder with families and those brave former soldiers to comfort them, to thank them and to show that we care after the passing of all these years. I say this to young people who romanticise about terrorism. They were no defenders who did this atrocity. They were no heroes. They were no soldiers of war. They were and are evil cowards who achieved nothing but dish up hurt, pain and death. Terrorism cannot and it has not won and it must not win. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Emma Sheeran.
Yeah, I want this afternoon to congratulate a group in my constituency, the Workspace Group, after the their amazing accomplishment last week of winning the Social Enterprise Award of the Year. And they previously won this award in Belfast a few weeks ago, and I suppose this is a marker of their success locally and the amount of work that they do, which I can attest to, given that they are based in Ballinascreen, and I see the fantastic work that they do at a local level and how invaluable they are to our community, the groups that they fund, the work that they do in the local community, and all of us who benefit from that. And I want to especially mention Patsy McShane, who won a Lifetime Achievement Award in Belfast a number of weeks ago, a founding member of the Workspace Board, known locally for his work in the credit union and a various number of community groups. A lot of talent came from Carnamoney, and Patsy is testament to that. Gormila Mayakov.
Lord Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amateur hour, Mickey Mouse, disgrace and unacceptable are just some of the more parliamentary acceptable terms that were used to describe the handling of the cancellation of Irish Premiership fixtures at the weekend. This may be pantomime season, Mr. Speaker, but when fans inquired as to when they began travelling to their matches, were the games going ahead, they were told, oh yes they are, and when they arrived at the stadium they were told, oh no they aren't. Mr. Speaker, across Northern Ireland our football clubs have a devoted base of loyal and dedicated followers who every single Saturday spend their hard-earned money booking buses and making transportation arrangements to follow their Irish League Premier club. At the weekend in my constituency and across Northern Ireland, these hard-working families once again spent hundreds of pounds to make travel arrangements and purchase tickets, only to arrive at the stadiums and have the matches cancelled at the very last minute. Now, Mr. Speaker, it didn't take Mystic Meg or indeed Barabess to help by looking out the window and seeing the gale force winds that were in place. And it was clear that these football matches were never going to be able to be played. But between 10:45 a.m. and 3:45 p.m, one by one, each game was cancelled. There was no decision taken by the NIFL organisation to give fans any form of pre-warning that these games would not take place. Clubs made the travel arrangements because if they did not make those arrangements, Mr. Speaker, they would be liable to having points deductions or indeed fines put in place. This put players and fans in major danger. The authorities were clear that travel should only take place at the weekend in the most exceptional and necessary circumstances. Should an early decision had been made that all games on Saturday would have been cancelled, we could have avoided the disruption and indeed people putting themselves in harm's way. The debacle that took place at the weekend should never be repeated, Mr. Speaker, and I would call on the Northern Ireland Football League authorities to reflect on how they handled this situation.
Ciara Ferguson.
I rise today to welcome the announcement from the Minister for Communities that he has secured executive agreement to extend the welfare mitigations until March 2028. As members of this House will know, the welfare mitigations were initially secured in 2016 in order to protect the most vulnerable in our society against Tory austerity. The welfare supplementary payments were automatically paid to anyone who would otherwise have been impacted by cruel welfare changes such as the bedroom tax, the benefit cap and the roll-out of PIP. The Welfare Supplementary Payments Act 2022, brought by the previous Communities Minister Deirdre Hargey, extended most of the mitigations until March 2025, with the bedroom tax mitigation being extended indefinitely, ensuring that over 37,000 social housing tenants would be permanently protected. These mitigations are absolutely vital for so many people in our society. In many cases, they are the difference between having enough food to eat or going to bed hungry. In many cases, they are the difference between someone being able to afford their rent or falling into housing stress or homelessness. The cost of living crisis has had a devastating impact on households across the north, with many people being plunged into poverty due to rising costs. Letting the mitigations collapse during a time when so many people are struggling to make ends meet would be unconscionable. The community discussed this issue at length, and there was broad agreement that the mitigations should be extended, and a creeping concern that time was running out in order to have the extension in place before the 31st of March deadline. It was in this context that the Committee for Communities agreed to put forward a committee motion calling on the Minister to extend the mitigations. The announcement last Thursday that the Executive had agreed to extend the mitigations at their current levels will have come as a huge relief to those individuals and families that rely on them. I would now call on the Minister to work at pace to ensure that all the required steps are completed as quickly as possible and the 31st of March cliff edge is averted. In addition to extending the existing mitigations, the Minister needs to outline the long-term plans for the existing welfare mitigations and to consider what new mitigations might be needed. It's simply unsustainable to continue to move the deadline into the future without any plan on how to permanently protect people. Otherwise, we'll all be back here in 2028 trying to avert the next scheduled cliff edge. Last week's committee, we received a briefing from the Cliff Edge Coalition, who presented their 3 key asks to members, which are removing the 5-week wait for universal credit, removing the 2-child limit and providing support to private renters affected by the local housing allowance. The Scottish Government have just recently taken the positive step by announcing their intention to remove the 2-child limit. That's the sort of radical action that we need here, and the British Government need to follow suit and abolish the 2-child limit. Thank you.
Stephen Dunn.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate a special anniversary in Northern Ireland's sporting history. This season marks 25 years of the Belfast Giants ice hockey team. In their debut season back in 2000, the Giants became the first professional ice hockey team in either the Republic of Ireland or Northern Ireland, and since then the team has steadily grown both its average attendance and indeed its trophy cabinet and interest levels right across our country. The Giants indeed have amassed an impressive array of titles, including multiple league championships, cup victories and prestigious playoff titles, and indeed won the treble back in 2023. These triumphs have been a source of immense pride for Northern Ireland and have elevated the profile of ice hockey right across the UK and indeed right across our world. Based at their home in the SSE Arena, the Giants have introduced local people from every corner of Northern Ireland and beyond to this exciting and entertaining sport. And I think the Giants' influence extends far beyond their victories on the ice. They have been a pillar of community spirit and engagement and regularly give back through charitable initiatives, youth development and educational outreach programmes, and indeed dealing and supporting with families that have been affected by cancer is something they do take great pride in. And I know from personal experience just how valuable that is to a number of local constituents that have benefited from that outreach work of the Belfast Giants. I also want to acknowledge the role the Belfast Giants have played in putting Belfast and Northern Ireland on the global map. Their presence in international tournaments has showcased our city and our country, while their success has attracted visitors, players, media attention and opportunities that have benefited our local economy and shown the very best of Northern Ireland, and something we can all be very proud of. The Giants' contribution to Belfast and Northern Ireland's cultural and sporting fabric cannot be overstated. It's also worth recognising and celebrating the role that the Giants has played in developing our rich historical and cultural links between Northern Ireland and the United States and indeed Canada. Since 2015, the Friendship 4 tournament has brought players and fans from the University of Notre Dame, Boston, Harvard and Merrimack College to our shores. And I firmly believe there is an exciting future ahead for the Giants, and we look forward to the redevelopment of Dundonald Ice Bowl, which will improve the club's training facilities and also give opportunities to many aspiring young players and young people a career in the sport, something which was not on the agenda over 25 years ago. And it is an opportunity to reflect on the hard work that for everybody that has been part of the journey. And I would like to commend and pay tribute to the management team, including current coach Adam Keefe and head of hockey Steve Thornton, and those who had that vision to bring ice hockey to our shores. Mr. Speaker, I want to wish the Belfast Giants every continued success for the next 25 years and more. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight and pay tribute to the work of the many food banks right across Northern Ireland for the vital work these organisations do to ensure those in need don't go hungry. Over the last number of years, I have worked closely with my local food bank to support multiple families in the Ballymena area who have found themselves in difficulty. During this season of goodwill, there can be an increased focus on such causes, but the reality is that this is a matter which needs to be supported 12 months of the year. I have witnessed firsthand the incredible work The food bank volunteers do all year round to ensure that those who find themselves struggling have somewhere to reach out to for support and advice. As well as registered to issue food bank vouchers, my constituency office is now a registered food bank drop-off point to both promote the charity and enable people who can donate to do so during open hours. With the current cost of living pressures, many people find themselves choosing between heating their homes and eating. I urge anyone who has the resources to support those struggling to do so, either through buying an extra item when out shopping or donating directly to the food bank to allow them to source the critical items they are running low on. As the author of the Pilgrim's Process observed, "You have not lived today until you have done something for someone who can never repay you." There will be many this season with nothing below the Christmas tree and little in the cupboards. I trust those blessed with extra provision will support their local food bank to ensure no one goes hungry this Christmas. Mr. Speaker, while on my feet today, I also want to pay tribute to those who braved the elements of Storm Dara over the weekend to keep the country moving. I pay particular tribute and thanks to the Northern Ireland Electricity, who have worked hard day and night to restore the power to thousands of households throughout the weekend and keeping people like myself updated when we have sought updates for those that are placed in the critical connection list. I also want to highlight the work of the farming community and pay tribute to them. They have also braved the elements to clear the roads of fallen trees and debris. Many of these roads would still be blocked here today if it wasn't for them and their help. At a time when the Labour government has treated farmers so badly, once again, when the local community were in need, farmers answered the call. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That brings to a conclusion members' statements. I now call Connie Egan, who has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 32 to speak, and you have up to 3 minutes, Ms. Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to be here today to present this petition on the diagnosis and management of Ehlers-Danlos syndromes in Northern Ireland on behalf of members of Ehlers-Danlos Support UK, particularly its campaigners in Northern Ireland. Currently, the number of signatures on the petition exceeds 1,600. It is extremely heartening to see representatives of the Ehlers-Danlos support community here in the public gallery today, who I had the opportunity to meet earlier, some of who have travelled from other nations in the UK for this moment. The material ask of this petition is to end the neglect of the diagnosis and management of people with most types of Ehlers-Danlos syndromes and hypermobility spectrum disorders in Northern Ireland, causing the utmost anxiety, distress and unnecessary pain. Ehlers-Danlos syndromes are genetic connective tissue disorders with body-wide symptoms that can be disabling, affecting all aspects of life. The most common type, hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, is difficult to diagnose as there is no single test. Often, this leads to those who have EDS feeling ignored and unrecognised. I hope this being presented today in the Chamber can give you recognition that you deserve. Mr. Speaker, I ask that this petition be passed to the Minister of Health to draw his attention to the substantial gaps in knowledge on this in Northern Ireland, leading to the common misdiagnosis and harmful consequences for those seeking medical care. We ask him to create a new care pathway, something which falls within his remit and is happening elsewhere in the United Kingdom. Work has begun in England, for example, to create a primary care pathway for those presenting with symptoms. Early diagnosis is essential to giving the best chance for someone to have a good quality of life. This petition is part of the Enough is Enough campaign. It aims to give a voice to those who have for so long been ignored. Ehlers-Danlos Support UK, who initiated this petition, have the vision of ensuring that across the UK, people with EDS or HSD are connected or heard or supported and have equitable access to care. This is the core of this petition. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank and pay tribute to my constituent, Mandy McCreight. Mandy is a tireless advocate for those with EDS and disabilities. She volunteers her time to ensure those living with the condition have support, access to services they need, and know that they are not alone. EDS is a condition that has little awareness or understanding in our society, and I would have included myself in that until Mandy brought the issue to my attention. I would like to thank her, the team at EDS UK and everyone living with this condition for their advocacy, campaigning and to enable me to bring this petition to the Assembly today. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite you to approach the table to present your petition. Thank you. I will ensure that this is presented to the Minister of Health and will also send a copy to the committee. The next item on the order paper is a motion on the Assembly Commission's budget for 2025 to 2026. I'll ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly notes the contents of the Assembly Commission's budget for 2025-26 as presented to the Audit Committee on November 13, 2024 and set out in the document presented to the Assembly on 20th of November 2024. Further notes the contents of the letter from the Audit Committee to the Minister for Finance, NIA 58/22-27, on the scrutiny of the Assembly Commission's budget for 2025 to 2026, presented to the Assembly on November 18, 2024, and agrees the Assembly Commission's budget for 2025 to 2026.
Thank you. I call Sinead Ennis to move the motion.
Moved. Prelas Concordia.
Thank you, Sinead. The Business Committee has agreed to allocate 1 hour for this debate, with up to 10 minutes to move and 10 minutes to wind, and 5 minutes for all other speakers. Please open the debate on the motion.
The Assembly Commission has a duty under Section 40 of the Northern Ireland Act to provide the Assembly or ensure that the Assembly is provided with the property, staff and services required for the Assembly's purposes. Before I go into detail of the budget, I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Assembly Commission to formally record my sincere thanks to Assembly Commission staff who continue to professionally support the work of the Assembly with enduring energy, commitment, resilience and dedication. The Assembly Commission develops a draft budget for each year to ensure that it can deliver all of the services required by the Assembly. The draft budget is then scrutinised by the Audit Committee, which includes input from the Department of Finance to help to inform the Committee's scrutiny. The 2025-26 draft budget was presented to the Audit Committee on the 13th of November. Following its scrutiny of the budget, the Committee wrote to the Finance Minister on the 15th of November and the draft budget 2025-26 document was subsequently presented to the Assembly on the 20th of November 2024. These documents inform today's debate. This motion and the subsequent vote enables the Assembly to determine the resources that the Commission will be given to enable the Assembly to carry out its legislative functions. Once agreed, the budget is then notified to the Department of Finance for the inclusion in any budget presented by the Minister of Finance. For many years, there has been limited investment by the Commission in areas such as staffing, ICT and building maintenance due to the stop-start nature of Assembly business and the associated reputational risk of investing in that context. As a result, this budget reflects the need for investment in these key areas. I intend today to give an overview of the main figures in the Assembly Commission's draft budget 2025-26. The total budget for 2025-26 is $64.2 million for Resource Del, which is an increase of $5.7 million from the 24-25 budget position, and $3.1 million for Capital Del, which is an increase of $0.1 million for the 24-25 budget position. The budget excludes costs associated with the operation of the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee, as these are separately funded directly by HM Treasury and are therefore ring-fenced. The first category that is included in the Commission's budget is income. Next year, the Commission expects to receive income of $0.6 million. Substantially, all of this relates to the recovery of the costs of ministerial salaries from executive departments. The second category is salaries and expenses paid to members. This covers a range of areas including members' salaries, constituency office running costs, support staff costs, travel and all other costs associated with members. The total budget for member-related costs for 25-26 is $20.9 million. Expenditure associated with members is currently payable under the provisions of the Assembly Members' Salaries and Expenses Determination Northern Ireland 2026, as amended by the Assembly Members' Salaries and Expenses Amendment Determination Northern Ireland 2020, which is referred to as the Determination. An updated determination was approved by the Assembly Commission on the 1st of October 2024. The Assembly Commission intends to decide the publication date in January. The 25-26 draft budget is based on the provisions of the 24 determination. The salaries budget payable to members and office holders of the Assembly is £7.2 million. The Assembly Commission is currently considering the introduction of legislation to form a new remuneration board to determine members' salaries and pensions independently. Therefore, the Commission has not made any attempt to predict how members' salaries or pensions may be impacted by this. The budget is therefore based on the rates set out in the current determination, assuming the prescribed inflationary increase. The amounts that members may recover to meet the costs of running a constituency office, including rents, rates and the cost of support staff, is expected to be £13.1 million. The budget provides for an increase in the maximum allowance recoverable for constituency office operating costs, as the allowance has not increased since 2020, and to enable members to procure printers which were previously provided centrally by the Commission. The budget also provides for an increase in the maximum rental recoverable for constituency offices, as the allowance has not increased since 2016. Provision has also been made for increases in members' and staff travel allowances, as these have not increased since 2016. Payments to members in respect of travel costs are budgeted at £0.3 million. Members' other costs include winding up, resettlement and any ill health retirement expenses that may occur. These have been budgeted at £0.1 million. The 2024 determination introduces additional funding specifically for security-related costs for the provision of security measures at constituency offices and/or at a member's private dwelling. It also introduces additional support to members who take a period of maternity, adoptive or shared parental leave. A further new provision will provide additional funding for making reasonable adjustments to constituency offices which are not covered under the terms of the lease for that office to accommodate a disabled member of staff or facilitate access for disabled members of the public. Together, these have been budgeted at £0.2 million. The third major category in the Commission's budget covers salary payments for Commission staff and the administrative costs incurred to deliver the full range of services needed by the Assembly. Commission staff salary costs are budgeted at £26.2 million. This includes a net increase of 16 staff. The additional staff will perform increased support and scrutiny, both from a legal and parliamentary services perspective, as a proportionate response to recommendations made from the RHI inquiry. To address issues identified in the Media House judgment, to ensure better organisational resilience in the Bill and Business Office and committee teams, to expand in-house communications and broadcast production capabilities, and to provide additional administrative support. An increase in employers' national contributions, as notified in the Chancellor of the Exchequer's budget to Westminster on the 30th of October 2024, has been incorporated in the budget at a cost of £0.6 million for Assembly Commission staff, members and members' support staff. Administration costs are budgeted at £12.1 million. Administration costs cover a wide range of expenditure items, including supporting committees, costs of drafting private members' bills, building rates, utility costs, repairs and maintenance costs, and third-party support for the business-critical IT systems like broadcasting, catering and research. Historically, there have been a significant underinvestment in IT infrastructure within the Assembly Commission. Projects are therefore ongoing to modernise the Commission's IT infrastructure to make it fit for purpose and to ensure the Assembly is supported appropriately and that the network is secure from the increasing risk of cyber threat. As members will be aware, there are a number of issues with water ingress in Parliament buildings related to the roof replacement project, which was completed in 2015. The Assembly Commission issued legal proceedings against those contracted to undertake this work and is seeking recovery of the full costs of repairs. CPD, who is managing the works on the Commission's behalf, has informed the Commission that only limited remedial works will be undertaken in the current financial year. These will initially seek to address any remaining health and safety concerns. In addition to this work, there are a number of other planned maintenance projects. The next category is payments to parties under the Financial Assistance for Political Party Scheme 2024, or FAP. The 2025-26 budget for the FAP scheme is £1.1 million, which incorporates an inflationary increase. The penultimate category relates to depreciation charges, which are budgeted at £4.6 million. This is mostly due to the estimated depreciation charge on the value of Parliament buildings. Turning to capital expenditure, the Assembly Commission has identified the need for capital investment of 3.1 million. Some of the expenditure relates to projects that were originally budgeted in earlier years, but for a number of business reasons have been deferred. The capital plan includes a project to deliver partial electronic access control, which will enhance security controls within Parliament buildings, and a project to replace the existing legislative bill drafting software, which is coming to the end of its useful life. This software is critical to supporting and delivering the legislative programme of the Assembly. Also included is expenditure to update the IT network and IT applications, the creation of a new Assembly website, the upgrading of a lift to accommodate larger wheelchairs, and the replacement of the automatic fire detection system within Parliament buildings. And members, I'm sure you'll be glad to know that is the end of my move speech, and I commend the Assembly's Commission budget proposals for 25-26 to the House.
Thank you, Sinead. I call Diane Forsyth, Deputy Chair of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I speak today as Deputy Chair of the Audit Committee. Normally, the Audit Committee would produce a full report outlining its deliberations on the draft budgets for the Assembly Commission, the Audit Office and the Public Services Ombudsman, but because of the tight time frame for the 25-26 budget process, the Committee reported by way of a letter that was sent to the Minister of Finance, and this is the letter that is referenced in the motion. Before I give some detail on the Committee's scrutiny of the Commission's budget, I want to outline the background to the Committee's approach. The Committee followed the approach set out in its arrangement with the Assembly Commission, which reflects the approach used by previous audit committees. To reflect the constitutional independence of the Assembly from the Executive, a methodology was introduced in 2016, similar to that adopted by the Audit Committee in agreeing the main estimates for the Audit Office and the Public Services Ombudsman. Incidentally, the Committee has recently started a piece of work where it will re-examine its more formal arrangements in relation to agreeing the Commission's budget. The intention is that this review will be concluded and an updated agreement between the Committee and the Commission will be codified before the end of the current mandate. The Committee commenced its scrutiny of the Commission's indicative budget at its meeting on the 18th of November 2024. As members will be aware, the Commission has a legal requirement to meet all costs associated with members, including salaries, allowances, expenses, members' staffing costs and pension contributions. These budget elements are determination-driven and are not under the control of the Commission. Officials advised the Committee that the Commission intends to bring forward new legislation to establish an independent remuneration board to determine members' salaries to replace the former IFRP. Members should note the budget for 25-26 does not estimate the impact of future determinations once the board is established. However, the Commission recently agreed an updated determination for 2024, and officials confirmed that this will be published sooner rather than later. The Committee welcomes this update. During the recent evidence session with Commission officials, members covered all aspects of the indicative budget for 25-26. However, certain issues were explored in more detail. These included the cost of enhanced scrutiny, including a significant strengthening of the Secretariat, members' security, both personal and in their constituency offices, the Commission IS strategy, and the ongoing potential financial impact of roof repairs to Parliament buildings. The increase in resource DEL is primarily due to the planned recruitment of 16 new members of Secretariat staff. This is a necessary and welcome increase in resource to assist us all in our scrutiny of the Executive. Other cost increases included MLA constituency costs and party allowances. It also includes a modest increase for Secretariat staff salaries to reflect pay progression. Capital DEL is reduced from last year's budget. Members heard that other capital works planned are needed to address underinvestment in the fabric of the building in previous years and viewed them as being necessary to face the challenge of a fully functioning Assembly. The works included continuing enhancements to the Long Gallery, the Blue Flax and the Visitors' Restaurant. The Commission also intends to commence a project to make the non-public areas of the building more secure via a partial secure access project. The Committee welcomes these projects and looks forward to seeing these works being progressed as quickly as possible. The Committee was given further information from the Commission on the ongoing issues in relation to the remedial work that was required for Parliament Building's roof. Members will be aware that this issue remains in litigation, and the committee will seek updates in terms of potential impact to future budgets in due course. Before closing, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I would again like to place on record the committee's appreciation of all of the Assembly staff who work in this building, often behind the scenes, but also at times very much in the public glare. They make a significant contribution to the democratic process, and I'm sure all members will agree with me in saying that we value their commitment and their support. In coming to its conclusion, the committee was mindful of the wider public expenditure position, but also of the need for now, more than ever, a well-resourced and fully functioning Assembly, and, as set out in its letter to the Minister of Finance, agreed that the Executive's draft budget document for 25-26 should make provision for the Assembly Commission having a resource DEL budget of 64.197 million and a capital DEL budget of 3.061 million. The committee looks...
Sorry, Diane, your time's up.
Sorry, thank you.
You're okay. Thank you. Much appreciated. I call Timothy Gasson.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. When I read the Commission's briefing to assist the Audit Committee in its scrutiny of the Commission's budget, I noticed the very first paragraph quoted from Section 40, subsection 4 of the 1998 Act. The Commission shall provide the Assembly or ensure that the Assembly is provided with the property, staff and services required for the Assembly's purposes. I also draw members' attention to paragraph 75, which says the 25-26 budget for financial assistance to political parties, or FAP, now sits at 1.048 million. It assumed a 3% uplift on the 24-25 rates. I shall remind this House that the 3% uplift did not apply to all parties equally in this House. No, the Commission decided when it came to the Assembly, apparently some staff were more equal than others. Sinn Féin got an additional 90,000 in public money. The DUP got an additional 45,000. The Alliance Party too obtained additional monies. Others, like my own party, well, could just do with what they had for the last 8 years. But it is worse than that. Since that 3% uplift in the budget for the FAP scheme was agreed, we have had the Michael McMonagle scandal. Someone universally acknowledged both within this House and outside it to have been a Sinn Féin press officer. And yet someone who was employed as a constituency office worker by a succession of MLAs, including our First Minister and the member for Northampton of Sinn Féin, Philip McGuigan. On the 23rd of October, I asked the First Minister when she was before the Executive Office Committee how many days a week Michael McMonagle was in her constituency office.
Mr. Gasson,
after all...
Mr. Gasson, could I ask you to return to the substance of the motion, please?
Yes, and I'm coming back to it, Principal.
No, I think you I think you need to return to the substance of the motion, please.
Well, after all, you know, the expenditure associated with this scheme, which we're talking about, you know, Mr. McMonagle was employed by the First Minister from March 2020 to May 2020, as it is detailed, you know, in paragraph 18 of this report, is for expenditure associated with members, not political parties, not press offices. So when at the committee the First Minister wouldn't say how many days a week, I think it's very pertinent that we talk about this today. And sadly, on that day, the chair of the committee, true to form, was anxious to make sure that she avoided that question.
Mr. Gasson, this isn't about the TO committee.
This is about, but we're talking about FAP.
Excuse me, can you take your seat, please? Mr. Gasson, I want to remind you, this is about the Assembly Commission's budget. It's not about the TO committee. It's not about the chair of the committee or anyone else. And if you have any questions regarding those issues, please do so through the normal channels. I'm asking you to resume and to address the substance of the debate, and if not, I'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Principal Deputy Speaker, it seems to be any time I try to raise issues related to this, I always seem to be shut down, whether it's committee or now we have it in the chamber before us here today. We are talking about the FAP scheme, which is financial assistance for political parties, and it's talking about members and what they can spend their money on. But it seems to be we don't want to talk about the thorny issues. And I'm mightily disappointed in it. Mightily disappointed that we have an opportunity before us today to air out some of these issues, and it seems to be, well, it's because you're a member of Sinn Féin that you don't seem to want to listen to what I have to say.
Mr. Gosson, take your seat. You're now challenging the Chair and the Speaker. So
I'll draw my remarks to a close.
I'm moving on, and I would like to remind you again that you had an opportunity on at least 3 occasions to address the motion, which is the Commission's budget, and you've went outside that on at least 3 occasions. So can I call Jerry Carroll, please? Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. There's aspects of this budget which are fine and obviously required even, but there's also other aspects in particular that I want to raise. First of that is MLA's pay. I know it's a bone of contention among some people in this House who believe that the £500 increase, which is stated in this budget, is probably not enough, and some, I think, want to go further. I know that Scotland has been mentioned in some of the papers in relation to this budget, but the point that I've raised consistently is that MLA should be on a wage that is reflected of the people that they represent, their constituents. And with this increase in this budget, Deputy Speaker, the wage of an MLA will increase to £53,000. That's of course not to mention the scale of ministers' salary, which is through the roof as well. I think it's adding insult to injury that at a time when teaching unions are balloting their members on a pay deal and potential strike action, when health and social care workers who were promised pay parity, promised money would be restored to them when Stormont was up and running, are still waiting, and NI water workers are still waiting for their money to be processed. I think it's completely unacceptable that politicians are once again prioritised, their pay is prioritised over that of public sector and other workers. There's of course some small improvement for the Assembly Commission staff, 3%. To be precise, but also it's worth mentioning that earlier this year that some senior staff in this building received a 12 to 15% pay increase, and compare that to the 3%. It's totally unfair when we're talking about workers on lower salaries, much more down the pay scale. Deputy Speaker, we also have to ask questions about the organisations that the Assembly Commission pays to do business with. I've raised this before with IS, Information Services, but I don't think we should be doing business with Hewlett-Packard, who service the offices of Netanyahu and the Israeli war makers. It also provides technology for Israel's Population and Immigration Authority, which really enforces the apartheid system. There's a worldwide call for BDS towards HP, and this Assembly should heed that call. We also have to make the point about the Assembly's involvement with other further dodgy companies, which doesn't end just with HP. I raised the point about Aramark before, who have hired workers on zero-hour contracts previously. They're involved in the prison industrial complex in America. They're involved in the direct provision system in the south of Ireland as well. Sorry, do you want to make a point? Or?
Jerry, excuse me. Jerry, do you mind taking your seat, please? No, I'm dealing with this first and then I'll deal with you later. I'm asking members, when others are on their feet, to give them respect and not to be speaking from a Saturday position. Excuse me, I'm not finished yet. Mr. Goston, and then I'll take your point of order.
I want to talk about McMonagle, but you're happy to let the member for West Belfast go unchallenged for a long time. I think that's unfair, and it calls into question how you treat me as the Principal Deputy Speaker in this House. Utterly unfair. You don't want to talk about McMonagle, but you let other members talk without intervention.
Okay, so just to respond to your point, I asked for advice if Jerry Carroll's comments were in keeping with the debate, and I was, I was informed they were. Now, Mr. Gosson, I'm just going to explain this to you. You may not like me, I don't really care, but when I'm in this position, you will respect this chair. So you don't. You're speaking from a statutory position, and I'm asking you to stop. Mr. Aiken.
Mr. Speaker, and sorry, as a point of order and a point of contention, I think I've been in this Assembly long enough to realise when people may be pushing the boundaries, and indeed that is your prerogative as the Chair to do that, particularly about Mr Gaston. But we need to apply it equally, and I cannot see how Mr Carroll's comments about Israel and Hewlett-Packard are germane to this particular debate, bearing in mind, Deputy Principal Speaker, and I fully support you in your previous comments about Mr Gaston's views. How can that possibly be equitable?
So, as Deputy Chair and Deputy Speaker, you should know better, but I'll point out again, I did ask for advice if Mr Carroll's comments were in keeping with the debate, because I am trying to be fair to everyone, and I was informed they were. So what I will do, in terms of transparency and fairness, I will make sure and get advice from the Speaker, and I will particularly make sure that you get a copy of it since you're Deputy Speaker. Mr Carroll, I'm going to ask you to return to the substance of the debate.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I was actually bringing my remarks to a close, but somebody mentioned in the course of the debate that my comments weren't challenged. I heard noises from my right to my left when I was speaking, which, you know, I'm happy to hear, but you know, people were offered the chance to intervene and they didn't want to, which is their prerogative as well. And the point I was making, the final point, was that this is about the Commission budget, what the Assembly spend its money on. The final point I was making before I was shouted at or noise was made in my direction was that the staff who are working for RMR in this building should be brought in-house. They should be employees of this building. So that's my points on the Commission budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Trevor Clark to wind the debate on the motion, and Trevor, you have up to 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. And can I note the members who have contributed to the debate? The Assembly Commission recognises the context of wider public sector financial pressures and has therefore given these careful consideration in presenting the budget requirements today. However, the Commission also must balance its responsibilities of ensuring that the required resources are available to the Commission, and in order to provide the necessary services to the Assembly and all of its members. The Assembly Commission considers the budget for the year to be a reasonable estimate of the financial requirements needed to fully support the Assembly and to deliver the required services to members. The budget proposals presented today embody the Commission's continuing commitment to ensure that the Assembly is effectively and efficiently supported by and provided with robust, innovative and modern secure systems in a modern working environment. This budget not only meets the necessary costs that will arise in relation to the provision of staff, running and maintaining Parliament buildings and delivering effective constituency services for our community, but also seeks to invest in systems, infrastructure and support for the Assembly's scrutiny functions to equip the Assembly for the future. I will now try and respond, Principal Deputy Speaker, to a few of the comments. Firstly, Diane Forsyth, speaking on behalf of the Audit Committee, which I welcome her comments. I think it was helpful in terms of the role that they play in scrutinising the work of the Commission. And she'd added further detail to what the proposer of the motion had already added and given more detail to members who were present. Then we had the member for North Antrim who talked about proper staffing, and he talked about the FAP and the uplift in relation to what some of the political parties got. And just to remind members, through yourself, Principal Deputy Speaker, the whole idea of the FAP rearrangement was to bring fairness and equity. And they singled out our party and Sinn Féin in terms of getting increases. I can remind the House that a single-member party, his and one other single-party members, still received £26,000 to support one member, and each of the larger parties received £10,000 per member. So I think that's fair and equitable in the sense that we were trying to bring fairness to the system. I will indeed.
As the only member of this House that does not receive financial assistance from political parties, does the member have any views on how we better support independence in this House, given that I am the longest serving independent of 10 years and would gratefully receive that support?
Different from the last day that you intervened on the same subject. All I would say to the member is the current system allows for support for political parties. And of course, if you recognise the last day yourself, if you were to designate as a party, you'd be entitled to the financial assistance. So I suggest to you either you redesignate or you designate not as an independent but as a political party. and that is the only option that's open to you at the moment. Can I then just continue by talking about, and I not question your authority, Principal Deputy Speaker, however, I think there was a degree of latitude that wasn't afforded to others in relation to Mr Carroll's heinous comments in relation to contracts that this Assembly provides. Those, I'm sure, there's due diligence done within the staff, and I commend them for the work that they do regarding those contracts that are awarded. I don't believe that the Assembly members themselves should get into that minutiae of who gets what in terms of whose contracts is preferable over others. He talked about the MLA's pay and the £500 increase. Of course, today's not the day to debate that either, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, as in this was part of the original IFRP decision back in 2016. This is out with the decision of this Assembly in terms of setting that budget. It was linked to inflation, and I'm sure some members will agree with me that whilst the £500 every year since 2016 is welcome, it's not very much in terms of how some of our other counterparts in other places are receiving their salaries. He went on then, of course, to single out the senior staff of the Assembly, which I want to distance myself from, Principal Deputy Speaker. The senior staff in this building do a tremendous job in keeping us right in relation to that, and equally, as do the staff in terms of the 3%. But there was a clear rationale at the time of the senior staff of this building in terms of that. These staff could go somewhere else and be remunerated much more than what they receive within this building. So I want to distance myself from those remarks. Members of the Assembly Commission has considered its requirements for the 25-26, recognising the significant element of its budget is non-discretionary, relating to payments of members, to members and members. Constituency office and staffing costs are set out in the determination. The Commission is grateful to the Audit Committee for its work in scrutinising the Commission's budget for 25-26. I would like to end the debate as my colleague began it, with a thank you to all of the staff who support every aspect of our work. There has been significant work done this year to ensure that the Assembly business returns smoothly, and as we look ahead to another busy year, I think it is appropriate on behalf of the Assembly to wish all of our staff a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Principal Deputy Speaker, the Commission seeks the Assembly's agreement to the budget amounts for Resource Dell and Capital Dell as set out in the motion, and I commend these amounts to the House.
Thank you. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I've received notice from the Minister for Communities that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I'd like to remind members they must be concise in asking their questions. This is not an opportunity for debate or long-winded introductions. Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I wish to make a statement to the Assembly regarding housing supply in Northern Ireland. Now, we are all aware of the crisis that we face in housing. A large and growing waiting list for social homes, inflation-busting rent increases in the private rented sector, low quality and poor energy efficiency, record numbers in temporary accommodation, too many barriers when it comes to matters like planning and infrastructure, and an increasing sense of despair for many who simply want a home to call their own. Fixing this is at the top of my agenda, because these issues impact on our ability to deal with some of the most pressing challenges that we face today: poverty, education, deprivation, health, and giving people the opportunity and ability to progress in life. So we need to tackle the housing crisis head on. We need to take action that will deal with the root causes of this problem. We need a new approach. For too long, there has been no joined-up, cross-departmental approach to housing, but that changes now. I am pleased to announce that the Executive has agreed to approve a housing supply strategy for Northern Ireland. This strategy is a 15-year framework for the whole system change that is needed. It will deliver a housing system that can provide 100,000 homes over that period. It will deliver more social homes. It will deliver better homes. It will deliver better outcomes for our people. This strategy is the culmination of considerable hard work, collaboration and co-design. And I want to thank all those who have worked with my department to develop the strategy. Over the past few months, I met with ministerial colleagues with key remits relating to housing supply. I also want to thank them for their support. I believe there is a real commitment to looking at how we can address the key challenges, such as wastewater capacity, skills, finance and planning. As an executive strategy, all departments now have a role to play, and I expect to see that reflected in budget allocations and in the investment strategy. Our vision is ambitious, and rightly so. We now have a 15-year framework in place that aims to deliver at least 100,000 homes, and more if necessary. It is grounded in the principle of taking a whole-system approach to housing supply. All executive ministers have agreed this strategy, and the necessary actions fall across a range of departments. I know that they are committed to making the changes needed, and I look forward to working with them further over the next years. As an executive, we must not let this opportunity pass us by. For my part, as Housing Minister, I have not been waiting for this document to be agreed before work starts. I'm already taking forward a range of actions and will shortly start many others. I would like to take the opportunity to set out some of these today in line with each of the 5 supporting objectives of the strategy framework. The first objective is about ensuring we increase supply and affordable options across all housing tenures. Now, I have spoken on numerous occasions about my commitment to the delivery of more social homes. In the past 5 years, my department has invested over £750 million, which has started 8,341 new social homes. I will continue to press for the capital budget necessary to bring our social new build programme back to where it should be. However, I am not standing still on this issue. I will make sure that we do everything possible to innovate and maximise delivery with what we have. Housing associations, the housing executive, developers, the construction industry, local councils and beyond all have their part in this too. I will continue to prioritise capital spending on delivering much needed social homes. But I also want to deliver for people and hard-working families who can't get or don't want a social home by offering them safe, secure, affordable alternatives. One of these alternatives is intermediate rent. This is a new housing product for Northern Ireland, which I was pleased to announce a few months ago, that aims to provide good quality, secure, affordable rented housing to those lower income households who cannot currently afford to buy or rent a home. I look forward to making rapid progress on this over the next few months. These are badly needed, so I want to start building these affordable, high-quality homes as quickly as possible. In recent years, we have seen rising house prices and mortgage costs, and I am committed to helping those who need a bit of extra support to own their own home. That is why my department continues to provide significant funding to co-ownership, allocating £158 million in financial transactions capital to assist over 4,400 people into home ownership over 5 years. I have also increased the property value limit for properties which are eligible to be purchased through co-ownership to £195,000. The second objective of the strategy is focused on preventing homelessness and ensuring we prioritise housing options for those most in need. I have common cause with the Health Minister on this, and what we do is a vital support for our health service. During Homelessness Awareness Week, I set out my ambition to prioritise the prevention of homelessness, working closely with the housing executive and the wider sector to ensure that it is rare, brief and non-recurrent. I have been able to provide another £6.7 million for the housing executive to prevent the risk of homelessness service closures and ensure that its statutory obligations can continue to be met. From next year, the housing executive will have a specific allocation for homelessness prevention. And last week I announced a goodwill grant of £150,000 to homelessness charities to ensure they can support homeless households at Christmas. I also continue to look at innovative ways of using financial transactions capital. In line with this, I am pleased to announce the launch of the Loan to Acquire Move On Accommodation Scheme. This will make available loans to homeless organisations like the Simon Community to buy houses for people currently homeless and living in hostels. Some of these people are incredibly vulnerable, and providing this wraparound service is critical to their needs. Helping people to sustain their tenancies is another crucial aspect of housing need. The Supporting People programme provides a key role in helping our most vulnerable people live independently in their homes, and so I provided an additional £4.8 million worth of funding to sustain that programme this year. The third objective of the strategy is about ensuring we focus not just on the number of homes, but that they are good quality, safe and secure. I'm taking action to protect and revitalise the housing executive and find a solution to place it on a sustainable financial footing so it can continue to provide decent homes for our households and families for years to come. Doing this requires access to borrowing for the housing executive to enable the investment that is needed in its stock. I am actively pressing for a solution that will enable the housing executive to invest in its homes through a programme of retrofit to improve energy efficiency, increase routine and planned investment, and deal with maintenance backlogs. These are all key issues which we know many of our constituents face on a daily basis. Our private rented sector has been one of the fastest growing tenures over the past few years and is a vital part of our housing supply. The strategy sets out actions focused on putting tenants' needs at the heart of the sector and ensure it is suitable for a wider range of households. Earlier this year, I introduced regulations requiring smoke, heat and carbon monoxide alarms, and just a few weeks ago I brought more regulations requiring electrical safety checks. And over the next few months, to help tenants plan for the future and sustain their tenancy, I will restrict the frequency of rent increases to once in each 12-month period, with a 3-month notice period. I will also introduce much longer notice to quit periods, as mandated by the Assembly, to greatly improve the security of tenure for individuals and families who privately rent.
Hear, hear.
Our vision for the strategy takes a step beyond houses themselves and recognises the importance of creating thriving and inclusive communities. One key aspect of this work will be how we engage with local councils as they produce their new local development plans, which play a vital role in how places are shaped. My department and the Housing Executive is working closely with local council planners to deliver the vision in this strategy and the new affordable housing policies through the new local development plans. The final objective set out how I want to make sure that people can live in warm, safe homes without worrying about the cost of their fuel bills. Cold homes can lead to poor mental and physical health, and it is vital that we resolve this issue as we transition to a lower carbon future. A key action I am taking forward to address this is the delivery of a fuel poverty strategy, which I will begin consultation on later this week. It will set out proposals to tackle fuel poverty and improve energy well-being in the medium to long term. It proposes a series of measures to improve the energy efficiency of homes, including an ambitious new scheme for low-income and vulnerable households and raising energy efficiency standards. The draft fuel poverty strategy also proposes building capacity and collaborating to ensure that people can access advice and support, as well as protecting consumers. Principal Deputy Speaker, in closing, the publication of the housing supply strategy is a significant step forward in how the Executive acts on housing. However, we don't stop here. All departments must move to implementation with commitment and a focus on delivery. This will be achieved through a series of detailed, shorter-term action plans to set out what we need to do, who needs to do it, and by when. These will build upon the actions already outlined in the strategy, but they will not and cannot be developed in isolation by my department. Principal Deputy Speaker, this is an important step forward, but I do not for 1 minute suggest that this is a silver bullet. Rather, it is a way forward, a commitment to work together to deal with this issue in a determined and collective way. We now have a strategy in place. We have a plan for the way ahead. I am focused on delivering on housing, and I hope others will join me in that endeavour and ensure we make a difference in the lives of the people we represent. I commend this statement to the House.
Thank you, Minister. I call Mark Durkin.
And I thank the Minister for the statement and look forward to studying the strategy itself. The strategy must be ambitious, but it must be achievable. Without detail and certainty on funding of social housing new build, sustained investment in our water and wastewater infrastructure, which is currently stifling development, the revitalisation of empty homes, the empowerment of the housing executive to build again, and more resources for planning, this might as well be a letter to Santa. What decisions and commitments has the executive made on how these vital components will be funded into the future?
Minister.
Speaker, Santa delivers every year, and so do I. I'm looking forward to making sure that we actually get things done. And I think if you look at what I've said in this statement already, that we are getting things done. We have brought in those plans and those policies that will actually start to make a difference. But as I've said, this is a way forward. This is our pathway. The member has rightly outlined all of the things that we need to do. That's why we've brought them all together in this plan and have got cross-departmental, cross-ministerial support for this. He's right to identify all of those issues, and we are making progress on each of those so that we can make that real difference, because that's what we're here to do, and we've been waiting for change for too long.
Call Ciara Ferguson.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, I very much welcome the statement this morning on the approval of the much anticipated housing supply strategy, and I want to thank you and your predecessor for all the work that went into the development of this, and I look forward to seeing its publication. Minister, can you confirm whether you will allocate additional monies next year to give the ambitious targets teeth, and likewise to make up the gap in the annual house building which we've missed this year, and likewise to ensure that we meet the regional needs and the population growth? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, I welcome the fact that the member has welcomed the strategy, and it is of course right that we need to make sure that we have the funding in place so that we can deliver on our ambition within the strategy. We have made good progress in year to get some of the funding that we need so that we have been able to increase our social housing target. This will of course be and is a cross-departmental plan. I will certainly be bidding for that resource, and I hope that other ministers will give me that support as well, so that we can meet our targets and really deal with the waiting lists that have been there for too long and have been growing.
Thank you, Minister. I call Joanne Bunting.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. The Minister will be well aware that there is a dearth of social housing in East Belfast, and that indeed we are lagging considerably behind other areas within Belfast in terms of social housing supply. Can I ask him then, what does this strategy mean for East Belfast, and will it result in more and new social housing in my constituency? Thank
Minister.
You. Well, in short, Principal Deputy Speaker, yes, it will. Because what we are doing is having a coordinated and joined up approach to making sure that we build more social homes and also build more affordable homes in her constituency. It also means that we need to be ensuring we get that borrowing change when it comes to the housing executive, so they can also build more homes. It's a joined up approach in terms of planning and infrastructure and land and all of those issues. And so the delivery of this strategy will make a real difference in the lives of the people that she represents, because housing is one of the most pressing issues in her constituency. There has not been the investment in East Belfast compared to other parts of the city, and there is considerable need in her constituency, and I want to make sure that we deal with that, and this strategy is a way to do it.
Call Kelly Armstrong.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I start off by just saying, woohoo! We've actually got good news today in the Chamber. We've got a housing supply strategy. Minister, I'm delighted that you've brought this to the House. To be honest, we've been waiting for this for a long time, given our housing crisis. Minister, what I would like to ask you is, now that we have the programme for government, outlining housing as one of the key priorities and your housing supply strategy. Have you done any work with all of the other departments to ensure that they have a line that includes housing in their finances so that we can make sure that your strategy is a success?
Minister.
Well, can I thank the member for her welcome and for the woohoo, which is the first time I think that I have heard that in the chamber. But she is absolutely right to be excited, because this is a good news announcement and has the potential to make significant difference. I think she's also right to highlight the fact that this is departmental. I don't know whether there will be a line in each of the department's plans moving forward, but certainly if we are saying, and we have agreed, that this is one of the most pressing issues, then we do need input from all of those departments. For injustice, for example, we have people moving from prisons into homes. From healthcare, we have people who are in care that need more stable accommodation. We need skills through the Department of the Economy to build more homes. This also has an impact on people's educational outcome. That's why it is important that there is a joined-up approach, and I hope that all ministers will stand by the commitment that they have made and take the steps necessary to improve this situation, because it isn't just of benefit to the people who will hopefully be living in the additional homes that we have built, but it will be of benefit to all government departments, because if we can get housing right, you're giving people a good start in life, and that impacts on everything that we do as we provide public services.
Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Minister, for your remarks so far, and I won't give you a wahoo, but anyhow. Minister, FTC, and obviously it's good to see that you're able to utilise FTC. Can the Minister lay out what sort of quantum he's looking at FTC he's looking to apply for, and particularly with the charities and the associations he's looking to do, are they suitably resourced to match it within the FTC requirements?
Minister.
Yes, I believe they will be. Obviously, that will be going out, and there will be the proper process and due diligence to go through. But I think it is important that he has rightly highlighted the use of financial transactions capital, special government borrowing that every year we seem to be sending back. And I believe that this will be the first year, or next year will be the first year where we won't be in that position, because we're using it up. We're using it for purposes for which it was intended, and we're going to make a difference here, whether it's in loan to acquire, move on accommodation, which will also save us money in the longer term, as well as helping people's lives, but also in intermediate rent, which is a product that has been absent for far too long from the market here in Northern Ireland, and I'm delighted that we have been able to bring it in. And this goes back to the point again about how we need to take a whole system approach. It's not just about building more homes in the private rented sector. It's not just about more social homes. It's about using all of the levers at our disposal, limited though as some of those might be, and getting all of those to work together to actually deliver for people in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Minister. I call Patrick Delargy.
Thank you, Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his statement. Very much welcome it, Minister. We all know the importance of moving away from temporary accommodation towards ensuring more sustainable housing. Could you provide some more specific detail on how your department will deliver this element?
Minister.
Well, the first thing that we need to do is make sure that we have more housing supply in Northern Ireland, full stop, and everything in this strategy is moving us towards a position where we will have more homes, which helps everybody. But in terms of what I have announced today, the loan to acquire, move on accommodation, that will also help, because that will allow these charities to purchase properties, and through purchasing those properties, be able to put people in there that might otherwise be dependent upon temporary accommodation. We're spending far too much money on temporary accommodation, money that could be better spent on homelessness prevention and on other public services. So I'm determined that we do something about that. We're looking at all of the options. We have come up with innovative solutions which I think will make a difference, and I look forward to getting executive colleagues' support so we can implement these.
Thank you, Minister. I call Brian Kingston.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise as a member of the Committee for Communities, and I join with other committee members in very much welcoming the publication of this housing supply strategy, and I commend the Minister for bringing it forward. I welcome that he has touched on various aspects that are relevant to the strategy. He'll be aware of our manifesto commitment to help working families, and can he outline some of the ways in which his strategy will be providing that support for working families?
Minister.
Yes, absolutely, and he's right to mention the manifesto commitments that each of us make when we get elected to this place, and certainly it was my desire to make sure that we are helping those that are struggling, helping those sometimes that are caught out and feel that they don't get the help. Ultimately, increasing housing supply and making sure we have more affordable housing options and more social homes will help families, and I think we're all aware that one of the biggest outgoings that people have is in relation to their housing costs. So it's absolutely right that we try to do everything that we can to drive those down, and I believe that's what this strategy can do by making sure we have a greater supply of those homes. And it takes me back to the intermediate rent point as well. There are those that may not be eligible for social housing, find it exceptionally difficult to get into the private rented sector. Intermediate rent uses that financial transactions capital to allow that discounted rate in the private for those private rentals that can be built using that resource. So all of these things together, an increasing supply, helps working families, and I'm determined to deliver that.
Before I bring Stuart Dixon in, there's quite a lot of members that have got their names down to speak, some of which weren't in the chamber when the statement began, so if I have time I'll call you at the end. Stuart Dixon.
Much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement today. Minister, will you confirm that you've included a place-based approach to retrofitting and that has been included as part of this strategy? As you'll be aware, a place-based approach concentrates retrofitting into geographical areas one at a time to effectively deliver changes that are needed to meet climate change targets. Such an approach would save money by investing in public and private housing and enable coordinated construction. Minister, do you agree that it needs to be a long-term objective to plan to move all housing to meet high energy efficient standards?
Minister.
Well, first of all, I would make the point that we want to make sure that we spend every pound that we have in the most cost-effective way possible. And although the details will be ironed out, we've got our fuel poverty strategy and the additional elements that I have already mentioned today. The action plans will all flow from this. Of course, we need to use public resource in the best possible way, and for me, I'm very keen that we do ensure that not only we have homes for people to live in, but we have the most energy efficient homes possible as well, because if housing costs are a huge outcome, if housing costs are a big outgoing in terms of housing need, you've also got the cost of heating homes, and it absolutely makes sense to invest as much as you can in improving the energy efficiency of our homes, and that's certainly something that I'm committed to doing.
Thank you. I call Malaysia McHugh.
Thank you, and I would like to welcome the Minister's statement.
To you, Minister, in your statement to the House. The success of this strategy is partly reliant on our largest social housing provider being able to build again at scale. Now, how soon do you envisage we'll have an update from Westminster in respect of decisions regarding the revitalisation of our housing executive?
Minister.
The member's right to raise this issue, and since I've come in to office, it's one of the things that I've probably spoken to UK government ministers about more than anything, and at all levels, because I believe that this has the ability to be truly transformational. We have the stock that we can borrow against. We need to get on and do that. I will continue to lobby. I'll continue to push. I've been working with the Finance Minister on this, but if our government want to do something that will make a significant change for people here in Northern Ireland at little to no cost to the Treasury, there should be confirmation of the borrowing power for the housing executive so that they can get on and build again, and he can be assured that as long as I am in this post, I will continue to press and press and press for those changes to be made, because I want more social homes in Northern Ireland, and I want the housing executive to have the ability to build them.
Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Welcome the Minister's statement, and I've noticed that the Minister got executive approval in terms of joint collaboration for this strategy. Critical is delivery of planning and wastewater capacity improvements. Therefore, does the Minister recognise that there is huge frustration with housing associations who can't get water connections, such as the development in my own constituency of Dungannon? So will the Minister be continuing to push for timely delivery from the Infrastructure Minister regarding planning and wastewater capacity issues, especially given the Infrastructure Minister doesn't recognise the figure of 19,000 developments which cannot be connected to wastewater infrastructure?
Minister.
Look, the member's absolutely right to raise this, both in relation to social homes, but also throughout the private sector as well. We see significant numbers, including in my own constituency, of homes that aren't able to be progressed because of wastewater constraints. So it is absolutely mentioned within the strategy. There is a determination that something is done about that. I will continue to press executive colleagues on that, and also, as she rightly says, on the issue of planning, because even where we do have capacity, and there are still many areas in Northern Ireland that has capacity within our wastewater system, planning can be a huge drag. We need to do everything that we can to make sure that we make it as simple and as straightforward as possible to build more homes in Northern Ireland. Wastewater is part of that, and planning certainly is as well.
Call Colin McGrath.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I suppose Santa like or not, the delivery of these houses, the proof of the Christmas pudding will be in the eating. But can I ask the Minister, last week we had a youth participation all-party group meeting, and it was raised there that young people are not included in the design of homes, in the design of social housing projects. They're just simply, houses are built and then they're shooed into them. Would the Minister give an undertaking that through this project, if there's going to be houses built, that if some of them could be earmarked for young people, and if those young people could be included in the design process so that it is appropriate to their needs?
Minister.
Well, look, it's important that all due diligence is done, and that homes are appropriate for those who are in them. And when it comes to social homes, there is considerable work that will be carried out by the housing associations in relation to that. But look, I think that we need to make sure that we have that proper analysis of what the need actually is in Northern Ireland, and that will change over the course of this strategy as well, and the figures may well change also as we look at what's appropriate, what do we need more of, where do extra resource need to be put. But I think that it is important that we have that flexibility within the strategy as well.
David Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Minister's statement and his vision for housing supply through this strategy, and I share my colleague Joanne Bunting's hope that it will deliver for East Belfast. Could I ask the Minister whether he believes a renewed effort from the housing associations will be key to delivering against the outcomes for this strategy?
Minister.
Yes, absolutely. Housing associations will be a key partner in making sure that we deliver on the objectives within this strategy. And I want to thank all of those housing associations that have been involved in the productions of today's plan. There's no doubt that they are a valuable partner. They play a significant role in delivering social housing, and I want to ensure that they have the right support to do that, and that they also look for ways in which they can innovate and drive efficiency in house building as well, because as I said in response to an earlier question, we need to do everything that we can to make sure that it's as simple and as easy and as straightforward as possible to build more homes. And the housing associations, and hopefully soon the housing executive, as well as the private rented sector, all need to be up for that challenge.
Timothy, I'm unsure if you were standing up. Did you stand up to ask a question? Okay, go ahead, thank you.
Minister, certainly I welcome your statement here today. Very ambitious to get 100,000 new homes by 2040. There are plenty of buzzwords and phrases contained within your announcement, but what I'm concerned about, so you're setting out to build 7,000 new homes per year. Are you confident that Northern Ireland Water will receive the necessary funding to ensure you can deliver on that housing supply strategy? And have you any intermittent target builds in your strategy to ensure we're on course to deliver 100,000 homes within 15 years?
Minister.
Well, first of all, I hope that the member would recognise that when it comes to my record on housing, this isn't just about nice words or platitudes, that if you actually look at what has been achieved over the last number of months, there has been significant progress in terms of what we have been able to do in this area. Look at the loan to acquire and move on accommodation, intermediate rent, more support for social housing, increased funding for homelessness. All of those issues, I've demonstrated my commitment. He's right to acknowledge the fact that there are ambitious targets in here, and he's also right to acknowledge that there are barriers. I do believe that wastewater is a barrier to us achieving some of the targets that we set for ourselves here. But the important thing is that we have identified them, that we recognise them, that there's a collective will to deal with those issues as well. There would be no point ignoring it, but it's in there for a reason. We recognise it's a problem and we need to deal with it. We need to make use of the area in which there is still capacity in the system, and at the same time make sure that we are taking action to do this. We have to do this. We need homes for people here in Northern Ireland. You've rightly highlighted one of the barriers, and I want us to work together to break down these barriers.
Thank you.
You mentioned about the Private Tenancies Act and the limiting of rent increases, but are you taking any further action on private rent freeze and rent caps? In regards to the loan to acquire scheme, what wraparound services will be provided? How secure are these tenancies, and how long will people be allowed to stay in that accommodation, presumably until they receive an offer of a permanent social home?
Minister.
So in relation to that issue, those details are yet to be worked out, but in developing this policy, we wanted to make sure that there was security, because 6 months, a year, 2 years isn't always enough time for some people to get back on their feet again, and we don't want to just throw somebody back into another part of the system. This is about helping people move on and be able to get themselves in a better place. I have taken action on some of the private rented sector issues that he has raised. We're going to continue to do that, but ultimately, to really tackle the issues that we face, we need to increase housing supply, and that's what this statement is all about.
Thank you. I call Claire Sugden.
Deputy Speaker. Minister, I have consistently raised with you the impact of second home ownership, particularly in areas like the North Coast, and I think ultimately the solution is to build more houses, in particular social and affordable homes, and your statement does go into that. However, as part of this strategy, would the Minister commit to looking at this very particular issue and see if there's ways that we need to do more in these areas?
Yes, and I already have raised that directly with the Minister for the Economy in the conversations that we have had already in relation to this. I do recognise that it is an issue. I know the area that she represents very well. I know the concerns and the challenges there are over the cost of housing, and where specific interventions may be needed in particular areas, we'll always be happy to look at this. This is a broad framework of where we need to go when the action plans are developed. After that, she will have her ability to have her say and to give her views to make sure that we're addressing some of the issues which are perhaps constituency specific.
Thank you. I call Diane Forsyth.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement today. Does the Minister agree with me that when it comes to climate change and net zero, people should come first before targets, and that we shouldn't limit the ability to build warm homes for people in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
Absolutely, I do, Principal Deputy Speaker. In this House, we should be putting people first above everything else. We have in this chamber some very, very difficult targets, which I think are going to be, in many cases, next to impossible to meet. And those targets should not be met on the back of people who are already struggling. I think there are things that we can do, initiatives that we can put in place that can actually save people money, make people better off, and contribute to our climate change goals. However, that should never be done at the expense of people, and people should never be made poorer and colder because of the decisions that we make in relation to this issue.
Thank you, Minister. I call Cara Hunter.
Minister, months previous in this House, I brought an adjournment debate on second home ownership and the challenges that are faced in the Causeway Coast and Glens area. I asked, would it be possible for your department to increase monitoring on this issue? Has that been done, and how can this strategy help those struggling with access to the housing market in my constituency?
Minister.
Well, the member did raise that during the debate, and as I've said in my answer to Claire Sugden, that is something that I have raised with the Minister for the Economy. But ultimately, again, while we can take action on that issue, what we need to see overall is more housing supply in Northern Ireland, full stop. So of course we will need the data to back up the decisions that we make and where we put our resources. But again, if there are specific areas in terms of social housing that she thinks we need to be aware of, I'm more than happy to discuss that with her.
I call Sean Mulholland.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I'm not quite on the woohoo level of the spectrum, but I welcome the statement. What learning will be taken from the 10 years of shared housing delivery, and will you mainstream the TBUC shared housing community support model across all new public housing developments in order to achieve your objectives?
Minister.
Well, slightly disappointed with the lack of enthusiasm from the member in comparison to her Alliance Party colleague, but it is, I'm glad that she's welcomed the strategy nonetheless. She'll be aware of the significant sums of money that have been invested so far on the issue that she refers to. Again, we want to see housing supply increased across all tenures. We want to ensure that we have more affordable options, full stop, and we'll continue to make sure that we fund the commitments and the promises that have been made in the past.
Thank you. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, not to sound like the ghost of Christmas past, but in December 2021, a predecessor of yours stood in this chamber and also promised a housing supply strategy which would deliver 100,000 homes. We don't seem to be on that trajectory yet. So can I specifically ask, what is different about your strategy versus that one that will enable you to deliver 100,000 homes? And please, do be specific.
Well, I suppose the first thing that I would say is that I've actually brought the strategy forward, and we have it here in front of us. We have a very clear plan, a clear way forward in how it is that we aim to tackle these. Now, I don't pretend for a second to say that we've got everything in this document. We don't. That will come from the action plans that will be put in place, and I look forward to the first one being in there in early 2025. But I think considerable work has gone on already to ensure that we do have increased housing supply in Northern Ireland. I've outlined, and happy to outline again, the things that I am doing in terms of loan to acquire, move on, accommodation, intermediate rent, additional funding, making sure that we have homes going where they need to go to as well, reviewing allocations, all of the things that we are doing to help people get by and to help people have the homes that they need. So there are specific programmes, the specific things that are already in place, more will be coming, but overall this is about putting us on a trajectory to make sure that we take this whole system approach to tackling this issue, to making sure that everybody is joined up. Some of this will be on other departments. I certainly have my own views of what I would like to see in terms of the planning system, in terms of statutory consultees, in terms of wastewater, in terms of all of those issues. But I think what we do today is we have a plan, we have people joined up, we have people committed to this, and I will have no problem going back to the executive whenever it comes time for budgets to be allocated, when it's for those other issues to be addressed. I'll be more than happy to remind people of what it is that we have signed up to and how pressing an issue this is, and I'm determined to get on with it.
Call Justin McNulty.
Can I thank the Minister for his statements, and I welcome any endeavours to provide more homes. Minister, you said in the last 5 years your department has invested €0.75 billion, which has started 8,341 new social homes. How many of those houses or homes have been built, and how many have been occupied? And why, despite your lofty ambitions and targets, is the housing waiting list growing rather than declining?
Minister.
The housing waiting list is growing because we don't have enough homes. That's why we've got a strategy and a plan in place to do something about it. There haven't been enough social homes built. There are restrictions and constraints elsewhere within the private sector as well. This plan aims to do something about that.
So that concludes questions on this statement. The next item of business is that the Speaker has received notice from the Minister for Finance that she wishes to make a statement. And before I call the Minister, I just want to remind members, again, they must be concise in asking their questions. They must be present for the full statement as well. And long introductions will not be permitted. Minister.
And I wish to provide members with a statement on my strategic approach to rating policy over the remainder of this mandate. I am determined to build a progressive rate system based on the principles of fairness and equity, and to ensure it aligns with the Executive's policy objectives, stimulates our economy and supports the growth of our tax base by creating the conditions for businesses to thrive. The proposals I am setting out today are the first step in that journey. The measures I am outlining are built on analysis of the most recent consultation findings, along with supplementary engagement undertaken by my department. In terms of short-term measures, I am proposing to consult on elevating the current level of the maximum capital value on domestic properties from £400,000 to £485,000. I do not propose to take forward the policy consulted upon by the then Secretary of State to simply remove the cap. That would have seen annually recurring bills to some ratepayers of over £25,000, which could be considered excessive. Altering the current maximum capital value would generate additional revenue at the top end of the tax base, a more progressive step than increasing the poundage element for the whole tax base to realise the same amount of revenue. I believe this would be a proportionate and measured approach. It is important to highlight means-tested and other forms of support are in place for those on low incomes, regardless of a property's capital value. This and other measures within the rating system, such as loan pensioner allowance, would be adjusted in proportion to any change in liability. The second short-term measure I wish to consult on is to reduce the early payment discount from 4% to 2%. An increasing number of customers now pay their bills by direct debit, which is the most efficient way for my department to collect rates. The proposed reduction in the early payment discount serves to take account of the shift in customers' preference. I will be launching a supplementary public consultation process in January, seeking views on both these measures. The consultation will last 10 weeks and will help determine the final shape of any policy change, with the results of this process coming back to the Executive for final decisions in this area. I now turn to my approach to rating policy for the medium and long term. The rating system is the Executive's main lever to generate revenue and is therefore critical for the funding of our public services, raising in the region of £1.5 billion annually. It is therefore important to ensure supports are targeted towards those who need it most, or to those who are vulnerable, and that any rate release are meeting their policy objective. The more revenue spent on rate support, the less there is for vital public services. We have committed to budget sustainability, and that remains a key deliverable we cannot lose sight of. As Minister responsible for rating, I am clear that I must play a leading role in generating income for the purposes of providing much-needed public services. I must be clear, however, that it is not always possible to meet the expectations and demands put on our rating system. With that in mind, the principles of fairness and equity will guide my approach to policy development, operational implementation and decision-making. 3 key levers will support my approach to income generation. Firstly, I will broaden the overall distribution of rate collection by extending the tax base. Secondly, I will ensure rating policy aligns and underpins Executive priorities. And finally, I will ensure the administration of the rate system is delivered efficiently and effectively. The focus of today's statement will be on the second lever, work to ensure that rate support aligns to Executive priorities. This will be undertaken through a comprehensive 10-year strategic review cycle of all rate support provided by the Executive. This work will look at 6 key questions in the context of each and every rate support measure, namely who gets support, what support is provided, How is the support distributed through our councils? Why is the support provided? How is it provided? And what is the support's impact or intended impact? Every single rating support measure will be reviewed over the remainder of a 10-year cycle in clusters of policies selected and grouped for each year by either theme or urgency. Critically, the review cycle schedule will be published well in advance to allow councils and stakeholders time to prepare and gather evidence to inform the process. I would stress in this context that review does not mean removal. After each review point, strategic decisions can be taken by the Executive to see if the support is working well in its current form, if any changes are necessary to the support, if support should be redirected within the system, if support should be adjusted and the savings used to lower or moderate the rate poundage, or whether any resource saving could be deployed elsewhere within the Executive spending requirements. My department has already commenced this strategic review cycle. Year 1 of the process, 24-25, was focused on the tax base analysis and policy proposals underpinning the supplementary consultation on options for the maximum capital value and early payment discount. That consultation process is aimed at refining the progressivity of the tax, a key element of preparing the groundwork for a future domestic revaluation, which I will cover in more detail later. Year 2 of the process in 25-26 will see a comprehensive review of small business rate relief and the scope for enhanced sectoral targeting and application. The second measure to be looked at is the policy of non-domestic vacant rating, known as NDVR. Both of those are policy areas which have an urgent strategic importance, and the results of review will allow decisions to be brought to the Executive in time for the commencement of Reval 2026. I have listened to the business community and the challenges posed by the autumn budget in recent weeks. In that regard, I plan to commission research into the cost of doing business here in the North, with a particular focus around the impacts on our sectors of the announcements such as the planned additional employer national insurance contributions. The sectors most impacted will be engaged in that work, and the findings will help inform Executive decision-making. Although the rating system might not be the ideal vehicle for the type of immediate and emergency intervention being requested by some in the business sector, what is clear is that there is a need to prioritise a review of the support provided through the Small Business Rate Relief Scheme and to see if that support could be adjusted to react to the challenges of the current economy post-COVID, after the cost of doing business pressures and in light of the challenges facing businesses at this present time. That work can also look at the plans announced in England at the end of October, but will have to take account of two key matters: the fact that our tax base is distinct and our economy is heavily weighted towards SMEs, and the fact that we collect two taxes within one poundage multiplier here. Initial preparation for that work will start now, and I have already met with the business community this morning to outline to them that this will be one of the priority areas of focus within the strategic review cycle for 25-26. The other area will be to address the second main issue raised by the business sector in my engagement with them to date. Vacant commercial units are a bigger issue than they have ever been, and this trend is unlikely to reverse anytime soon. One of my key aims is to align rating policy to help tackle the blight of vacant properties in our towns and cities. Increasing liability for non-domestic vacant rating properties from 50% of the occupied liability to a higher level of liability was consulted upon as part of the revenue-raising process. Some consultees expressed concerns about their ability to let older retail and office property, which have had ongoing issues due to general economic factors, including demand for high-grade energy-efficient stock.
Minister, can I stop you there?
Yes.
Please. I've taken a note of when we've stopped. Since question time begins at 2 o'clock, we're just asking members to take their ease, and this statement will continue and questions will continue after the urgent oral question, and then you can conclude your statement then. So members, take your ease.
All right, members. Resume sitting. It's time for questions to the Executive Office. We'll start with listed questions. Questions 1, 4, 6 and 9 have been withdrawn. I call Philip Brett. Mr. Speaker. First Minister.
With your permission, can call you Junior Minister Early will answer this question. And 2 and 15 are being taken together.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will answer 2 and 15 together. We are pleased to confirm that funding of £1.6 million has been allocated for the Westland Community Centre in North Belfast. This new facility will provide services which will allow the community to access adult counselling, health and wellbeing events, after-schools clubs, special needs support and a focal point for local groups and programmes. 58 Urban Villages capital projects are now complete, including 13 in North Belfast, which includes a range of shared community facilities, parks and public realm improvements. As the project develops, TEO officials, together with Belfast City Council and Department for Communities, will continue to work collaboratively with Westland Community Group to help develop the capacity required to operate the new facility.
Mr. Brett.
Speaker, and can I thank the Junior Minister for her update. £1.6 million for Westland Community Centre rebuild will be very welcome. Can I pay tribute to my colleagues who have been to the fore in this campaign? Can the Junior Minister confirm that the Executive Office will work closely with the group to ensure that this scheme is delivered as soon as possible?
Junior Minister.
Yes, absolutely. Our team will work with the Westland Community Centre to ensure that collaborative approach. Because I think that's really important, particularly when engaging with those community groups on the ground, that they are the best place. They know exactly what that community needs. And just also to mention that the Urban Villages team will be operating in North Belfast until 2030, and that will allow all capital projects to complete. Urban Villages aim, the aim was to provide additionality to existing provision within the areas, and we have come some way in that regard. And we do continue to work with our colleagues in other departments to understand how support can best be delivered to communities in a way which will be impactful and sustainable.
Mr. Kingston.
And this is wonderful news. It's been long awaited by the Westland community, and along with my colleague Mr. Brett, I pay tribute to the Westland Community Group and all who've supported them. I want to give a mention for Councillor Fred Gabain and Jordan Doran in particular, and others. They're a very active community group, very worthy of support, and I hope that the Junior Minister and colleagues will ensure the letter of offer goes out as soon as possible. I was checking with the Chairman, he hasn't yet received that, but hopefully it is virtually on its way and will soon arrive, and I would appreciate that could be chased up. And again, just to highlight, as the Minister said, the importance of ongoing support to the community group on an interagency basis.
Minister.
So, absolutely, and I also commend and everyone that you mentioned there, because as I said, working collaboratively and collectively with all the people on the ground is the most important. But we're happy to chase up in terms of for the letter of offer is for you.
Carl Killian.
I'm delighted as a North Belfast representative that at long last Westland Community has received the resources that it's entitled to and it deserves. But could the Junior Minister outline what other projects have been added to update the Urban Villages Capital Programme, please?
Minister.
Thank you, and I also thank the member for a question, and I acknowledge her interest in this work of the Urban Villages Programme and the promotion of good relations that you do more generally. And as the member knows, that work on the ground continues, with those local communities playing a vital role in shaping the projects and benefiting from their delivery. Alongside Junior Minister Cameron, from taking office, we have visited numerous sites, met organisations and witnessed the positive changes that have taken place as a result of the programme, both here in Belfast but also in Derry as well. And these projects are the building blocks for a shared, inclusive and welcome society. And I'm delighted to say that there have been 4 additional projects added to the Urban Villages Capital Plan. And those are the School of Music in Donegal Pass, the Market Arches in the Market, Westland Community Centre in North Belfast and the Realm Project in Derry. And these additional projects will be great assets and additions to those communities and will enable urban villages to meet the needs identified within the strategic framework for the urban villages area.
None. Speaker. First Minister.
Our public services are under severe pressure. Demand for services continues to rise alongside growing complexity of need. Funding is constrained and expectations for faster, digitally enabled, citizen-focused services are higher than ever. To meet the needs of all people in our society, we cannot keep doing things the same way. We must prioritise our available resources and transform how we deliver our services. The Executive's draft programme for government sets an ambitious change agenda and includes a specific reform and transformation priority. The Executive has recognised that we must take immediate action to stabilise and transform our services, to meet the needs of our citizens, grow our economy and protect our environment for future generations. A Reform and Transformation Delivery Unit was established in the Executive Office in October of 2024. This unit is in its infancy and its work programme is currently being developed. However, staff are already engaged in work to deliver the draft programme for government reform and transformation objective, and also to support the work of the Interim Public Sector Transformation Board. The unit will work across government departments and with partners in other sectors to ensure that the Executive's priorities get the focus and the resources that are needed. It will also have a key role in challenging the status quo, drawing in expert advice and driving and supporting the delivery of much-needed reform. The unit is expected to be fully operational from the 1st of April 2025.
Mr. Dunn.
Speaker, and thank the First Minister for her answer. Can the First Minister outline if the Executive has engaged with any other jurisdictions that do have a delivery unit in place to ensure that ours here can deliver efficiently and effectively?
Yes, and I can tell you this topic comes up very frequently, particularly in relation to even last week we were at the British Irish Council meeting, and this is something that we were talking across all the jurisdictions because everybody's grappling with the same challenges and the same problems, and I think it's important that we learn lessons of good examples and good practice where it's there. So it's certainly something that the DFM and I are very keen to ensure that we work with partners, because I think that's important, drawing in that expertise from the outside, particularly across the private sector, build that kind of network of local and contacts that can actually help us to deliver and transform our public services. So I can assure you this is high up the agenda, and we are very open to learning from good practice from elsewhere where we think it's appropriate.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, in this chamber in February, you said the place to discuss storming reform, removal of the veto, stopping collapse, was in the Assembly Executive and Review Committee. Your counterpart, the Deputy First Minister, said exactly the same thing. Why then did your parties join together last week to block any progress being made on that at said committee?
Not very linked to the question, Ceann Comhairle, but however, I will answer the question, seeing as it's been put, if that's okay with you. The committee did not reject any proposal, and I'm sure the member's not setting out to be disingenuous. What the committee discussed was actually the work programme for going forward, which didn't have the complete information, so all it asked was for a bit more time to be able to come back and put the programme together. So let's be very factual actually about what was discussed and what was decided.
Bradshaw.
And thank you, First Minister. In terms of this transformation unit, we in the Alliance Party are obviously very supportive of reform and transformation. However, how can you ensure that it will have meaningful impact given that the different departments are legally independent? Thank you.
Therein that lies the challenges that we have to grapple with. This is something that we have to come to terms with. But I do believe with the new approach to the programme for government, I do believe with the approach in terms of the 9 priority areas that we've identified, I do believe that whenever we collectively come at these things and monitor our progress as we go, then we have to correct how we're going to do the transformation work and the delivery unit. And our officials are at this moment working their way through what that potentially could look like. But I hope, and we will engage the committee on this in particular, we want to have this up and running and fully functioning, and all of us understanding its function by April of next year. And I know the committee will play its role in terms of trying to shape that also.
Liz Kimmins.
Thank the First Minister for answers so far. And on the topic of public services, First Minister, one of the hardest working public servants that we have is currently working very, very hard with 16 more sleeps till Christmas Day. So can I ask the Minister if everything is on track for all those boys and girls who are very excited at the minute, waiting for Santa and his reindeers to arrive on the 25th?
Minister.
Thank you for your question, and no doubt that Shay and Dahi at home are very keen to know if Santa's on track. How exciting that it is only 16 days to Christmas, and I want you to be able to tell Shay and Dahi and all the other children out there that things are on track, that we have spoken to the North Pole, the Deputy First Minister and I, and that they are assuring us that the elves are getting ready, the toys are being packed up, the Rudolph and the reindeers are eating their carrots, and Santa wants to tell all the children out there to be good and to be ready and be good for their parents and the run into Christmas.
There's quite a few MLAs double jobbing to assist Santa, and I think that's allowed on this occasion. Question 4 is withdrawn. I call Shamil Holland.
Please. With your permission, Junior Minister Riley will take this question.
So we welcome that those seeking refuge are no longer being left for lengthy periods waiting for a decision on their asylum case. The increasingly high numbers of people moving on as Home Office deals with the backlog has unfortunately necessitated the Housing Executive placing some people in short-term temporary accommodation. We understand that although this addresses the immediate need for shelter, other needs such as education can also be disrupted. The suitability of housing and frequent house moves is difficult for people and interrupt their integration journey. We are currently considering a revised draft refugee integration strategy and associated delivery framework that recognises these concerns. In parallel to that, our officials chair a Move On coordination group, and the impact of moving to temporary accommodation on school placement has been highlighted. As a result, a data sharing agreement is now in place between the Housing Executive and the Education Authority to help share information to mitigate and manage concerns with access to education where possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Junior Minister. Can you clarify for us what work is currently being undertaken to assist schools having to manage pupils who are having to travel significant distances or who are having to change school at short notice? Thank you.
Minister.
Yes, our department doesn't have the statutory responsibility for the provision of education to refugee and asylum-seeking children. But we are aware that the Education Authority will not start school enrolment for an initial 4-week period for children living in contingency asylum accommodation or Housing Executive temporary non-standard accommodation. We've been advised by the Education Authority that this change was made because families are often in types of accommodation for short periods of time, and it would cause unnecessary disruption to secure a school place for the family and these children to move them again in a few weeks to another school. The Education Authority has assessed that such an upheaval would be absolutely unnecessarily unsettling for the child and not in their best interests. The Department of Education and Education Authority completed a mid-term review of this arrangement in early November and concluded no change was required. However, the Housing Executive has recently advised that the length of stay for those in temporary non-standard accommodation has increased. And given this, the Housing Executive, along with our officials, are following up with the Department of Education and the Education Authority on the implications for the current arrangements.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Junior Minister, for the update so far. I suppose just whilst ministers are still considering the draft refugee integration strategy, if you could outline what other work the department is doing until that's going to come through.
Minister.
Yes, thank you. And can I just recognise and commend the work that you have done with other members over the past few months, where you were standing on the streets with residents to reject the hate and racism that we witnessed on our streets and supporting our minority ethnic communities, which you've always done, and I'm sure you will continue to do. I've had the great opportunity to meet with various organisations who are on the ground daily supporting those seeking refuge here, and I also want to recognise the vital work that they do in supporting those who are in need. But whilst we are considering the draft refugee integration strategy, officials have been progressing work designed to strengthen support for those seeking international protections here. This work includes creating structures which ensure a more coordinated and collaborative approach right across government and departments, facilitating the allocation of funding, putting in place advice services for those who require them, and developing an orientation package.
Question 6 withdrawn. Harry Harvey.
Mr. Speaker, Q7, please.
Minister.
Our plan is an ambitious agenda for change for everyone who lives here. We know to make this happen, we need to work in partnership. As an executive, we are committed to working in collaboration across government, the private sector, the wider public sector, and within the community and voluntary sector. This has already been discussed with Solace members during the consultation process, and we also look forward to building on this work when we finalise a programme for government and that's approved by the Assembly.
Harvey.
Thank the First Minister very much for her answers so far. Minister, did you say there had been direct engagement with Solace on the programme for government, particular in relation to the future implementation? Thank you.
Minister.
Yes, we've had that direct engagement with Solace as we consulted on the programme for government, which the member will know is now concluded, and we've had significant engagement across the consultation process, which we're very grateful for, and we work now in earnest to try to agree the final programme for government and bring it back to this House. But I think it's important that, and we recognise this in the programme for government itself, that if we're going to be successful in delivering the priorities that we have identified, then we must have a partnership working, and that includes with our colleagues in local government.
Gally Armstrong.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, First Minister. Can I ask what role the Executive Office has in linking with local government to implement the report of the High Street Task Force, please?
Minister.
Yes, so I can provide more detail to the member, but I think the last action that we've taken is in relation to writing to each of the individual departments who all have different areas of work that fall within their remit. We've asked them to actually correspond with us to let us know how they intend to take forward those particular actions. So perhaps there'll be a raft of different areas that work across all the different departments.
I thank you, First Minister, for your answers so far. First Minister, I welcome your answer in response to that collaboration approach, and not to be parochial. I think there's no council better at it than Mid-Ulster District Council. But would you agree with me that addressing the imbalance, the regional imbalance, is a really important part for us moving forward in terms of our economy?
Sure.
Thanks for the question, and yes, I do agree. I think the draft programme for government recognises as a priority the whole area of growing our economy, and in particular with regional balance being a key component part of that, but about how we're going to have a growing our globally competitive and sustainable economy, and that everybody needs to benefit from that, because that's the prize here, that everybody actually gets lifted up, everybody feels that they're benefiting fairly and actively in terms of economic growth. So if we're going to be serious about that, then addressing regional imbalance is crucial. So I welcome the fact that the Economy Minister, Conor Murphy, has brought forward his plan in that regard. I think that's going to lead to real tangible difference. And I think when you add that alongside delivery on items such as, or issues such as the A5, the commitment to the Stroul campus, the Derry and Strabane City deal, the Mid-Ulster growth deal, all the other growth deals that we have now been able to progress. So, it's my firm commitment, and I know that's shared by many in the House, that whether you live in Omagh or in Skillen, whether you live in Belfast, whether you live in Ballyk, that we need to have fairness across the board and that everybody gets to share in the prosperity agenda, and certainly that's what I am committed to doing.
Minister, in relation to regional balance, £45 million has been put aside to support the local economic partnerships. Can you advise how much of this will be funding administration within the councils, and how much will actually go towards actual capital or other projects?
Minister.
I wouldn't have that detail. I mean, that would be within the gift of the Department of the Economy, who make those allocations. In terms of the breakdown of the funding, that wouldn't come directly under our own office.
McGuigan. Case Deborah Hawk.
Minister.
The appointment of the Commissioners and the members of the Office of Identity and Cultural Expression is essential to the implementation of the provisions of the Identity and Language Act 2022, for which TEO is responsible. We are pleased to announce that panels have been established and that all 3 competition initiation meetings have recently taken place. This is a significant step in the process. The officials are working to provide us now with further advice, which will include the necessary documentation, which will enable the competitions to be launched. This process will be run in line with the Commissioner for Public Appointments guidelines.
Mr. McGuigan.
And I thank the First Minister on her statement, and it's positive to hear that progress is being made. Can I ask further to her answer if you can give a timeline on the recruitment process for the recruitment of the 3 bodies, and indicate when commissioners will be appointed?
First Minister.
Yeah, I mean, it is positive that we are making progress, and that, and I do look forward to receiving the updated documentation, which allows us then to move on to the next step. As the member will know, we've committed to adhering to the code of practice for these appointments, and with that commitment there are additional factors that have to be taken into consideration in terms of the governance and accountability that surrounds the competition itself. But in terms of the timeline, public appointment processes normally take a year to complete from whenever the initial decisions are taken, and in this competition those decisions were taken in May past. So in this case there are 3 processes that are concurrently happening together, so that's why a bit more time has been required. But our priority is to make sure that this process is done properly, to ensure that due process is followed, and also that we get to the competition, or to the competition for the commissioners, and get them in place as quickly as possible.
Sir Dixon.
And thank you, First Minister, for your answers so far. First Minister, can you tell us what discussions have been held with the Communities Minister concerning how the work of these commissioners will interact with the relevant strategies?
Minister.
Well, they're 2 separate strands of work, but of course they will have to speak to each other. So I think that'll naturally happen over time. But I hope that we can see the publication of the Irish Language Strategy and the other strategies as quickly as possible. And I think when we get this process also aligned, then I think next year we'll start to see a real difference in terms of the strategies being put in place, the commissioners, their responsibilities, their roles, the areas that they will cover, and then we'll all be very clear about how that proceeds. But I think the two things will have to absolutely talk to each other.
Speaker, First Minister has claimed that the changes on Irish will do nothing to impact the status of English in Northern Ireland. On Wednesday, in the Executive Office Committee, I pressed your officials on what the legal status of the English language is in Northern Ireland. They couldn't answer me. Isn't it the truth, First Minister, that once your office has completed the process of setting up the various bodies associated with Irish, the only language which will have official status in Northern Ireland will be Irish?
First Minister.
Can I just say to the member that the language belongs to us all, and nobody has anything to fear from any language, so we should just all embrace it. Let's create a far better inclusive society. Let's create fairness across our society, and let's not look over our shoulder at the other. Let's build a better society. That's what I'm here for. I'd encourage you to do likewise.
Question now is withdrawn. Colin Crawford.
Mr. Speaker.
The Executive Office is committed to effective consultation and engagement with everyone across society, including children and young people. Officials use a variety of consultation methods and documents that can be made available in a range of formats to ensure they are accessible. Recently, the Department took additional steps to engage with children and young people in its consultation on the Ending of Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, and also on its review of the Race Relations Order. Our officials follow guidance in the Department's Equality Scheme and advice from the Equality Commission when preparing any policy consultation and equality assessment. Where policies are likely to have a particular impact on children and young people, officials also consider whether a child rights impact assessment is appropriate. This assessment, endorsed by the Northern Ireland Commissioner for Children and Young People, aims to embed children's rights considerations at the very beginning of developing legislation, strategies and also policies. The Child Rights Impact Assessment were recently undertaken in terms of the 24-25 budget, and also the PFG, and as I said, the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy also. We'll continue to use these as an appropriate consultation process where policies are likely to have a particular impact on children and young people, alongside our commitment to deliver and embed our Section 75 duties.
Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for answers thus far. First Minister, can I ask, are there any specific youth advisory roles or positions established within your department?
Not to my knowledge in terms of being a specific role, but just I've outlined some of the areas where, when it comes to policy development, we are in fact engaging with young people. We thought it was particularly appropriate to do it to have a child right impact assessment, get the title right, for the programme for government and for the budget, because all those decisions will have an impact on young people. So we hope that we have the right tools, as opposed to perhaps having people in post. But I will actually ask the question if we have anybody in particular, but I think it's more of a general duty on everybody within the department to ensure that our policies are fit to meet the needs of everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, the engagement of older people is also very important. Does she therefore have an update on the appointment of the Older People's Commissioner, with the current Commissioner actually leaving his post today?
I don't have the update with me, but I'm happy to write to the member. But I can assure her that her own voice and others representing older people has been heard as part of the programme for government consultation, and we look forward to being able to advance the draft consultation.
First Minister, do you agree that involving young people should include giving them the right to vote at the age of 16? And what steps have you taken since coming to office to make that happen?
Unfortunately, electoral legislation is not under the remit of the Executive Office. I can tell you that as a party representative, I absolutely advocate votes at 16, and I don't think there's agreement across this House in terms of that topic, but we've had a debate. We've had the discussion. I certainly individually would always be an advocate for votes at 16, including legislative changes. Let's hope we get there someday. I think our young people should have a say and a stake in what we're doing here.
Matthew Till.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
7 executive bills have begun their passage through the Assembly, and it's our expectation that, subject to the consent of the Assembly, all the bills included in the Executive's initial legislation programme for 24-25, which was announced back on the 23rd of May, will be introduced during this 24-25 session of the Assembly. Some slippage is, however, likely to the introduction of certain bills within the timescales that were originally estimated. Further bills will be introduced in the first quarter of 2025, but we share the Assembly's disappointment that there has not been greater progress to date. However, it is important for the underlying policy issues to be resolved and finalised so that a bill can be presented to the Assembly in as complete a form as possible. We intend to make a statement to the Assembly on the full 24-25 programme in the new year. This will include an update on all of those bills that are already being announced. We're going to continue to work with executive colleagues to ensure that outstanding bills are introduced in a timely manner to meet the commitments set out in the Executive's legislative programme.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, you're very keen to talk about Santa Claus's delivery. You haven't been so keen to talk about delivery of the Executive legislation programme. And to be clear, you referred to it as the programme for 24-25. You didn't call it that whenever it was published in a statement to this Assembly. It was the Executive legislation programme for 2024, a year which is about to end. To confirm, you set yourself a low bar of 18 to 19 bills. You will fail to reach even half of that number. Can you account for why the Executive has failed to reach even 50% of the modest legislative programme that it set itself?
First Minister.
Well, I'm very keen to answer any of the questions that are put to me, but I don't think it's appropriate. I can't get into the ins and outs of why other individual ministers haven't brought their legislation, some of which I'm aware of, some of which is still because of policy development issues. Some is going to take a little bit longer. It may be the other side of Christmas before some things are advanced compared to when they were initially intended. But I hope that we can get there, because I still want us to get to that point also. I think we all want to get into the nitty-gritty of the pieces of legislation that are coming forward. I can assure you that the Executive and the Deputy First Minister and I have actually written to all ministers again to ask for an update on the legislative programme. We intend to bring that here for a statement early in the new year, where we can actually set out exactly where we're at with every piece of current legislation and what else is coming in the next year as well.
Dennis. Minister.
Following a public appointment process, we have agreed the successful candidate for the post of chair and 3 successful candidates for board member posts, but we're currently considering the paperwork to make the formal appointments, and will announce this when letters have issued to the candidates.
Ms. Ennis.
And I thank the First Minister for her response. As the First Minister knows, Victims and Survivor Services also plays a key role in the provision of support services for victims and survivors. So does the First Minister agree that making sure there are adequate support services for victims and survivors, that should be a crucial area of work for any incoming chair and board?
Minister.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the support processes or services are absolutely vital to support victims and survivors across the whole range of areas. We want to ensure that everything that we have in place is appropriate. You know that we've just launched our Victims and Survivors strategy. That is out now, when we sets out very clearly the area of work that we're focused on in terms of that holistic approach to supporting victims and survivors. So I'm hoping that we can get this issue all people into post as quickly as possible, and that we can get on with supporting victims and survivors.
Anya Murphy. Minister.
On the 18th of November, along with the Agriculture and Finance Ministers, we wrote to the Chancellor, urging her to reconsider the decision and ensure agriculture and business property reliefs are retained as they currently apply, and the ability to pass down a family farm from one generation to the next is protected. Taxation must be fair and proportionate, placing a large tax burden on farm families to the extent that a significant number of farm businesses cannot continue on the death of the owner could not be described as fair or proportionate. Farming and agri-food are key sectors to our local economy, ensuring vital food security, and with family farms the backbone of our local agriculture sector and local rural communities. There's no doubt that these changes will have a disproportionate impact on family farms here compared to other jurisdictions, given that we have some of the highest agricultural land prices. We also attended the rally arranged by the Ulster Farmers Union to show our strong support for the farming community. Unfortunately, the British Government have stated that they are not willing to change their position on this, but I can assure you that we will continue to speak on behalf of our farming community across all areas that impact them and at all levels of government, and indeed we raised it at the British Irish Council last week also.
Ms Murphy.
I'd like to thank the First Minister for her answer. Would the Minister agree that this decision made by the British Government totally fails to reflect the unique circumstances and challenges faced by many farm families in the north?
Yes, I agree. I don't think it takes into account just our local situation here and the fact that we do have the highest agricultural land prices. So it does disproportionately impact on our farmers here and our farm families. So we've been very vocal about it. We'll continue to be very vocal about the issue. We need to have the flexibility built in around our own local circumstances, and we will take every opportunity to raise that. We know the Finance Minister has done so, we have collectively also, and we will continue to do so.
We now move to topical questions. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, First Minister, to stick with the theme of the legislation programme for 2024, which will not be delivered or even half delivered, you said a moment ago that you can't get into the detail of why individual bills have not yet been introduced into the Assembly. But you were the person who launched the legislation programme. You listed every single bill that you said then would be introduced into the Assembly. So can I ask, to repeat, why are these bills not going to be, why is the Executive's legislation programme not even going to be 50% delivered for 2024?
As I said, there's been 7 bills already started and underway, and we're working our way through those. There are others still to come. There are some that I believe are only weeks away from being tabled in the Chamber. We know that there are a number of policy decisions, particularly around some consultations that were had, and there's a lot of detail to be digested and then turned into legislative provision. So I'm quite sure that ministers will bring their legislation as quickly as they possibly can. I mean, I only can refer to, for example, within our own department, we are out to consultation on the mother and baby institutions, the Magdalen laundries and the workhouses. We received 269 comprehensive responses. I don't want to rush that. I want to get it right. I want to do it timely, but I also want to get it right. So we will keep working our way through that, and I know that's similar for other ministers. I also said to you earlier that we've already started this work. We've reached out to all the departments. We've asked them for reasons as to why there has been delays, and we also have asked for a time frame for when things are coming forward. So I will be making a statement, both the Deputy First Minister and myself, in the new year around what exactly this picture looks like for the year ahead.
Mr O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm afraid, First Minister, whether it's Assembly reform and the reform of the Stormont veto, the legislation programme, the failure to present a draft budget before Christmas, as the Finance Minister promised, or assorted matters in the Irish language casement and a number of other things, too many people have seen warm words and platitudes but not delivery from this Executive. So can I ask, as a New Year's resolution, that you, as First Minister, perhaps think about fewer platitudes, fewer photo ops and more delivery?
Well, it's a far cry from constructive opposition, Matthew, I would tell you that. I'm very pleased, actually. We're coming up to 1-year anniversary of this institution. And in this first year, we've made remarkable progress collectively as the 4 parties of the Executive. I'm so glad that we've made progress in childcare. I'm so glad that we've made progress in terms of regional balance. I'm so glad that we've been able to bring forward the budget, and we're currently working through the next budget. I'm so glad that we've consulted on a programme for government. I am glad that we've made progress on the A5. I am glad that we continue to make progress that makes a real difference to people's lives on a day-on-day basis. And I think whenever we reflect on all of that, we need to just keep doing it. We need to keep doing more of it, and I want to do more of it, and I will work with everybody constructively in this chamber to ensure that we deliver for the people that we collectively serve. I think whenever we reflect on what we've been able to achieve in this first year, I look forward to the next 2 years of this mandate to see do we actually deliver even more in terms of what we set out we wanted to achieve together.
Peter McReynolds.
When will we hear about options on the establishment of an expert-led infrastructure commission?
Minister.
So I think I had maybe there might have been a written question perhaps to yourself at some stage recently. Yeah, so it's still that position that we had received the review of SIB review, and we hope to be able to bring forward proposals in this area, but particularly because we'll be bringing forward the investment strategy, and it's important that this is also aligned and part of that as well.
Mr McReynolds.
I thank the First Minister for her response. First Minister, Northern Ireland Water is facing monumental challenges. An urgent oral has been submitted today on congestion pressures in Belfast City Centre. DFI officials are fielding questions on Nolan this morning. The York Street interchange remains in limbo. Will we see an options paper tabled for a decision by the Executive in January or even the first half of next year?
Sure.
I missed what you said. An options paper in relation to wastewater infrastructure. Yeah, well, I know there's an urgent question for DFI today as well, but I think that this is one of the biggest issues I think that we have to grapple with as an Executive. Investing in wastewater infrastructure is going to take huge investment after decades and decades of underinvestment in our infrastructure. We have to do this, otherwise we won't be able to build homes, we won't be able to support local businesses to deliver. So this is something that I think we're all fixed and have our minds fixed on in terms of something that we need to find a solution for. The Infrastructure Minister has already brought forward some areas, I think, like the SUDS legislation, for example, which is going to help us to drain some of the water. There's not one solution to this, there's probably 3-4 solutions on the table. But I think, yes, we will continue to see progress in this area. We have to. We don't have a choice. We have to fix wastewater infrastructure, and I am determined to work with other ministers in which to do so.
Maurice Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the First Minister for her answers so far. Can I ask the First Minister and Deputy First Minister if they would agree with me that over 2,000 temporary promotions across all executive departments is excessive, to say the least, and would not happen in the private sector? Can I ask the First and Deputy First Minister what plans are in place to reduce the number of temporary promotions throughout all departments by advertising employment opportunities within the civil service to fill positions based on skills rather than appointments by design?
Minister.
I can really make a general point on that, given that the remit in terms of civil service employment falls under DOF, but I can say to you that where we have temporary promotions, we should move to make them permanent, or positions, we should move to make them permanent, and that should be the same. We should have proper workforce planning that we insist right across public service. We should have that in our civil service also. So where there are issues, then we need to find solutions to them, but that's really comes under the remit of DOF.
Mr. Bradley.
The First Minister for her answers, but I think it's important that we make this move to advertise jobs within the civil service and make appointments, either new appointments or the temporary appointments that exist, make them permanent. But it's something that has to be done sooner rather than later. Over 2,000 temporary appointments is too much. Thank you.
Just a general point, I think I can agree with that, yeah.
Neil McAllister.
I want to ask the First Minister, you referenced the consultees and the people who responded to the mother and baby homes inquiry, in particular the consultation, but I wanted to ask if your department have had any engagement across the diocese in Northern Ireland, the Catholic Church, regarding their role, particularly within the mother and baby homes inquiry and the religious run institutions.
So not in relation to the programme for government consultation, obviously, but previously I have, certainly as Deputy First Minister, had met with the religious institutions, but that was in relation to their contribution, and we need to continue to do that where appropriate. As you will be aware, there is currently negotiations underway in terms of trying to ensure that the institutions all pay for the support that we need to be able to provide to those victims and survivors, and that's a work in progress for us through a work that's being led independently of ourselves. But where appropriate, then yes, we will be engaged, and my door will always be open in terms of making sure that we work with everybody, particularly when it comes to, as you know, we're going to be looking at clerical abuse and the research that's now currently out being done across our universities, and we need to now bring that forward.
Mr. McAllister.
Minister, for her answer. You will be aware that, of course, the preservation of documents it will be very important for many mothers and babies who were adopted out of the mother and baby homes. But there's other preservation of documents that needs to be maintained, and particularly those held by the Catholic Church that I previously mentioned on the floor of this House. And could the Minister then confirm whether her department has issued any correspondence to the relevant bodies to make them aware of the law that was passed in the previous mandate regarding the protection of those documents, and whether there has been positive correspondence in response to that?
So that I don't give you misinformation in terms of who exactly we have contacted, but I have no doubt that that was work that was followed up, given that we had this protection. And I can assure you that we raised this issue because, as we know, this is an issue right across this island. We raised this again at the North-South Ministerial Council also, because it's important that that right across both jurisdictions that these records are protected and that there are no more diminution to them. So I can assure you that we're still working on that, but I'll write to the member with more information.
John Buchanan.
Mr. Speaker, First Minister, can I ask what was your motive for seeking to contact the chair of the TEO committee prior to your meeting with the committee the following day?
Minister.
Sure, I've dealt with this in the committee itself.
Mr. Buchanan.
I don't think I can thank the Minister for a response, but what I would say, would the Minister agree that these actions were wrong and would be perceived as a bid to influence the chair of the committee to achieve her desired outcome, to close down the opportunity for committee members to conduct their scrutiny role? And will she commit to refraining from such actions in the future and be open and transparent in all cases?
No, I don't agree.
Pat Shane.
Corla, could the First Minister update us on last week's British-Irish Council meeting?
Yes, the Deputy First Minister and I and the Economy Minister and the Agriculture Minister all travelled to Edinburgh to be part of the BIC meeting. The Taoiseach, the Taoiseach, Prime Minister, Scotland, Wales, were all there, and it was a conversation in terms of the just transition financing, the just transition, something that we're all, I suppose, all faced with the same challenges, but also with the opportunities that come with green growth. So it was a hugely important opportunity for us to discuss issues facing ordinary workers and families across these islands. We were able to raise our own approach and to discuss our own approach in terms of what we're doing here in terms of the climate agenda, but also equal to that, we were able to make the case around what we're trying to do around developing our budget programme for government and making the case directly to Prime Minister Keir Starmer that our public services deserve proper funding and that we need a proper funding model. We made the case for public sector workers and that we want to continue to transform our health service, to invest in making childcare more affordable, improving our education system, but to do so we need a proper funding model. So we took the opportunity at the BIC meeting also to make those cases as well.
Mr. Shane.
Would the First Minister agree that the North, South and East West bodies are important pillars in the architecture of the Good Friday Agreement?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's the North-South Ministerial Council, the British Irish Council, all these bodies established under the Good Friday Agreement remain key component parts, and they all must work. And I think we take these opportunities that are presented to us to learn from each other, to share good practice, to learn in terms of things that work or don't work. But these bodies themselves, in many forms, will always work to boost tourism, attract investment, encourage business development, but just really help people to flourish right across these islands. So I think that these bodies are so beneficial to us and we get so much from them, and I hope that we can continue to grow and learn and even enhance the work that we do across all of the different bodies and pillars of the Good Friday Agreement.
Mr. McHugh.
Minister, could you outline for us how the Department shares data in order to better inform the policy development process?
So we work right across to try and share as much information as we have, because I think each department holds different information, but we now, I think, as part of the Programme for Government Development, the fact that we now have a portal where you can go on and actually look at different data, I think that's important, because I think that we need to be able to measure our progress, learn where we're doing things right, adjust when we're perhaps not doing things the way we should. So I think ensuring that we have the most up-to-date data, that we use digital innovation in terms of things that we do also, I think is going to be important, that we improve how we actually do policy development based on the very up-to-date data that we can have.
Thank you,
Minister, for your answer to this point. Minister, could you maybe detail areas of work where data sharing has informed several key strategic policy areas of the Department to date?
Yeah, I think one good example, I think, is around ending violence against women and girls and the strategy that we brought forward there. That was based on data that was garnered from all different sources, brought into one home, and then it allowed us to develop our policy and our strategy accordingly. We must be data informed. I mean, we can't just go on a whim. We must have informed policy that's based on information that's been gathered. And I think that kind of way of developing policy, when you co-design, co-production, working with partners, I think that's always going to lead to much better policy development and much better policy for the people that we represent.
Anna Armstrong.
Speaker and First Minister, from April 2022 to the present, the Office of First and Deputy First Minister has spent over £2.5 million in staff costs and an additional $614,000 for office costs for the Northern Ireland Bureau, North America. What foreign direct investment has been achieved in Northern Ireland in this time as a result of the presence of the Northern Ireland Bureau in Washington, and does this represent value for money?
First Minister.
Well, I wouldn't have those specific figures with me, but I can say that the office does represent value for money. I believe that insofar as the office we have in Washington, the office we have in Brussels, and I think that it's important that we have networks. But alongside that, remember that the Invest NI have premises all over as well internationally, and that gives us a global footprint in order to obviously attract trade and drum up business. And certainly since we've come back in in February of this year. Our message on that front has certainly been that we're open for business, that we're ready to trade, that we have something good to offer, that we have a highly skilled workforce, that we have an educated young population. And those are all unique selling points. The access to both markets, huge selling point for us. So all these bases, I think, help us to establish contacts. Unfortunately, you don't just go in and out of investment. Whenever you're trying to build relationships, they take time, and you have to invest in which order to try and attract people coming forward. So I think very much value the work that we have of our international desks.
Thank you. We now move to questions to the Minister for Health. Questions 1 and 5 have been withdrawn, and I call Ciara Ferguson.
Question.
Minister.
On the 23rd of October this year, I was pleased to be able to approve additional regional funding for the Children with Disabilities Service. It's intended that this funding will assist with increasing short break capacity, but also expanding family, therapeutic and behavioural supports. Following that announcement, the Strategic Planning and Performance Group, or SPPG, met with Trust directors as a collective and individually to robustly assess their proposals and their delivery timeframes. Then, on the 7th of November, there was a workshop to review the progress of the Children with Disabilities workstream. Representatives from the Children's Law Centre and Parent Action attended and participated in the Children with Disabilities workstream as part of the Children's Social Care Strategic Reform Programme. My officials have established a monitoring framework for children's disability. It monitors capacity, workforce and need, and this supports accountability discussions with HSC trusts. This will be expanded to ensure the additional funds deliver their intended outcomes. My department recognises the importance of co-design and the value it adds. The framework for children with disabilities has been developed with the views of families and providers to set the priorities for my department and for the trusts. However, it's recognised further work will continue to be needed to ensure that those who use these services are better involved. Meaningful co-design requires capacity and relationship building with families, and as this process takes time, it will be challenging to ensure co-design is meaningfully built into the allocation of the recently announced additional funds this year, but I would hope to see better as we move forward.
Ciara Ferguson.
Can I thank the Minister for his answer thus far? Minister, could you throw some light on how the Health and Social Care Trusts will continue to work collectively together to obviously see how they can maximise service delivery across the whole of the North?
Sure. And I thank the member for a supplementary question, and it takes me to a point that I came to early in my tenure as Minister. We have 5 geographic trusts for what is a relatively small geographic area and indeed a relatively small population at just under 2 million people. But rather than introduce what I believe might be the distraction of a major reform and say one geographic trust for the whole of Northern Ireland, what I've said to the chairs and the chief execs is that in my mind I'm looking upon the 5 trusts as one, and so I want to see an end to competition and more collaboration and cooperation, and I think that is particularly important in this area where resources and where the actual buildings when respite care may take place are in such short supply.
Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for this announcement of funding increase? It's a vital service, and can I thank him for that? One of the main providers of respite care in my constituency is the Northern Ireland Children's Hospice, and I was delighted that the Minister recently visited them to hear of the funding difficulties that they have had. Could the Minister provide an update on his engagement and what further funding he may be able to provide to this vital service?
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for his question, and I applaud his continued interest and support for the Children's Hospice. As he says, I visited the facility as well as the Northern Ireland Hospice one day a few weeks ago. Very impressed with the facilities. Very impressed, in fact, at the Children's Hospice in particular, with the level of joy. And that may seem an odd statement to make when you have children who are suffering from life-limiting and life-threatening conditions. But there was pure joy in the air. And I came away with a determination to do what I can in coming years to try and increase the funding for the hospice. And this is before we look at the increase on costs that are going to develop for hospices, not least with the national living wage and with the increases in national insurance. And I was also taken by the fact that there is a potential for some form of match funding, should I be able to find some funds to increase what the Northern Ireland Executive puts into the hospice through the Department of Health. So while I can make no absolute promises to the member, I would say to him it's very much on my radar, and if I can, I am determined to do so.
Danny Donnelly.
Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his answers so far. I would just like to ask the Minister if he's had any engagement with disability organisations such as the Centre for Independent Living to determine how best we can support people with disabilities to live independently in their own homes.
Well, I thank the member for his question. Directly, the answer is no. I have not personally been involved. I would be more than happy to meet, but the member will be aware that my officials meet all sorts of groups on an everyday basis. And if there are proposals, I would expect them to come to me in the normal course of work.
Diana Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. I welcome the additional funding, which has come as a lifeline for a system and a service under real strain. And we must remember, of course, the families and young people at the heart of all of this. How important, Minister, how important a partner does the Minister believe the community and voluntary sector is in the delivery of these additional actions?
I thank the member for her question. I believe very much in the power of the community and voluntary sector to deliver. I think this goes back to my time as a Victims Commissioner when there were dozens of community and voluntary groups who were providing day-to-day assistance to victims and survivors of our long 30-year conflict. And certainly within the provision of health, if the community and voluntary sector were to collapse, I think it would have a very profound impact on our ability to deliver health care here in Northern Ireland. The member may be aware that I worked with NICVA, the Council for Voluntary Action, on a redesign of the core grant scheme. This is a scheme that had been basically closed to new organisations who have come on stream in the last 20 years. So we now have a new scheme. What I'm hoping to do in the next financial year is perhaps find a little bit more money to go into that scheme. Currently it sits at £1.8 million per annum. I would like to see that increased in the years ahead.
Justin McNulty.
Minister, a welcome £13 million funding package has been identified to help address respite services for children with a learning disability. Can you provide more detail on how and when that money will be rolled out? And further to the previous member's question, can you outline if those in the community and voluntary sector can avail of the funding through it? And you will know of such organisations as the wonderful Gateway Club in Newry who are willing and able to step up to the plate in that regard.
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for his question. The additional funding of £13 million begins next financial year. This financial year, the quantum is more in the order of £2 million. As I have said previously, it is intended not just for short break respite for families, but also in expanding family therapeutic and behavioural support right across the community and across all 5 geographic health and social care trusts. In terms of his specific interest, which is aligned to his geographic representation, it would be the Southern Trust who would be the ones to ask about supporting the likes of Gateway and exactly where this money is going to be spent.
Trevor Clark.
Question number 3.
Minister.
Now, the impact of the pandemic was felt keenly right across Northern Ireland in every household and every sphere of life. As a result, work was previously paused in a number of areas across public health policy. However, where possible, key issues were focused upon, such as the development of the new substance use strategy and the introduction of legislation on smoking in cars, where children or young people under the age of 18 were present. Within the Public Health Agency, around 80% of resources were directed to COVID-19, with the remaining resource focused on issues such as rebuilding public health programmes, including screening and other interventional work on smoking. The majority of ongoing PHA work relating to COVID-19 has now been absorbed into business as usual mode. The COVID inquiry is ongoing. I expect it will inform the priorities for the Department into the future. For now, significant efforts are underway across a range of areas to drive forward progress on a range of public health priorities. We continue to work across government to deliver Making Life Better, which is the overarching strategic framework for public health, through which the Executive committed to creating the conditions for individuals, families and communities to take greater control over their lives and be enabled and supported to lead healthy lives. Existing health inequalities were exacerbated by the pandemic, and I recently launched the Live Better initiative, which looks at how we better align our existing resources and services aimed at improving access and outcomes for those most in need. The pandemic has also led to a significant emphasis on preparedness and response planning for future health crises. We're learning from experience and focusing on building resilient health systems capable of responding to pandemics or public health emergencies, which includes investment in public health infrastructure and in workforce training.
Mr. Clark. Can I thank the Minister for a very fulsome answer? And I think no one doubts the impact that COVID-19 has had in many, indeed the health service as well. However, many are now expecting, after almost 4 years, that many things should get back to business as usual. Should that be appointments with your GP? Many people complain they can't get that face-to-face appointment, and indeed hospital appointments have been affected by that. So can I ask the Minister when or what work could be done to bring back some form of normality where people can get back to the health service that they used to have?
Minister.
I thank the member for his follow-up question, and indeed I'm sympathetic to the point that he makes, because on a constituency basis, ever since the pandemic has hit its peak, I have constituents, as I'm sure the member has, who come in and talk about the number of times they have to phone before they can get through to their GP. I certainly look at the productivity in terms of the 5 geographic health trusts, particularly in terms of elective surgery, and it's not back to pre-COVID-19 levels, and I've yet to get what I consider to be a logical and reasonable explanation as to why. So while I can't answer the member's question in the detail I would like to, what I hope I can assure him is that it is on my radar, and I am determined to get to pre-COVID levels as soon as possible, and then to exceed it, because it's very important that productivity is what it should be. And I could say to the member, we did put the trusts on notice some time ago about their productivity, and for the first time, certainly first time that I am aware of, we're now beginning to claw back money from the trusts for elective procedures which have not taken place but which were scheduled.
McAllister.
For his answer, during the pandemic, a lot of the public health priorities were actually shifted from one body to another, so that certain bodies, or whether it's hospitals or community and voluntary sector, could help those that were overwhelmed with the adults that were suffering from COVID. But that balance hasn't really been struck again in terms of actually shifting the responsibilities back. So can the Minister actually commit to assessing that situation, particularly when it comes to the resources that were never shifted at any period? And there are some organisations here that still carry the burden. Despite them reaching out a hand to help during COVID, they are now still burdened with the responsibility and resources from the time.
Well, I thank the member for the point. I'm not aware of the specifics, but I would encourage the member to write to me, and I would be more than willing to take a look and see how we can maintain and achieve a better balance. Absolutely.
Thank you, Speaker. Whilst there's no doubt that the pandemic had a major disruption in public health priorities, I'm glad that the Minister has had such a clear and such an immediate focus on public health inequalities. Can the Minister give an assurance that, despite the pressures weighing down upon the system, that progress will continue to be made with his Live Better initiative?
I can certainly give Mr Chambers that assurance. In fact, I think I will be having a meeting this week looking at the latest stage of the development of the Live Better initiative. And Mr Speaker, it's maybe worth putting on record that initiative is about tackling inequalities, health inequalities. And I always go to one particular statistic, which is 2 women could be born on the same day in the maternity unit in Belfast. They can grow up a mile apart. But if one is in an area of the greatest deprivation and the other is living in an area of the least deprivation, then their healthy life expectation will vary by 14.2 years. And I say to the House, in a first world country, a quarter of the way into the 21st century, that simply should not be countenanced. And it is beginning to address that that I have asked officials to bring forward the Live Better initiative, and it will be demonstrated in 2 areas, one in West Belfast, one in Derry/Londonderry, and I hope we will get from that the empirical evidence that we can make a difference. And then I will take it back to executive colleagues, because tackling these things is an all-executive challenge. We believe it's 20% health, but 40% socio-economic, 10% environment, and 30% behaviours. And behaviours include things like smoking, so the tobacco and vapes bill going through Westminster will help. It's also the abuse of substances, including alcohol, and that's why I would like executive colleagues to support the introduction of minimum unit pricing for alcohol. So I say to the member, yes, Live Better is very much on course for delivery in 2025.
Question 4, please.
Within Northern Ireland, Meals on Wheels, or cooked chilled meals, are provided or arranged by trusts for vulnerable people, where an individual needs assessment, and it shows that a person is unable to obtain a nutritious cooked meal and would be at risk of malnutrition if such a meal service was not provided. The inability to prepare a meal may be assessed as a temporary or a long-term inability, and the meal can be provided directly by the trust or by the independent sector, either within the person's own home, in the form of a cooked, frozen or chilled meal, or in a daycare setting. There's a criterion for entitlement to Meals on Wheels and a small charge to the person in receipt. The South Tyrone area sits within the Southern Health and Social Care Trust. The Southern Trust do not commission this service, but there are other options available for those who are unable to make their own meals, such as shop purchase ready meals or ordering and delivering of cooked meals from other organisations. The Southern Trust would provide home care services to heat these meals if the service user was assessed as requiring this support. The Western Health and Social Care Trust do provide Meals on Wheels to service users. Within the Fermanagh area, there are currently 6 people who receive a meal delivered to their home. There are also 4 day centres within this area where a person can receive a cooked meal from the Meals on Wheels service. These day centres include Kesh, Killadees, Drumahaw and Tirnaver, and the number of people who attend the day centres can vary between 20 and 80. The cost to the individual is £1.50 per meal. The Western Trust subsidise these meals, and the cost per meal to the Trust varies from £2.99 to £9.48 per meal, and that depends on location and delivery of costs.
Ms. Dolan.
Minister, I appreciate you may not be aware, as I know how busy ministers are, but I submitted this as a priority written question on the 24th of October, and I am yet to receive a response, so I'm grateful for your answer today, and it was comprehensive and very informative. I've been in touch with the Western Trust several times on this issue, and unfortunately they have not been able to provide me with a pathway in which my constituents should refer themselves for assessment for the need for Meals on Wheels. And I know you're not across this on right now, but I'm wondering if you could follow up in writing with me as to how my constituents might refer themselves for Meals on Wheels.
Minister.
Okay, I thank the member. On the first point, I can only sign what comes to my desk, and I'm more than open to a direct approach if things aren't happening at the pace that they are supposed to happen. And I can certainly write to the member in terms of trying to establish a pathway within the Western Trust for your constituent, because if they're in need of a Meals on Wheels service, then they should get it, and they should get it promptly to avoid malnutrition.
Question 6. Cathal Boylan.
Yeah, question number 6, please.
Minister.
The Children and Young People's Emotional Health and Wellbeing in Education Framework was launched in 2021. It's jointly funded by my department and the Department of Education. A number of important projects and pilots have been taken forward through this framework, collectively providing help and support to children and young people in relation to their emotional and their mental health. These include the Emotional Wellbeing Teams in Schools project, the objective of which is to ensure post-primary schools are aware of appropriate pathways for support. That project commenced in the financial year 2023-24, and in the current academic year of 24-25, it will engage with no fewer than 50,000 children in 68 post-primary schools across the region, and that's an increase from 46 schools in 23-24. The Resilience in Education Assisting Change to Happen programme has engaged approximately 8,000 pupils across more than 100 schools This is an Education Authority Youth Service programme for 6 to 19-year-olds to develop positive emotional health and increase their readiness for learning and also build their resilience. The Being Well, Doing Well programme supports schools with their current policies and practice to embed emotional health and well-being in their schools. In 23-24, a total of 132 schools participated, with 160 schools projected to participate in 24-25. Also, a regional integrated support for education, or RISE, health-led multi-professional early intervention team has been established for primary pupils up to primary 7. This aims to support younger children with their emotional health and well-being needs. The project has supported small groups and provided whole-class support to 242 schools in financial year 2023 to 24.
Mr. Boyle. Thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, could I ask you if you intend to use the Thrive framework as a guide to developing a person-centred, needs-led approach?
I thank the member for his question. I have not taken a position on that, but I do believe that Thrive is a programme which delivers very positive results, and I'm more than happy to take that recommendation back to the department and contact the member in due course with a response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Can the Minister provide some examples of other practical initiatives that are in place to support mental health in schools?
Yes, and the aim is to provide intervention at the earliest opportunity to ensure schools are aware of the appropriate pathways for support in their local area, and indeed within CAMS, the Child and Adolescent Mental Health Services. Additional initiatives include a school nursing pilot, which is a public health agency-led pilot, currently operating in 5 post-primary schools across Northern Ireland, with a school nurse located in the school. There's also a text-to-nurse service, providing a secure and confidential text messaging service for young people between the ages of 11 and 19. And this provides access to a school nurse for advice and support. Then there's the Attach project, TAP, which focuses on trauma-informed practice and the importance of relationships for children looked after, providing training and support to staff who in turn support the child.
Mark Durgan.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for his answers thus far, in which he has outlined a range of initiatives and interventions taken by his department and the Department of Education on this very important issue. I have to say, in all my time here, I've rarely, if ever, come across a project as well received and as well regarded as the Happy Healthy Minds project, and I would ask the Minister if he has been or will be working with his counterpart in the Department for Education to seek the reinstatement of this vital piece of work.
Minister. I thank the member for his question. I'm more than happy to engage with the Minister for Education on that specific. I can say that I have been engaged with the Minister of Education on a number of specifics, and most recently we met 4 principals of special schools to discuss the health, physical and mental well-being of pupils, and I think we're advancing well in terms of improving services within special schools. I intend to visit some special schools alongside the Chief Nursing Officer as part of the preparation for the next phase of meetings with the Minister and those principals. So I can certainly incorporate that recommendation from the member in our discussions.
John Budley.
Please.
Minister.
A total of around £130 million of funding is provided to the Trust through the mental health programme of Care Route, and that's for the provision of frontline services in mental health. This does not include the funding for the important role provided by the primary care sector. In addition, the mental health strategy funding of £5.9 million has been allocated this year, most of which is being used for frontline service provision in CAMS, crisis specialist interventions, and early intervention and prevention initiatives. Each trust is required to submit monthly performance figures in relation to commissioned activity to the SPPG, that's the Strategic Planning and Performance Group. Where additional funding is allocated, there are robust mechanisms in place to monitor service delivery, including post-project evaluations. The Mental Health Strategy for 2021 to 31 recognises that the effective delivery of mental health services is not possible without the full integration of the community and voluntary sector, with this sector having an important role to play in supporting mental health promotion, prevention and early intervention and statutory mental health services. To support the delivery of Action 17 of the Mental Health Strategy, a review of the scope, scale and capacity of the community and voluntary sector will be undertaken this financial year. Harnessing the skills and experience that exists in this sector is of utmost importance, and the Mental Health Strategy envisages the community and voluntary sector as true partners who are fully integrated in ensuring improved outcomes for the population and fully including the sector in the planning, development and delivery of mental health services.
Ms. Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Minister for his answer on this important subject, but I'm advised by those in the community and voluntary sector who undertake a lot of this frontline work, particularly around mental health crisis, that when additional monies have been allocated in the past, it has seldom reached them, and instead it's often absorbed further up the chain by bureaucracy, administration and strategy, rather than being spent on the people who need the help. So what action will he undertake to review the systems and processes and to strip away some of these additional layers, thus allowing the funding to reach the point of need and pay for vital services on the ground? Thank you.
Member for a follow-up question. As I think I've already made clear, I've been working with NICFA, the Northern Ireland Council for Voluntary Action, on the specific of the core grant scheme to make sure that it is opened up for the first time in some 20 years. And therefore is available to some groups who have been formed within the community and voluntary sector in that period, and I would like to enhance the pot of money that's available to that fund. As a more general point, in my 6 months in post, I would say to the member that I rapidly came to the conclusion that we have really overcomplicated the delivery of healthcare, really overcomplicated it. I haven't got to the bottom of why, and I'm still grasping with the challenge of how to simplify it. But certainly in terms of voluntary and community sector groups, what they want to do is get themselves involved in a very simple regime where they can access government money, government funds, government support, government resources to do the job that they are there to do. They are focused on helping people. They're not focused on being bureaucrats, on being human resource managers, on being accountants. Their primary ambition is to help people in the community. And so I would like to simplify how we can engage with them and enable them to do what they want to do.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Minister will be well aware that mental health is a cross-departmental priority underpinned by a new decade, new approach. Can the Minister outline, therefore, any specific bids that he has made to his executive partners in regard to investment in the mental health workforce?
Well, I thank the member for his question, and he will know that I have campaigned on the issue of mental health and well-being since coming to the House in 2011. In terms of the specific, I have to say in October monitoring there was no provision and there was no invitation to make specific bids. So while I rejoice in the fact we have a mental health champion in Professor Siobhan O'Neill, who I think does really good work in terms of raising awareness, and while we have a mental health strategy over the 10 years of 21 to 2031, we don't have the funds that I would like to see devoted to this very important area. But there are so many demands, as the member will know, on the budget of the Department of Health, that it is very difficult to squeeze out a little bit of extra money here and there. But I assure the member, as I said in my first remarks in this role in this House, that core priorities for me would include mental health, and so it remains.
Andy McMurray.
But I would ask, just you reference engaging with the community and voluntary sectors. I would just ask really how that is being carried forward in order to maximise the expertise they have in delivering such an important service.
Well, I thank the member for the question. As he is aware, there are many charitable organisations, community and voluntary sector organisations who are involved in health delivery, whether that's physical or mental health. I have engaged, as I've said, through the umbrella body, NICFA, the Northern Ireland Council for Voluntary Action. I have had, I couldn't tell you how many times I've met individual charities and community and voluntary sector groups. I would applaud the many cancer charities who have come together as an umbrella organisation. I think that's a really sensible way forward because it is sometimes very difficult when you have very limited funds and maybe there's a range of 12 charities all in the same area, such as cancer, in deciding how to allocate those funds. So this is co-design, if you like, in action when those charities all come together, have an internal conversation amongst themselves, and then come to the department to say, this is how we think you can get the best bang for your buck. So I would be encouraging that sort of collaborative working within the community and voluntary sector, and always eager and open to meet and discuss the way forward. And I would just want to emphasise, because I do feel sometimes they feel some people look on them as the cheap alternative. I do not. They have expertise, they have reach that we cannot replicate. And again, I go back to my days as a Victims Commissioner. They know individuals, they know families, they know communities much, much better than a government department can ever hope to do.
Moving to topicals, Colin McGrath.
I've received information from the Minister's department, and can I ask, does the Minister agree with me that 149 people dying while waiting on an ambulance here in the last 5 years is totally unacceptable?
I agree with the member, and a lot of work is being done to try and be more efficient, and the member is very aware, because he highlights it, and quite rightly so, the amount of time that ambulances and ambulance crews spend outside and within emergency departments waiting to discharge their patients. And the same goes for the Police Service of Northern Ireland, and the member will be aware that the Chief Constable is very keen on introducing the right care, right person approach, which will recalibrate how the police service engage in terms of mental health patients in emergency departments and questions around that area. So yes, I agree with them. It is a shocking statistic in a first world country, and it's not something anybody is trying to ignore or brush away.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I acknowledge what the Minister has said. Do you believe that maybe some of those 149 people are part of the 97,507 individuals who, whilst waiting on an ambulance arriving, had to have their category of seriousness of their case upgraded because they've been waiting so long? What are we going to do that we can get our ambulance service up to the standard it needs to be to support those staff who are worked to the bone because they are working day and night to try and provide the service for people in our community?
Well, again, I would think the member would be aware. I think we've been recruiting something, 48 new paramedics to join the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service. NIS have also been reviewing the data, so you will know in your area they've come to the conclusion that they can adjust their rotas, that they felt that the number of crews who were on duty, say between 2 and 6 a.m., I think, was over capacity in terms of the demand, and that it would be better to reallocate some of that resource to late afternoon where demand was highest. So it's not as if nothing is being done to try and address this, but the statistics that the member brings forward are absolutely shocking. They're not acceptable, and we need to do more. But he will know himself, to make a positive difference, you don't just need funds, you need appropriately trained and committed staff, and you need other resources. You need the physical infrastructure to do these things. And I don't think anybody in this House would say that health has been anything other than underfunded over a significant period of time. So sadly, these things are going to take time to fix.
If I could ask the Health Minister if he agrees with the World Health Organization statement published last week on the 2nd of December that universal population-wide public health approaches are required to prevent gambling harm?
Sir.
I have no difficulty saying that I agree with that, and I know Mr McGuigan has a particular interest in this area, and I know that there has been a tripartite approach from this Northern Ireland Executive, including myself, the Minister for Communities, and I believe the Minister for Education, trying to get more resource from the UK Government in terms of tackling this problem here in Northern Ireland, and I hope that will bear fruit in due course.
Mr McGuigan.
I thank the Minister for his response, and further to his response, the Minister will recognise that currently gambling-related harm isn't officially recognised as a public health issue. If I could ask the Minister if he agrees that it should be recognised officially as a public health issue in the North.
I thank the member for his follow-up. I know it's always dangerous to make up policy on the hoof, but I think actually I am on record at an event in the Long Gallery as saying that I think it is a public health issue. So I am happy to concur and agree with the member.
McReynolds.
Sir, can you give an update on the commissioning of ADHD services in Northern Ireland?
Yes, I thank the member for his question. As you are aware, there are no commissioned ADHD services in Northern Ireland at present, but there are services being made available by the Geographic Trust. Provision has grown across those trusts just in response to population demand. And so while that means that there is a level of provision available, it's also led to inconsistencies, which is something I want to see ended. As I said earlier, I'm looking on the 5 geographic trusts in my own mind as one trust, and what I'm saying to them is, in certain areas, geographic areas, you will find pockets of best practice. Let's identify those areas of best practice and let's roll them out to become common practice right across Northern Ireland. I think that includes adult attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, is part of that. As to any decision to commission adult services in the future, that has to be based on assessment of demand and, of course, in the context of future budgetary availability. But officials in my department are now well advanced in commissioning research to inform a future ADHD service by scoping out the level of demand that there is. And I am keen, and I believe so are the officials, that this research will be completed before the end of this financial year.
Mr McReynolds.
I thank the Health Minister for his response and for that update. In the absence of a commissioned service, what is your assessment of those with a private diagnosis of ADHD having their shared care arrangement reviewed, being given a deadline of 180 days before access to their life-changing medication withdrawn, and then redirected back into the private provider with no access to treatment in the meantime?
I thank the member for his follow-up question. That is an area of detail that I would like to take away. As a kind of general comment, I have to say that moving from the health and social care, the National Health Service, from HSC into the private sector and then coming back again poses problems right across the board as far as I can see. The members mentioning specifics, I would invite them to write to me and allow me to take that away and give it the detailed response that it deserves.
Mr. Speaker, we continuously hear of the constraints in the health budget. Will the Minister of Health pull funding to the Rainbow Project in light of the advice they have published on their website telling people that they should keep a supply of post-it notes to snort powdered drugs and people can still consent to sex if they are a bit tipsy or a bit stoned?
The Department of Health has no worries over what organisations place on their website. The Rainbow Project delivers valuable services, in my experience, to the LGBTQ+ community. So I would not in any way condone illegal activities, and the member may wish to write to the Rainbow Project to highlight what he believes to be the issues that he raises.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Health Minister, is it a case of you provide public funding to this body and you're permitting them to do whatever they want and say whatever they want, even though it may go against health advice?
Mr. Speaker, I think I've already said to the member I do not condone anything that would be considered to be illegal, but we do have free speech in this country, and we do not have any contractual arrangement with the organisation that he has just referenced in terms of their communications, their marketing, their advertising or their website.
Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, my question relates to a paediatric gastroenterology, and apologies if I've got that pronunciation correct. I have a young 8-year-old girl in my constituency waiting a year on a camera test. Why is this?
Well, I sympathise with the member and his constituents. I'm afraid it is a question of resource. This is a very technical medical procedure and is carried out at the Royal Belfast Hospital for sick children. Plans are underway. There is a validation. In other words, a consultant is going through the list just to make sure that people are in the right order in terms of the priority of their clinical need. There is a plan, I believe, to introduce another list in the Royal Belfast Hospital for Sick Children. Also, though, looking to the South Eastern Trust and specifically to the Ulster Hospital to see if training can be introduced which might allow for these PEG insertions to be carried out outside of the hospital for sick children.
Thank you, Minister, so far for your answer. Minister, I listened attentively to your response to Mr Clark earlier with respect to output on pre-COVID levels. Is this an example that the example I gave earlier, is this outworking of this? And to follow on from that, is the private medical sector up to 100% pre-COVID levels?
On the first point of the question, I'm not aware. I have a sense that actually demand for this service is growing, but I'll certainly take that away, check it out and get back to the member. On the second part of the question, I have no worries over the productivity of the private sector.
Thank you to the Minister for your answer so far. Minister, can you give us an update if you are considering accessing the early access programme for Givinostat for children with DMD, Duchenne muscular dystrophy?
Well, I thank the member for her question. She's got me. I am not aware of this condition and not aware of what we're doing, if anything, within that regard.
It wasn't my intention to get you, to be fair, but if you could come back to us with an update, it really would be appreciated. So there is an early access programme. It has not yet been approved for licensing in the UK, but there is an early access programme, and it would be very gratefully appreciated by the parents here. These children have a life-limiting condition, and it is extremely life-limiting. So these children will not live till be a very old age or even a very young age in many cases. So they really need access to whatever treatments are out there. So if you can give us a written update, we would appreciate that. And I think the Chair of the Health Committee has also written to you on this.
Sir. Yeah, well, I will more than happily take that away if the member will write to me. Just as a matter of kind of broad principle, we follow NICE guidelines of the National Institute of Health and Care Excellence. So if they have approved something, we will certainly check for its applicability here in Northern Ireland. If NICE haven't approved it, we tend not to, although it can be done through an individual referral pathway.
Little McAllister.
If you could tell the House if you are aware, your department is aware, whether or not the estates management team at the Belfast Trust advised against taking the handover from the contractors at the new maternity hospital on the Belfast site, or were they advised to take over the contract?
Sir.
I'm not aware of them being advised not to take the handover. I think there was a contractual board in place who were giving advice between the contractor and the Belfast Trust, and I think the advice was to, figuratively speaking, accept the keys, and it was only afterwards when they went into that solid state of water testing, which was the solid state that applies as if the hospital was fully operational that the issue arose.
That concludes questions to the Minister for Health. We now move to an urgent oral question. Matthew O'Toole has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister for Infrastructure. 9 members who wish to ask a supplementary should rise continue in their places. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister for Infrastructure to outline what action his department plans to take to ease traffic congestion in Belfast city centre.
Minister.
I do accept there are delays on journeys times through the city centre by car are taking longer than they normally would have while work is ongoing. That is why I previously made a statement to the Assembly to warn and raise awareness of what was to come. However, the bigger and more general issue is that there are too many cars on the road and the network has limited resilience to cope with incidents such as those which occurred last Thursday evening and coincide with peak traffic periods. Mitigating the congestion issue will need a huge collective approach, with everyone considering how they can play a part to help everyone better share out the limited road space available in a smarter way. I am appealing to motorists to consider other options they can take to avoid congestion, such as public transport, park and ride, active travel, or, if possible, planning their journey to use an alternative route or avoid peak times. In relation to my department, I have established a strategic oversight group comprising the Department for Infrastructure, Belfast City Council, the PSNI and TransLink to consider what more can be done to ease congestion at peak times while work is ongoing. Mitigating the congestion issue will need a huge collective approach, with everyone considering how they can play a part to help everyone better share our limited road space available in a smarter way.
O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No one disagrees, Minister, that Belfast is too car-centric, but the challenge we face in the here and now is that in the weeks before Christmas, this city is completely ground to a halt by congestion. With respect, it isn't simply good enough to tell other people to look at alternative routes. What powers are you using as Minister to see whether roadworks, for example, can be scheduled at times when it doesn't place huge pressure on businesses, retail and hospitality who rely on these weeks to survive? Our city is in crisis, Minister. What are you going to do to ease the pressure?
There was a particular incident on Thursday night which brought together a significant delay in traffic in Belfast city centre. We had an accident on the M1, we had accidents on the M2, and we had traffic light failures on the Armour Road, and there was a major public event in the SSE arena which came together to cause significant traffic congestion in the city. Also, there was very, very poor weather as well. So yes, that incident caused significant traffic congestion. But I would caution members who represent Belfast sending out the message that Belfast is in crisis or Belfast is closed for business. Belfast is not in crisis and Belfast is not closed for business. And one of the reasons there is so much traffic on the road is because Belfast is a very, very successful and busy city, and long may it remain so. I have taken the actions I can take within the powers I have to ease that congestion. All traffic works, apart from some works going on around Belfast Grand Central Station, have been stopped, and they were stopped on the 25th of November. In fact, the work on the Sydenham bypass stopped a week before that because of weather conditions weren't suitable to works going ahead. So all major traffic works around the city have stopped, as they have in other towns, to allow for the Christmas shopping spree. The fact remains, there are too many cars in too limited a space. So therefore, each of us have to make a decision in terms of how we deal with that. And if you do travel into Belfast city centre using a car, you should expect congestion. And that leads to congestion for other people as well. So I would appeal, where possible, for people to use public transport to come into the city and enjoy the thriving businesses and nightlife that Belfast city centre offers.
Deborah Erskine.
The Minister will be glad to hear on Friday night I actually took the train into Belfast, but I did have to drive from Fermanagh to get the train. But could the Minister outline how many times the Strategic Oversight Group on Traffic Issues has met, and whether he is minded to widen this group out beyond PSNI Translink and Council to such groups such as the Night SAR, Hospitality Ulster and Retail NI?
Up until one stage, last week was meeting on a daily basis, and is now meeting probably on a weekly basis, but I provide the member with the meeting times of that group and how often it is meeting. It is a strategic group. I think one of the important things from that strategic group is communication to others, to the people you have mentioned. I'm not sure in terms of their membership of the group at this stage, but I do think they're key strategic players who should be kept informed of developments and sending that message out. I think anyone who has avenues to engaging with the public or sending messages out to the public should be sending out the messages which you've been hearing, not only from my department, but also has to be, when people are listening to the airwaves, independent experts are also saying the same thing, that Belfast is over-congested, there's nowhere else to build roads, and we shouldn't build more roads in the city centre or clear more roads. You'd only create more traffic. Use public transport where you can, and you use a very good example. Coming from Fermanagh, no rail services, but you drove to where a rails connection could be. Other people, and there's thousands upon thousands of people doing this on a daily basis. They're using park and rides. They drive a certain part of the journey, they park up, they get on a bus. Other people drive a certain part of the journey, they get on a train. So where you can, use public transport and come in and enjoy Belfast city centre.
Paul Bradshaw.
Thank you, Minister. Like Deborah, feeling very smug that I got the train into Belfast yesterday, and it was nice that it was busy. But on the issue of the park and rides, have you considered actually lowering the cost of the fares from there into the city centre just during this period? Thank you.
We have considered a number of these options. Unfortunately, the resources available to my department and to Translink are extremely limited. But I would say this, the more and more people who use public transport, the more opportunity there is for us to lower the fares, because there's more revenue coming into the public transport systems. And the park and rides now have been increased, around the ring of Belfast, have been increased to every 15 minutes. So it is a viable opportunity for, and I accept, look, the private car is a very, very handy way of travelling. It's very comfortable, you're around your own space, all those things. So the private car has been successful for a reason. And the private car will form part of our transport system moving into the future, though with a different fuel powering it. But there is, if you're coming into Belfast city centre, at this stage of the year in particular, you are going to face congestion. So if you can, use public transport.
This is having on retail and services in the city. What consultation have you had so far with traders in that area, and is there any consideration, Minister, being given to additional flexibility temporarily in bus lanes to try and take pressure off the other lanes?
Minister.
I haven't directly engaged with the retail sector, but my officials are engaging with Belfast City Council, and the promotion of the work we're doing in cooperation with Belfast City Council is important, and that the chair of the committee has talked about engaging or using the retail sector as a voice for the city as well, and I have no difficulty in doing that. As I said earlier, the reason why Belfast City Centre is seeing so much traffic is because Belfast City Centre is doing very, very well, and long may it continue. And I'll do everything within my power to assist them in continuing to prosper going into the future. In the use of bus lanes, the member will recall that I am going through the legislative process of allowing taxis into certain bus lanes. That's not a universally popular decision, I have to say. I am facing criticism for that decision, but that's the nature of the game, and I'm going to continue to embark on that. Bus lanes and the continued use of bus lanes are vitally important, and one of the challenges that we were facing in the city, not on Thursday night but on Wednesday night, particularly around Shaftesbury Square, was that drivers were blocking the yellow junction boxes, which was causing huge delays in that area and caused disruption to a significant number of Translink services. So I would appeal to drivers not to block the yellow junction boxes. They are there for a reason. And while I can understand the frustration that builds up at a time, Once you block a junction box, you're having a negative impact on traffic in a significant part of the city, and you're having a negative impact on public transport. And we have asked the PSNI to specifically monitor yellow junction boxes, and if they are being abused, that the PSNI take appropriate action.
That's it.
Would the Minister agree that people thinking about doing their Christmas shopping or visiting family and friends or just heading out for an evening should consider using public transport and parking rides and thereby help ease congestion? And also, importantly, it would help improve road safety as well.
Minister.
I would, and it's not a case of trying to blame someone else or deny responsibility for the matter. I'm aware of my responsibilities around ensuring that Belfast City Centre has a traffic flow system that is working. But I can only do that to a certain degree, and as one of my officials said on the radio this morning, we can't go around and knock down buildings and build new roads. That isn't an option. So we have very, very limited engineering options left to us in Belfast City Centre. We are reviewing the traffic lights and how they are used and the timing of those. I've mentioned the yellow junction boxes in terms of appealing to drivers not to block them. We will look at other aspects of the Grosvenor Road left-hand turn. That was put in place to protect pedestrians, particularly the thousands of people who are now coming out of Grand Central Station using public transport coming in. And we are also returning to pre-COVID levels of traffic in the city centre. So all those things have combined and come together. But if someone's waiting for a magical engineering solution to what's happening in Belfast, it's not going to happen because it's not available. So what have we done? We have invested a significant amount of money in Belfast Grand Central Station, a state-of-the-art rail and bus service. I would appeal to people to use it. Come into Belfast, use public transport, enjoy your shopping trip, enjoy your business trip, whatever it may be, and leave again in comfort on our public transport systems. Why add the stress and the tension of the congestion that you'll face if you're in a private vehicle? So, as I say, I think sometimes people are waiting. The Minister's going to be able to announce an answer. I don't have an engineering answer to it. One doesn't exist. The answer is public transport.
Joel Mundy.
On a more general point, the current messaging of if you're in traffic, then you are traffic is rather dismissive of those for whom public transport's not an option due to the nature of their work. It doesn't take account that the park and ride, for example, at Dundonald is at capacity, or that our public transport is limited and not like other cities. And it doesn't take account of the inordinate difficulties that there are on public transport or otherwise of crossing the city, for example, getting from the east of the city to the north of it. In normal rush hour periods, never mind what's going on currently. What will the Minister do to ensure roadworks are carried out as quickly as they can be and where possible in months of lighter traffic or during the night, particularly on major arterial routes into and out of the city, and that no more than one arterial route in each area of the city will be worked upon at a time to ensure that there are alternate routes available?
Minister.
Belfast City actually has quite a good public transport system. Even compared to other cities. Now, I'm sure people will be able to jump up with examples which are much better than Belfast. But Belfast has quite a good public transport system within it. And I've always said that when it is available to you to use public transport, if you're driving into Belfast City Centre to park your car up all day in a car park and then leave around 5 o'clock to drive out of Belfast City Centre again, you're part of the congestion problem. That's the reality of the situation. Healthcare workers, domiciliary care workers, and others who have to travel about the city centre and city to do their jobs, I perfectly understand why they wouldn't use public transport. So each person has to ask themselves the question, why am I using my private car? And if, as I say, if you're driving in the morning, you're parking up all day and then driving out at 5 o'clock, you're part of the congestion. Now, if you say to yourself, on one day a week, I'm going to use public transport, that will significantly decrease congestion in the city centre. and assist others who have to move about, and will assist the public transport moving about as well. So one day is all we're asking for some people. Others may want to do it more often. In terms of the roadworks, as I said to Mr O'Toole, all major roadworks have been suspended, and have been suspended since the 25th of November to assist, and we've done this around other towns, to assist with the Christmas traffic and the rush and that whole issue around Christmas. We've done that. We do look at, when we're planning significant traffic works, how it impacts on other schemes we're doing in other areas. The Sydenham bypass had been delayed for a number of years for that very reason, because we didn't want to see further congestion in different areas. But the Sydenham bypass had got into such a state of disrepair, we could wait no longer to carry out that work, and that's why that work has been carried out at the Sydenham bypass at this stage.
Thank you. Next person is Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for coming down. I mean, as referenced, I think our road network is over capacity, and our travel patterns are overwhelmingly car orientated. And you've referenced sort of what we can do, but I suppose really the question is, how can your department encourage to reduce their reliance on the car?
Sure.
Efficient, effective public transport is one way of doing it. Providing the infrastructure for active travel is another way of doing it, and we're doing both. We're investing in both. The significant investment in Belfast Grand Central Station is a statement in itself around how the future and what the future will look like. The future will be about using public transport more and more. It's not about doing away with the private car completely. The private car will still form part of our transport systems, all being said, it will be fuelled differently than what is currently fuelled. But as we enter major towns and major cities on this island and other islands, people will increasingly find that the closer you get to the city or the town, the more it will be in your benefit to park up and get onto public transport to complete your journey. That's the nature of how transport's going to be in the future. So I am committed to investing in public transport as we move forward, and by doing so encouraging more and more people to use it.
Brian Kingston.
Speaker, and the Minister will recall at a previous question time I asked him about that Grosvenor Road left-hand turn, and at that stage I wasn't sure was that a temporary or permanent measure, and I don't think he was either. But as he is now aware, once people are on Great Victoria Street, they can't turn left at, is it Hope Street or Bridge Street, to go down to Durham Street. They can't now turn left at Grosvenor Road. They have to continue down Fisherwick Place to past John Bell House, or else go on to Divis Street if they're heading towards the West Link or to the west or north of the city. So I do detect a hint of light in what he said earlier about a potential review of that decision. But to have closed the left-hand turn onto Grosvenor Road at the same time that Durham Street is closed is a major cause of the congestion that we have in Great Victoria Street. So can you tell us more? Is that being actively reviewed? Can that decision
Mr. Kingston,
be set to one side until Durham Street is finished?
And I recall the question time when the member answered me or asked me that question. It has been constantly under review, because one of our concerns is the amount of pedestrians who are gathering at that junction to cross the road, and whether there's enough space on that junction, on the footpaths, for the amount of pedestrians who are there. And we were concerned that there could be an accident, and even a vehicle turning slowly round that junction, if they hit a pedestrian, the pedestrian's coming off worse. So yes, it is under review, and we will keep it under review to ensure that the right decision is in place at that time. At this moment in time, we're satisfied that the right decision is to keep that junction closed, but as I say, we'll keep it under review. If we were planning a city centre for one group of users, it would be very easy. So if we're planning the city centre for road users or cars or vehicle use, then it's very, very easy. If we were planning it for pedestrians only, it would be very, very easy. If we were planning it for cyclists only, it would be very, very easy, or public transport. The fact of the matter is that we have a city centre that has multifunctional use, and multiple groups of people use it. Pedestrians, motorists, cyclists, and others who all use that shared space, and we have to plan for the safety of them all as we move forward.
Peter McReynolds.
congestion we saw on Sunday over the weekend was on a day that bus lanes were actually open. What considerations were previously given that all works and closures at the same time was a viable proposition, and can you advise what others were potentially proposed?
Mr. In terms of closures, do you mean to refer to roadworks? All major roadworks have been suspended since the 25th of November. Now, there may have been issues in relation to Storm Bert on Saturday, which may have affected a number of the roads and routes at that time. I have no information to suggest that, but we are 3 weeks away from Christmas. There is always a significant traffic volume in and around Belfast on the run-up to Christmas, because people want to come to the city centre and do their Christmas shopping, etc., etc. Now, I accept that the closure of Durham Street is adding to that in terms of the traffic congestion in the city centre. I fully accept that. That is a new element to the equation. But the message remains the same. More and more people need to use, as thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people do on a daily basis, come into the city centre by public transport. You may have to start your journey off in your car, park up at a park and ride, or park up at a train station, wherever it may be. But if you complete your journey into the city centre by public transport and start it out of the city centre with public transport, I believe we will have a much more comfortable journey for everyone.
I call Mark Dragon.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister has said we should all be encouraging people to use public transport, and I'd like to point out the improved services to Derry where all shoppers' needs can be met. With regards to taxis using the bus lanes, the Minister says that isn't universally popular, and he's right, it could actually slow down buses as well as potentially compromise road safety. But can the Minister tell us when this will come into effect? Will it be for life, or will it just be for Christmas, or will it even be for Christmas?
The member will be aware that I've already ring-fenced significant investment in the Coleraine Dairy line as part of my commitment to regional imbalance as well. Will it be for Christmas? No. Because of the legislation and the consultation they have to go through, it won't be in place for Christmas in terms of taxis into bus lanes. It'll be after Christmas, and it's a pilot scheme. So we're putting a pilot scheme in place to learn the lessons of what impact the taxis have in and out of bus lanes. As I said, and as the member reminded me, it's not a universally popular decision, but there's a number of factors. Taxis are a form of public transport, and those people who drive the taxis rely on that for their employment, and they're particularly having a difficult time at this stage plying their trade in and around the city centre as a result of the traffic congestion. I note in Dublin, for instance, taxis use the bus routes in Dublin. And Dublin and the buses appear to cohabitate with each other in the bus lanes. But as I say, we're running a pilot scheme and we'll see what comes out of it.
Philip Brett.
Minister, the advice given by your departmental official this morning on the radio has caused considerable anger amongst the business community in Belfast, telling people that they should consider working from home. Our hard-pressed businesses in Belfast need as much support and custom as possible, and telling people to work from home is not the answer to the issue that they are now facing. Can the Minister confirm that that is not the official position of him as Minister, as it was not included in his statement to the House this afternoon?
Minister.
I think the headline in the BBC is actually quite unfair to that official. That official conducted a 50-minute interview with Mr Nolan this morning and went through in great detail the work he and my department are going through in relation to Belfast City Centre. And in fairness to that official has led on that and given a lot of time and dedication to that. They have taken one sentence out of a 50-minute interview and made it a headline. So I think there's a responsibility on the media to be fair in these matters as well, and for the media to use their organisations to help create the message, or certainly not create the message, but spread the message and inform message. So what the official actually said in the broad terms was there is a number of elements we can do. He talked about using public transport. He talked about varying your times when you leave for home. And he also did talk about working from home as well. But working from home 1 day a week or 3 days a week, whatever, suits the employee and the business is a matter between the employee and the business as well. But we have to use imaginative approaches. And working from home is not imaginative anymore. It's been going on for 3 or 4 years now. We have to use all these approaches to alleviate the traffic congestion in Belfast City Centre. As I've said repeatedly, there is no major engineering solution to this. If we're waiting on the Minister or the Department to come forward with a major engineering solution, then we'll be waiting a very, very long time. So let's look at this in a new way, a constructive way, and all play our part in it, including the media play their part in it as well.
Done.
Speaker, and it is important that the message goes out that our city and town centres are indeed open for business at this time of year, which is effectively the harvest time for many within our retail and hospitality sectors, but also all year round. Just in terms of the Sydenham bypass works, which commenced in October, I think there has been a good start to the works and it has made a positive difference. But what lessons can be learned when that work restarts again in the new year? And can consideration be given to keeping it open, for example, on Saturday daytime, given the significant volumes of cars and road users on that road?
We will keep that under review, but the works need to be carried out over a certain period of time. And we have a contractor in place who has contracted to carry out the work over a period of time. They will have their supply lines in place for the dates. They will have their teams of workers lined up for those dates, etc., etc. So if we were to intervene now, it could be a substantial cost to the public purse, but we will keep those matters under review.
David Honeyford.
And the Minister is saying the answer is to use public transport, and I agree absolutely with that. The difficulty I have is the evidence we're getting from constituents is they can't get onto public transport. So we have a train system coming from my area that is over capacity already. There's 3 carriage trains being used at peak times, causing delays. So why was the capacity of our public transport system and our trains not increased alongside the Grand Central Station, and when will this be resolved?
Mr.
Has raised this issue with me a number of times in correspondence as well, and TransLink are looking into how we improve the situation for the commuters you refer to. I talked earlier on about the perfect storm coming together in terms of accidents, broken traffic lights, bad weather, etc. There's another part of this perfect storm. It's under-resourcing. It's under-resourcing of our public services. Our public transport system is under-resourced. We can only supply so many carriages, so many buses, etc., etc. But we are trying to work our way through all those things and ensure that the public do have a comfortable experience when using public transport. And just for the record, I'm saying that public transport is part of the answer in this regard as well. So discuss a number of other options around this as well in terms of varying your route, varying your time you leave, using public transport. You don't have to use it every day, even one day a week. We would see a significant difference in that regard. And again, I appeal to those minority of drivers who are blocking yellow boxes junctions in the city centre to stop doing it. And I send out the message that we have spoken to the PSNI about this matter, and they will be taking an interest in cars and vehicles that are blocking the yellow junctions.
Right, Harvey.
Mr. Speaker, and Minister, I just wonder if you could tell me if you think it was a good idea to remove a lane for cars on the Dublin Road in advance of the Boyne Bridge being closed, and is it not the case that this congestion is being caused by TransLink and DFI, and the policy for Belfast not being car friendly has made it also not bus friendly? Thank you.
As I said earlier, we need to plan our city for all users, but more and more, and this is experience across Europe and elsewhere, our cities are going to become more and more congested if we continue to plan them solely on the role of the car and on the private car. And we all understand why the private car has grown in popularity over this last number of decades, but we can't continue in going that direction. So it was the right decision taken a number of years ago to increase the bus lanes and cycle lanes on the Dublin Road. We have put a bus lane in to allow buses to bring more people into the city centre more effectively, more efficiently, more environmentally friendly into the city centre, and I think it was the right decision to take. We can't squeeze any more cars, no matter what way you look at it, what route you put in place, we can't squeeze any more cars into Belfast city centre. It isn't going to work.
Leanne Forsyth.
Speaker, Minister, I want to speak to access to medical appointments that are affected by traffic congestion in South Down. We've no rail links, our bus connections are limited and disparate, and last week in the adjournment debate we talked about the quality of the roads, but I have many constituents that are travelling up to Belfast to access their essential chemotherapy, surgery, the Children's Hospital, and when they're hit by the congestion they're missing these appointments, and it's really affecting their health and issues that are knocking into our waiting lists. And I want to ask the Minister, what's he doing to ensure access to medical appointments can be run a bit more smoothly for those especially coming from rural communities?
I think this goes back to the challenge to us all in terms of, particularly people who are attending medical appointments will want to use their private car until they get into the hospital, etc. That's fully understandable. That puts a challenge to the rest of us. If we can use public transport, if we can use a park and ride, then should we do that as a better collective to everyone who's travelling into that city? As I said earlier, if you are driving into Belfast City Centre, to park your car up all day in Belfast City Centre, is that the best thing to do? Why not park your car up all day at Sprucefield or one of the other park and rides, and then get the bus in from there, leaving the space on the road open to others who have to use their private vehicles, such as those who are attending medical appointments?
Timothy Gaston.
Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear from the answers so far that DFI don't acknowledge any part they have played in adding to the current congestion in Belfast. But Minister, can you outline how many planning condition breaches your department has been guilty of in relation to the closure and later the demolition of the Boyne Bridge? And what is your assessment of the impact of your cavalier approach to businesses in and around Sandy Row?
My department is not guilty of any planning breaches.
Jerry Carroll.
I agree with you that much of the solution to the crisis is public transport. Although we do have a problem, as the member from Lagan Valley said, of buses being cancelled, overflowing, and not enough of them on roads. And given we have the lowest spend per head of population across these islands on public transport, what is your department and what are you doing as a minister to make more provision of trains and buses?
Sparking another debate about figures and who recognises what figures, I would caution against judging how we spend on public transport here against England, Scotland and Wales. It's not as simple as a simple read across, so I would caution against that. I am continuing to support public transport and keeping it public moving forward. I will continue to work with TransLink and my executive colleagues to ensure that we're putting as much money as possible into subsidising public transport moving forward. And it is worth noting, despite the pressures on my budget, I retained free public transport for the over 60s. So tens of thousands of people are benefiting from that decision alone.
Buchanan.
So my question relates to, I listened this morning to the entirety of that interview. To be fair to the gentleman, he answered a lot of difficult questions. And you made the point as well about the lights breaking down, but it was a period of time to get them repaired. They broke during the day. They weren't working for that evening rush hour and the next morning. What can we do going forward? That has happened. They've been repaired now. What can we do going forward that those items and parts is there to replace them quicker? Because obviously we'll have to keep what we have going as best we have for as long as we can.
Sure. I asked the exact same question on Thursday. Why did it take, or on Friday, why did it take until 11 o'clock in the morning to repair those lights? And the public information, has been now made public as to why that is the case. But it is an issue I'm going to be raising with the strategic board or the strategic group in terms of ensuring that if there are elements within our infrastructure that could break down, such as old traffic lights, then let's ensure that we have the spare parts accessible and ready to install as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Minister. The House will take its ease for a moment. Point of order, Mr. Gaston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. During question time to the First Minister, I asked what the legal status of the English language was in Northern Ireland. Unfortunately, instead of answering my question, I instead got a load of patronising guff which didn't address the question. Can you outline what remedies exist to a lowly backbencher such as myself to get straight answers to simple questions?
Well, as a lowly backbencher myself for many years, I could share the frustration of the member, ministers not answering the questions the way you would like them to answer them. And I suppose, having been a minister, sometimes the best means of getting out of a difficult question is to talk about something else. So I understand your frustration, but there isn't a mechanism actually to deal with it. Thank you for raising it. If members would like to take their ease, we're going to move to back to the Minister of Finance statement. And can I just remind any members who wish to ask the Minister a question to remain in the chamber, because you're not here for the full statement, then you won't be called. So thank you for that cooperation.
Members, we now return to the statement from the Finance Minister on the Rating Policy Strategic Roadmap. I know the Minister has to conclude her statement, so I call the Minister.
And just before question time, I had started to speak about my plans to review non-domestic vacant rating. I am attracted to the option of increasing the liability in this area, but this must be done in a managed and coordinated way. Ahead of any increase in NDVR liability, I am calling on Executive and Council colleagues to work together with my department to explore the use of existing and potential capital grant funding powers to help wider regeneration and decarbonisation work. This work would precede any implementation of a higher level of additional non-domestic vacant rating liability. I also intend to explore options within the system for expanding the parameters of the Back in Business scheme, or to provide other forms of similar rate support to help mitigate the risks of development through allowing a developer a period of vacant rating exclusion after development has completed but before it is let, and first occupier discounts such as that deployed within the Back in Business model. My aim is to work in a concerted and coordinated way to get property stock back into use or properly redeveloped or repurposed. The last revaluation of domestic property for rating purposes came into effect in April 2007. 2027 will therefore see our current domestic valuation list operative for a 20-year period. Just as my department is now operating non-domestic revaluations on a 3-year cycle as part of business as usual, it now needs to be able to take forward more regular domestic revaluations. While this does not need to be done at the same frequency as the business sector, it is right that it is integrated into our business as usual planning. This will see the current domestic tax base of over 800,000 domestic properties assessed and revalued to ensure distribution is reflective of the current market. This is a significant piece of work, but it will enhance fairness in the domestic rating system. I am today announcing that I have asked Land and Property Services to commence immediate preparatory work on the revaluation of domestic property. Once that preliminary work is complete and the findings of it considered, I will go to the Executive to seek a decision in relation to this work proceeding for 2030. Councils, businesses and trade bodies, as well as household ratepayers, have been telling me they want a system that is fairer and more equitable and which utilises the strengths of our own devolved system design. Today's statement outlines my initial plans for securing those objectives. I am determined to build a fair and progressive rate system which stimulates our economy, grows our tax base and provides appropriate support for those who need it. This statement outlines the building blocks to achieving this.
First question, Matthew Toole.
Speaker, Minister, we as the opposition have always encouraged you when it comes to ambition around rating policy. There isn't that much clear ambition here. Some of the things you're looking at are welcome, including around vacant property relief, but can I ask you to confirm exactly how much money is going to be raised from the measures that you are announcing today? By my count, it will be less than £10 million, which I don't think by anyone's calculation represents a significant new form of revenue raising.
Minister.
And I thank the member for his question, and I disagree with him. I think what we're announcing today is ambitious. I think it's probably the most radical look at rates in a couple of decades at least, and I think that it sets the direction of travel in terms of us having a progressive rating system, as I have outlined. In relation to the specific measures announced that we would be consulting on next year, and obviously those would be subject to executive agreement at a later point in time. And I have to emphasise the reason for taking forward those consultations isn't just about income generation, although that is important because our challenges to public service funding are well documented. The early payment discount would raise £4 million by reducing it by the 2%, and the max cap elevation would raise £2 million for the executive, because that is split between executives and councils.
Thank
you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement on the review of this rating policy, including her commitment to align with the executive priorities. And I asked the Minister, in considering alignment with 3 specific executive priorities, those being to grow the economy, delivery of affordable childcare and the delivery on health waiting times, would she acknowledge that there is a need for immediate action to save some businesses, including retail, hospitality, the childcare sector and GPs, as they look into the 1st of April cliff edge of increased employer contributions, minimum wage, and would she take steps to consider intervening now, applying rates relief to prevent business closures?
Sure.
And I thank the member for her question, and I met with representatives of the business sector this morning. I have listened to the business sector. I like probably many members in this chamber, have had significant correspondence from businesses and business representatives who face significant challenges in terms of the cost of doing business, but also in relation to the impact, as she has outlined, of the British Chancellor's autumn statement. And one of the things that I have announced in today's statement is that I will be commissioning research into the cost of doing business. I think it's important that we have an evidence base and that we understand the issues, and obviously businesses will have, and business organisations will have the opportunity to feed into that research. The member, like everybody in this chamber, will be well aware of the challenges we face in terms of the executive's budget, so it is important that we have the evidence and an understanding of what the issues are, and that any rate supports that we are putting in place are targeted and at the right issues. And that is why we have taken the approach that I have in relation to what has been announced today in terms of that strategic review of all of the rating reliefs, to ensure that they are still fit for purpose, that they are still delivering on their policy objective, and to take that considered look, and if something isn't working or isn't still achieving that objective, well, potentially then you could release funds that could be redirected to other supports, as the member has outlined, where there could potentially be demand.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement so far. I'm just asking how important you think the domestic revaluation is.
Well, and I suppose it's important to emphasise the purpose of the revaluation is to restore fairness, and it's not about raising more rates. It's vital that our rate system is reflective of the economic environment, and that is why I have asked Land and Property Services to commence that immediate preparatory work on the revaluation of domestic property. This will see the current domestic tax base of over 800,000 domestic properties assessed and revalued to ensure distribution is reflective of the current market. As members will appreciate, that's a significant piece of work, but it's the right thing to do to enhance fairness in the domestic rating system. By its definition, a revaluation will reset all the values to a new date, and it's inevitable then that some ratepayers will end up paying relatively more and some others relatively less than they currently do as a result of that.
Thank you very much for the Minister's remarks before. Further to your remarks you just made about Reval 2030, obviously we have known for some time that LPS have been involved in a lot of the preparatory work for that. Could the Minister give us an indication of when we're going to be ready to go with Reval 2030? Because I believe with preparatory work that's already been done, we shouldn't actually have to wait until 2030 until that point is reached.
Sure. So my department and the LPS have only just begun the preparatory work for that, and I understand that they will be briefing the Finance Committee, I think, this week in relation to that specifically, so they'll be able to set out more details. But there is a significant piece of preparatory work that would have to be done, and then I will have to take it back to the executive to seek executive agreement to take that forward also.
The Minister talked about the support available for businesses and ensuring that it meets its aims. Could the Minister outline the existing support that is available to business Liddahall?
Sure.
Around 70% of non-domestic ratepayers here get some form of rate support. That proportion rises to 75% when non-domestic vacant rating is taken into account. Almost 57% of all pubs get some form of rate support. 65% of the hospitality sector as a whole is in receipt of support via the Small Business Rate Relief Scheme. Over 63% of retailers get some form of support, with 80% of this support provided to small retail properties with an NAV of less than £15,000. Around 30,000 businesses from a tax base of just under 75,000 get small business rate relief, and over 4,400 manufacturers get 70% off their rates by virtue of industrial D rating, which is a tax relief unique to here. Rates can't be reduced or removed easily through additional support, as the system remains our only substantive income generating lever for public spending, and every pound that we provide in new rate relief will be paid for either by other ratepayers in the system paying more or by a reduction in public spending.
Brett.
Speaker and Minister, can I agree with you that the rating system may not be the most ideal vehicle for the type of immediate help that is needed for our business community? Does she then agree with me that it was a dereliction of duty by the Economy Minister who failed to make a single bid for a business support package in the October monitoring round?
Well, I have, as I've announced today, commissioned research into the cost of doing business, and obviously I'll be working with executive colleagues in relation to that, and that will be able to inform executive decision making going forward.
And I thank the Minister for her answer so far. Minister, can you elaborate on your plans in respect of the non-domestic vacant rating?
Sure.
I'm happy to provide some further detail on this. The issue is twofold. The first issue is the overall level of liability that should be charged in relation to vacant commercial units. And one of my key aims is to align rating policy to help tackle the blight of vacant properties in our towns and cities, which all members will be conscious of. Increasing non-domestic vacant rating liability from 50% of the occupied liability to a higher level of liability was consulted upon as part of the revenue raising process. It has the capacity to raise £1 million in revenue for the executive for every 5% increase in liability. Some consultees, however, had expressed a genuine concern about their ability to let older retail or office properties which have ongoing issues due to general economic factors, including the demand for high-grade energy-efficient stock. As I said in my statement, I'm attracted to the idea of increasing liability in this area, but that it does have to be done in a managed and coordinated way, so that any increase in liability would need to be explored alongside the existing or potential capital grant funding powers to help that wider regeneration and decarbonisation work. That would have to precede any implementation of a higher level of additional non-domestic vacant rating liability. And then the second issue is the suite of exclusions that apply within non-domestic vacant rating. At the moment, there are exclusions from liability that apply, for example, where a property is, or where occupation of a property is prohibited by law, where a property is a listed building, where a property is a historic monument. So all of those things will have to be looked at in that context of wider regeneration matters, and that's why it will form part of those two planned reviews in the incoming financial year alongside small business rate relief.
McGuigan.
Thank and welcome the Minister's statement, and additional to that, the fact that she intends to carry out a review of the cost of doing business here. Can I ask the Minister, in her discussions with businesses today and previously, what she has heard from them about the impact of the increased employers' national insurance contributions?
Yes, and as I said to Diane in my previous answer, it's something that I've had significant correspondence on, and I have listened to the business community about those challenges posed by the autumn budget in recent weeks. And as I announced in my statement, I plan to commission research into the cost of doing business here, with a particular focus around the impact on our sectors of those announcements of planned additional employer national insurance contributions, but other announcements as well that will obviously impact some sectors more than others. The sectors most impacted will be engaged in that work, and the findings will help inform executive decision making. And it's important to be clear, an executive of a devolved region cannot fully offset all of the fluctuations as a result of decisions that are taken in relation to reserve taxation matters.
Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. In terms of her review or study on the cost of doing business, has the Minister any time frame wherein she expects that to be completed? Because this is trailed today as an urgent statement. What businesses need to see is urgent action.
Mr.
And I thank the member for his question, and I take his point. And we are in the process of engaging with potential researchers to be able to conduct that research and scoping the terms of reference. But it is something that I would like to see commissioned very quickly, but also reported on quite quickly. And we will have to obviously confirm time frames with whoever is going to take it forward for us.
Timothy Gast.
Very much, Deputy Speaker. I just want to take the Minister to your short-term measures. Bearing in mind that Council strike the rates in February, will this statement today have any impact on the 25-26, or is it 26-27? And on that basis, it is important, as Councils prepare and take time over a number of months to deliberate on what rate to strike, that you give them timely advice to let them know how much more money they expect to get from the changes you're proposing.
Sure.
And I thank the member for his question. And no, he's quite right. It's not for the incoming financial year, not for 25-26. We would be looking beyond that, potentially to 26-27. But obviously, we have to go out and consult and then take a policy decision in relation to the findings of the consultation. And that will have to return to the executive to be agreed before it can be taken forward. And on the point about engaging with councils, I completely agree. And this morning, I met with Solus, that represents the council chief executives, to discuss the proposed or the proposals that I was bringing forward today, and committed to them to continue to engage over the months ahead in relation to all of this work.
Free.
To build a progressive rate system, but what she's really said today is that she's preparing to strip away reliefs. Surely the 4 million savings would be far better, much benefit to our hard-working constituents, rather £4 million in an inefficient government coffer.
Mr.
Well, I don't agree with the member, and I was very clear in my statement in setting out that review does not mean removal. It means looking at each of the rate reliefs that is in place and ensuring that it's still meeting its policy objective. In relation to some of the measures that we are consulting upon, it's to determine whether they are still meeting their policy objective. Some consultation has already been done in that respect. I certainly think there is a case for reducing the early payment discount, which is, I believe is the particular measure that he is referring to. And of course, if money is freed up by changing some of the measures, specific reliefs or measures that are currently in place, that's money that could be redirected to other rate reliefs, for example. And I be lobbied on a regular basis for a whole range of rate reliefs, and we don't at this point in time have the funds to be able to put towards any of those. So for me, it's about taking a holistic look at the system, ensuring that it's fit for purpose, and ensuring that the rate reliefs that are in place align with our priorities as an executive.
Bradshaw.
Apologies, Minister, I wasn't here for the start of your statement. In terms of the elevating the current maximum capital value, I would have a lot of constituents who will be concerned about this and would be termed property rich, cash poor. And I'm just wondering, have your officials actually done an estimation of how much this will probably mean for an individual household in terms of their monthly rates? Thank you.
Minister.
Yeah, and that is an issue that is raised with us a lot, and when you start to talk about the max cap, and I think I set this out in the statement as well, it's really important to emphasise where people are in receipt of means-tested rate release in relation to being on lower incomes, or, for example, lone pensioner allowance or disability allowance. Those will all remain in place and will increase proportionate to the raising of the cap as well. We have a breakdown. I don't have the monthly figure. Sorry, you're looking confused there. So, in relation to the percentage, those are means tested, and it's a percentage that's applied in relation to, for example, lone pensioner allowance or some of the others. So, a proportionate increase will be applied. I don't have the figures on a monthly basis, but on a weekly basis, I think it's between, at the absolute max end, it's between £14 and £18, depending on your council area that you're in. And of course, there will be a number of properties that fall into that space between 400,000 and 485,000 rateable value. I think it's somewhere in the region of about half of them will be in that space, so their rates bills won't increase by that maximum amount.
Cathy Mason.
Thank the Minister for her statement. There has been calls for an independent review of rates. Can the Minister outline her thoughts on this?
Yes, so the rate system and rate reliefs here have been subject to public consultation, review, reform and revision in 2007, 2012, 2016, 2017, 2019 and most recently this year. A number of changes have already been implemented from those reviews. More frequent revaluations have been introduced, the back in business and rural ATM schemes were reintroduced, and new legislation was made to enable councils to strike different levels of household and business rates. In addition, the Department has also previously availed of the impartial advice from the University of Ulster's Economic Policy Centre, including the targeting of COVID-19 rate support and a comparative study on domestic rates against council tax. The UUEPC is also undertaking research on business rate poundage differentials across council areas at the minute. The findings of the most recent consultation have been used to inform the further work that I am outlining today around how to best align the rate system with the strategic priorities of the Executive. And I believe that the strategic review cycle that I have announced today is more appropriate than an external review, which I don't think would be the best use of our limited resources that are available to the Executive at this time.
Carol.
Sir, for your statement, although there's nothing about reviewing industrial derating, which in large part is a handout to major corporations, Caterpillar, Coca-Cola, Moy Park and others. I presume the Minister is happy with maintaining that in place, and how do you, Minister, intend on reforming the rate system to make sure that it is connected to wealth and profits of corporations?
Sure.
And I thank the member for his question. And it's important to emphasise that industrial derating, actually 54% of the properties have an NAV of £15,000 or under, which is the NAV, of course, that is used for small business rate relief. 81% of properties have an NAV of £50,000 or under, so they're by no means large businesses in terms of the rating system. It does also, as the member points to, support large manufacturers, but those who fall into that bracket employ some 94,000 people here. 1% of manufacturers are deemed as large, and they alone count for almost half of the employment and more than half of the turnover. So I think the broad consensus, certainly, and a lot of the engagement that I have had in relation to industrial derating specifically, is an important strategic relief that has supported the creation of jobs and a thriving manufacturing sector. And of course, rates in and of themselves are property tax, so they are they are representative of the size of the business. So the larger the business, the more rates that somebody pays. So in that way, it is a progressive taxation measure.
Thank you, Minister. Members, that concludes questions on the statement. The next item of business is a legislative consent motion for the Arbitration Bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly endorses the principle of the extension to Northern Ireland of the provisions in the Arbitration Bill.
Thank you, and I call the Minister of Justice to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Minister, thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I call the Minister of Justice to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to move this motion and speak about the Arbitration Bill, which is currently progressing through Parliament. Arbitration is a form of dispute resolution that offers an alternative to court. Parties can agree to appoint a third party or to privately resolve a dispute between them and issue an award. Arbitration is used for the resolution of domestic and international disputes in a wide range of fields, including construction, infrastructure, shipping and international commercial contracts. The sector is estimated to be worth at least £2.5 billion to the UK economy each year. The bill would amend the Arbitration Act 1996, which governs arbitration in England, Wales and Northern Ireland. The 1996 Act predates devolution. However, arbitration is now a devolved matter within the legislative competence of this Assembly. On the 7th of November, the Executive agreed to a legislative consent motion being progressed. My officials provided oral and written briefing to the bill, on the bill to the Justice Committee, and it agreed through its report to the Assembly, published on the 21st of November, to support the motion. I thank Executive colleagues and the Justice Committee members for their support and their timely consideration of this matter. I am now seeking the Assembly's legislative consent for the bill to extend to Northern Ireland. Before I outline the provision made by the bill, it may be helpful to members if I briefly provide some background. In 2021, the Ministry of Justice asked the Law Commission for England and Wales to review the 1996 Act to ensure that it remains fit for purpose and continues to promote the UK's position as an international arbitration leader. The Law Commission began its review at the start of 2022. It carried out 2 public consultations and engaged extensively with experts and practitioners in the sector. These included key stakeholders in this jurisdiction. A Northern Ireland perspective was also provided by Mr Justice Schofield in his role as Chair of the Northern Ireland Law Commission. The Law Commission's final report, together with the draft bill, was published in September 2023. Reflecting the view of stakeholders and practitioners that the 1996 Act generally works well, the Law Commission concluded that substantial reform is not required, but recommended a number of targeted reforms to update the legislative framework and provide greater clarity. The then Government agreed to implement all of the Commission's recommendations, and an arbitration bill was first introduced in Parliament in November 2023. However, it fell when the general election was called. The new Government introduced the current bill in the House of Lords in July 2024, and it's currently awaiting second reading stage in the House of Commons. With the agreement of the Ministry of Justice, the time for obtaining legislative consent has been extended to the final amending stage in that House. Turning then to the main reforms proposed. The bill introduces a new statutory rule on the law governing individual arbitration agreements, providing that this will be the law expressly chosen by the parties and otherwise will be the law of the seat, that is, where the arbitration is taking place. There is also one change in the previous bill to clarify that this new rule does not apply to arbitration agreements derived from standing offers to arbitrate, which may be contained in treaties or foreign investment legislation. Such arbitration agreements will therefore continue to be governed by international law and foreign domestic law. The bill would codify the common law duty for arbitrators to disclose circumstances that might give rise to justifiable doubts as to their impartiality. It will also strengthen arbitrator immunity against liability for costs arising from resignation or applications to court for removal to help ensure that arbitrators can make robust and impartial decisions. In relation to challenges to an arbitral tribunal's jurisdiction, the bill clarifies that where the tribunal has ruled on this issue, then a further challenge to a court can only be brought after the tribunal has made its final award. The bill also clarifies that even where it has been determined that a tribunal does not have jurisdiction, it can nevertheless award the costs of the arbitration proceedings up until that point. The bill introduces a new express power for an arbitrator to dispose summarily of an issue that has no real prospect of success. This replicates the powers of summary disposal available to courts in litigation. The bill enhances the effectiveness of emergency arbitration to deal with urgent matters, such as preservation of evidence, by clarifying that any orders made can be enforced by the court. The bill also enhances the powers of courts in support of arbitration proceedings, clarifying that the court may make orders against third parties, for example in relation to the taking of witness evidence, and by providing for greater consistency in the remedies available where an award made by a tribunal is challenged by one of the parties in court. The final targeted reform proposed is a revision of the framework for applications to the court on the ground that the arbitral tribunal lacked jurisdiction. This will enable rules of court to provide that such applications should involve no new evidence or new arguments. This is to avoid such challenges becoming a full rehearing in court, thereby preventing further delay and expense. In addition, the bill makes some technical amendments, including to clarify that parties must exhaust arbitral appeal or review processes before bringing matters to court, to clarify that a party may appeal a decision of the court, to stay legal proceedings in favour of arbitration, and to streamline the process of applying to the court for certain preliminary rulings on jurisdiction and points of law. That concludes my overview of the bill, Mr Deputy Speaker. As Minister of Justice, it is of course my preference to legislate for devolved matters through the Assembly. However, members will appreciate that the arbitration bill is relatively technical in nature and will hopefully agree that, in this instance, the extension of the Westminster Bill to Northern Ireland is the most efficient and expedient way to legislate for these matters. The bill will simply modernise and clarify an existing legislative framework which already extends to Northern Ireland. No issues specific to this jurisdiction which would require a different approach to that in England and Wales have been identified. It would be disadvantageous to parties and practitioners here if the changes to be made by the bill to the 1996 Act did not apply to Northern Ireland at the earliest opportunity. I hope that the legislative consent motion will have the support of the House. Thank you, Mr Deputy.
Thank you, Minister, for moving the motion. I call Joanne Bunting, Chair of the Justice Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion as Chairman of the Justice Committee and declare that I have an immediate family member who works in the legal profession. The Minister has already outlined the purpose of the legislative consent memorandum, and I see no reason for repetition, so I will instead focus on the Committee's approach to the LCM for the Arbitration Bill, which seeks to amend the Arbitration Act 1996 and has 18 clauses, all of which would apply to Northern Ireland, as the Minister has outlined. The Committee initially considered an LCM for the Arbitration Bill, which fell due to the dissolution of Parliament when the general election was called earlier this year. We were in receipt of a written briefing from the Department of Justice on the LCM for that bill and requested and indeed received further information following that. The Committee also wrote to the Law Society of Northern Ireland and the Bar of Northern Ireland to seek their views. We subsequently considered correspondence from the Federation of Small Businesses and the Law Society, both of whom were largely supportive of the arbitration bill. Indeed, the submission from the Federation of Small Businesses said that the business community in Northern Ireland would likely welcome the proposed changes, as the bill should provide greater clarity and simplicity and address anomalies in the current legislation. In October, the Department of Justice wrote to the Committee to inform us of the Minister's intention to lay a new legislative consent memorandum before the Assembly on the arbitration bill currently before Parliament. At our meeting on the 24th of October 2024, the Committee considered correspondence from the Department regarding the background to the bill and its provisions, as well as hearing oral evidence from officials. The officials informed us that the scope of this bill was very similar to the one that fell previously, and were of the view that there were no specific issues relating to Northern Ireland that would require a different approach to that in England and Wales. The Committee sought clarification on a number of issues, including the likelihood of changes being made to the bill as it progressed through Parliament. Officials suggested that major amendments were unlikely due to its technical nature. They also commented that there is broad support for the bill. The Committee heard that the Law Commission in England and Wales had carried out 2 consultation phases with a large number of responses. Officials stated that there had been good engagement with key stakeholders, including those in Northern Ireland, both through the Law Commission and also through Mr Justice Schofield. The Committee for Finance also responded to us to note that it was content with the proposal to include Northern Ireland in the bill, subject to its approval by the Executive. Given these assurances, and having considered the evidence available, The committee agreed at its meeting of the 24th of October this year that there were insufficient changes between the previous bill and this one to merit further consultation with those organisations from whom we had previously heard. And further, it was content with the proposal to extend the provisions within the Arbitration Bill 2024 to Northern Ireland, and so the Committee for Justice was content for the LCM to be laid before the Assembly as soon as possible. The legislative consent memorandum for the Arbitration Bill 2024 was laid by the Minister of Justice on the 8th of November 2024, and following consideration of it, the committee agreed to support the Minister in seeking endorsement of the motion. In my capacity as Justice spokesperson for the Democratic Unionist Party, I would reiterate that we were satisfied that any queries we had around this technical bill and its LCM were addressed by departmental officials, and the assurances we received by way of correspondence from the FSB and the Law Society. On that basis, we in the DUP are content to endorse the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call the Minister of Justice to conclude and wind up on the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank members for dealing with this so expeditiously this afternoon. I want to thank the Chair of the Committee and indeed the members of the Committee for having given this bill their support and this legislative consent motion their support. The Arbitration Act of 1996 is now over 25 years old. The proposals which arise out of the review carried out by the Law Commission of England and Wales and now being taken forward in this bill will modernise the legislative framework to ensure that it remains fit for purpose and that the UK remains an attractive seat for both domestic and international arbitration. There is no appetite for divergence from England and Wales amongst practitioners, and I want to ensure that businesses here, especially those that operate in both jurisdictions, will also be able to avail of a legislative framework for arbitration that is modern, fair and efficient. I therefore commend the motion to the House.
Thank you, Minister. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, just take your ease for a moment before we move to the next item.
To have to go through the motion as well. Item of business in motion for the Committee for Communities and Welfare Supplementary Payments. Clerk, could you please read the motion, please?
That this Assembly expresses its concern at the impending March 2025 deadline for the review of welfare supplementary payments under the Welfare Supplementary Payments Amendment Act Northern Ireland 2022, recognises the vital role that these mitigation payments play in supporting vulnerable individuals and families affected by welfare reforms, calls on the Minister for Communities to commit to preserving these payments at no less than their current levels beyond March 2025, and to initiate clear, proactive communication with all current recipients about their entitlement, and further calls on the Minister to prioritise legislative planning and coordination with the Executive to secure robust, long-term mitigation protections for those most adversely impacted by welfare reform, with a clear timeline for implementation.
And I call on the Chairperson of the Committee for Communities to move the motion.
Not move.
Okay. Thank you. The motion has not been moved. We will move on to the next order of business, which is draft private members' bill. The next item of business is all-party motion from the Women's Caucus on the 40th anniversary of Nexus. Clerk, could you please read the motion, please? Thank you.
That this Assembly congratulates Nexus on the occasion of its 40th anniversary, reaffirms its commitment to and support for actions to tackle all forms of sexual abuse and abusive relationships, and commends all those working to support people impacted by sexual abuse and abusive relationships.
Thank you. Can I call on Claire Sugden to move the motion on behalf of the Women's Caucus?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 10 minutes. Claire, could you please open the debate on the motion? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is with both appreciation and reflection that I rise to mark the 40th anniversary of Nexus. This milestone is not just a recognition of the many years that have passed, but of the lives transformed and the progress made in the fight against sexual and abusive relationships in Northern Ireland. As chairperson of the Northern Ireland Assembly's Women's Caucus, it is appropriate that we unite to recognise Nexus's remarkable contributions while acknowledging the ongoing need for collective action against horrific abuses that sadly remain frequent across our society. This motion is the first of this mandate led by the Women's Caucus. The caucus is an important cross-party forum comprised of all current women MLAs. Our aims are to address the underrepresentation of women in politics and highlight the importance of women in public life. As elected representatives, we are committed not only to advancing gender equality, but also giving voice to critical issues such as gender-based violence, abuse and harm. Through our shared objectives, we strive to create a society where all individuals can live free from fear and violence. Nexus began 40 years ago as a small volunteer group responding to a number of rapes happening in South Belfast. Today, it is an established beacon of hope and resilience, providing support to adults, children and young people impacted by sexual abuse. As well as critical therapeutic services, Nexus has been active in early intervention, education and prevention through training and workshops in schools, communities and organisations. Since 2019, Nexus has also managed the Regional Domestic and Sexual Abuse Helpline, offering a lifeline to those in desperate need. This invaluable service reflects their unwavering commitment to victims and survivors regardless of age, gender or circumstance. Sexual abuse and abusive relationships are a profound human tragedy, inflicting deep and enduring harm on individuals, families and communities. These crimes often occur in silence, hidden from view, leaving survivors to carry an immense burden of pain and a shame that should never be theirs to bear. The impact extends beyond the immediate victim, disrupting lives, eroding trust and casting long shadows over generations. It is a hidden shame within our society, one that must be confronted with courage and compassion. And it is all of our responsibility to bring these issues to attention, to ensure survivors receive the support and justice they deserve, and to create a culture that rejects abuse in all its forms. While we reflect on Nexus' remarkable journey, we must confront the stark reality. Violence against women and girls persists at alarming levels in Northern Ireland. Over 32,000 domestic abuse incidents were recorded last year, a figure of more than 1.5 times higher than 20 years ago. 42 women have lost their lives to violence since 2017. Northern Ireland is one of the most dangerous places to be a woman. It's not an exaggeration. It is not open to whataboutery or diluted forms which ignore the problem. It is shocking and unacceptable reality that underscores the critical need for work done by Nexus and other organisations. It also highlights the importance of the strategic framework to end violence against women and girls, with the goal of addressing gender-based violence at its rotten core. In September, the cross-departmental domestic and sexual abuse strategy was published, built on 5 pillars of partnership, prevention, support for children and young people, justice and provision. It emphasises a whole-of-society approach, and this strategy needs to be all our commitment to creating a society where abuse is not tolerated, where victims are supported, and where perpetrators are held to account. We cannot underestimate the vital role of training and capacity building in achieving those goals, and Nexus has led the way by training over 500 police officers and members of the Public Prosecution Service's Serious Crime Unit to better handle cases of rape and sexual crime. Such efforts are instrumental in ensuring a trauma-informed response across the justice system. Today, we commend not only Nexus, but also the countless staff, volunteers and partner organisations that work tirelessly to combat sexual abuse and domestic violence. Their dedication is a lifeline to those in need, providing safety, guidance and hope in the face of unspeakable trauma. It was right that the Department of Health extended Nexus' contract before the summer. However, the handling, the last-minute decision-making of this issue tells me that the government has much to learn. We all have much to learn. We need only look to our neighbours in the Republic of Ireland to see that our efforts and resources are the tip of the iceberg in addressing this issue comprehensively. Ending sexual abuse and abusive relationships require leadership, collaboration and unwavering commitment. As members of this Assembly, we must ensure that the resources and support needed by organisations like Nexus are not only sustained but expanded. We must also foster a culture where survivors feel safe to come forward and where attitudes enabling abuse are systematically dismantled. Nexus' 40th anniversary is a moment to reflect on resilience, progress and partnership, but it is also a solemn reminder of the work that remains. As we move forward, let us be guided by the vision of a society free from abuse, a society where women and girls can thrive without fear. I urge this Assembly to fully support this motion. Let us continue to prioritise the fight against sexual abuse and abusive relationship, champion the work of Nexus and other organisations, and honour the courage of survivors. Together, we can build a safer, more compassionate Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Linda Dillon.
Thank you. And I want to first of all say that I'm very proud to be one of the proposers of this motion, and I want to thank the chairperson of the Women's Caucus for bringing this motion forward. I think it is a really important motion and well worth us discussing here today. I hope we don't have to appeal to the people in this chamber to support the motion. I would like to think, given the conversations that have happened and the debates that have taken place over the past while, that it should be a given, but of course we can't take anything as a given. I think that, we're here to acknowledge, first of all, and thank all of those who have volunteered and worked with Nexus over the past 40 years. Since its inception in 1984, Nexus has been a source of hope and healing for countless individuals right across the North, providing essential individual support to those affected by sexual abuse and abusive relationships. Over the past 4 decades, Nexus has grown from a small volunteer-led initiative in South Belfast into a regional organisation offering specialised counselling and educational services for adults, children and young people throughout our community. Their unwavering commitment to early intervention and prevention through educational training and workshops has been instrumental in fostering awareness and understanding of these deeply challenging issues. However, despite their invaluable contributions, as has been outlined by the previous speaker, Nexus has faced significant challenges, particularly concerning funding. In March 2024, the charity announced the cessation of its free specialist adult counselling service due to funding cuts, impacting over 800 individuals on their waiting list. Additionally, in December 2023, funding constraints forced Nexus to halt support for children aged 4 to 7 and pause services for more than 60 young people aged 8 to 16. Behind all of those statistics is a victim, a human being, and in this case that means more than 60 children who are victims of abuse. And if we don't ensure support for these children at the right time when they need and want it, then the chances of good life outcomes for them reduce significantly. And that's a cost to all of us. It's a cost firstly to that child and their life. It's a cost to their family, and it's a cost to society, and we will pay the price for it further down the line. We must support those who want to support our most vulnerable children. These disruptions highlight the critical need for a consistent and reliable funding model that truly understands and addresses the trauma experienced by survivors. The withdrawal and subsequent reinstatement of funds not only hinder the delivery of essential services, but also exacerbate the distress of those seeking support. And it's imperative that we establish a funding framework that ensures uninterrupted access to specialised services, enabling organisations like Nexus to focus on their vital work without the constant threat of funding withdrawal. In reaffirming our commitment to combating all forms of sexual abuse and abusive relationships, we must also pledge to support the sustainability of services that aid survivors. This includes advocating for funding models that are not only adequate but are also stable and reflective of the profound impact of trauma on individuals and communities. This is why we must continue to push forward the strategic framework to end violence against women and girls, which focus on prevention, early intervention and support for victims. This aligns with the mission of organisations like Nexus. The most dangerous place in Western Europe for women and children is in the north, in your own home, at the hands of a male family member, not a stranger, not somebody that came from somewhere else, but somebody who you know and who you thought loved you. By ensuring consistent funding and support for these initiatives, we can work towards a safer and more equitable society for all. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the remarkable efforts of Nexus over the past 40 years, and most importantly, I think of all of those victims and survivors who have used Nexus services, and I hope that it has helped them to have much better outcomes in their lives and their families and all of those who come after them, because we know that this is a transgenerational issue.
Thank you, Linda. I call on Diane Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it is an honour to rise today to speak to this all-party motion brought by the Northern Ireland Assembly Women's Caucus, and I thank our Chair for leading on this today. With female representatives now composing over 1/3 of this House, it has been a pleasure to join together in the Women's Caucus to discuss issues that we unite in sharing and supporting. And today we join in recognising the 40th anniversary of Nexus, who started from humble beginnings 40 years ago as a group of volunteers in South Belfast. And today, Nexus is an organisation supporting adults, children and young people impacted by sexual abuse across Northern Ireland. And we are not here to celebrate the fact that 40 years on there is still a need for this service, but to remind people that support is available. As chair of both the All-Party Group on Domestic and Sexual Violence and the All-Party Group for the Voluntary and Community Sector, I care about these issues. I care about the victims of these crimes, their need for support, and recognise the very real truth that on the ground it is our voluntary and community sector groups who provide most of the support that is needed. I believe that we always need to put the victims at the heart of these conversations and reflect on their needs. We give a voice to those victims in this Assembly. Crimes of sexual violence are heinous in nature and cause huge physical and emotional trauma to the victims. These crimes are significantly underreported due to their nature, the extreme personal violation and associated shame. Coupled with the belief by victims that they will not be believed, it is challenging to get people to acknowledge what has happened to them and seek their needed support. And for those who come forward for support, many are reluctant to report to the police or take the charges through the justice system due to the re-traumatisation associated with our criminal justice system here, continuous reliving of their trauma, as well as often having to face their perpetrator in court. Organisations like Nexus are often the first port of call for victims as they struggle to come to terms with what has happened to them, and they are looking for support. And in providing this support, it is to be commended that our voluntary and community sector groups provide advice and advocacy support to victims to try to help them navigate the justice system. A number of organisations also working in this space include Women's Aid, the Men's Advisory Project, Assist NI, and in my own area of the Southern Trust we have the excellent services of Advocacy VSV, and I commend all of those working to support people impacted by sexual abuse and abusive relationships. They are saving lives every day, and the stories of the victims, who are predominantly women, are absolutely heartbreaking. And it's most welcome that ending violence against women and girls has been highlighted as a key executive priority in the programme for government. The recent launch of the strategic framework was a landmark in Northern Ireland, so long overdue, but so very much welcomed. There are many strands to this work, including supporting actions to tackle all forms of sexual abuse and abusive relationships, including properly funding organisations who provide the frontline support to victims of sexual abuse. It also includes investment in raising awareness and prevention measures. It also has a key part which needs to be played by our justice system. And it is devastating that there are so many in our country who have experienced sexual abuse and abusive relationships, However, in the 40 years that we have had Nexus in place, there has been some change. In recent years, we've seen work being done to help tackle domestic abuse through new offences like coercive control. We've banned stalking, upskirting, down-blousing and cyber-flashing. If victims decide to report abuse, we have moved to give victims better protection and support during their court hearings, but there is more work to be done. The Justice Minister has the ability to introduce domestic abuse protection notices and must move forward with this work. Their introduction would make a real difference to the safety of those at risk of harm from domestic abuse. We must do everything possible before any more lives are lost. And today on the news we saw reported that over 1,200 people have been arrested for the new offence of non-fatal strangulation since June 2023, which demonstrates the overwhelming need for legislation in this space, but it also shows changes in the law that are needed can save lives. We can make a difference here. And I close by again congratulating Nexus on the excellent work in this space over the past 40 years. And I remember the victims of sexual violence in Northern Ireland and pray that we see improvements in the need for the services here. Today we stand together and send a clear message that there is support available to victims of abuse, regardless of when that abuse took place.
Thank you, Diana. I call on Connie Egan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm proud today to stand up as a member of the Women's Caucus to speak on behalf of both the Alliance Party and my own constituents of North Down to thank Nexus for 40 years worth of absolutely vital assistance and help to those across Northern Ireland. The service they deliver, the lifeline they give to those facing some of the hardest circumstances anyone could ever come across is second to none. So many would be lost without it. I know I won't need to familiarise anyone in this chamber with the work of Nexus. Unfortunately, there isn't much time goes by between constituents contacting our offices, disclosing circumstances of sexual assault or abusive relationships, who are seeking help moving forward in a safer environment. Nexus is a relied upon service that we all signpost to, a service that we cannot take for granted. Nexus has and continues to play a fundamental role in shifting the narratives and common knowledge on sexual abuse, in our culture, in our everyday lives and in our media. They have worked alongside other organisations to raise awareness of domestic abuse and its sensitivities. Our social media and news intake is fast-paced and constantly growing. It is vital that we ground the truth of these stories in the needs of victims and survivors. It's vital that we use media in a way that calls out rape myths and disempowering narratives that can cast purposeful doubt on those who have been abused, giving a platform to perpetrators. It's this work that Nexus' whole society approach helps champion and bring together. The misogyny and ingrained hatred in our society in relation to domestic abuse is endemic and must be stopped. It is our responsibility as legislators for this place to put in actions and plans that do this. You only need to look so far as the recently launched strategic framework to end violence against women and girls, the domestic and sexual abuse strategy or the Gillen Review. Whilst these are long overdue, due to stop-start government and a fiscal situation which does not serve the people we represent, Nexus and others were there to pick up the pieces and provide their life-saving services. I'm unsure if the average person realises the amount of work Nexus is involved in. Their work goes beyond the absolutely vital counselling services. As many here have said, Nexus was founded in 1984, set up as a response to a quick succession of rapes in South Belfast, focusing on supporting people facing the most horrendous circumstances at a time when our societal definition of consent was viewed as much differently than it is today, and the services that we now have in place were not there to help victims and survivors. Nexus championed education and prevention on sexual abuse then, as it does now. In 2020, the Rape Crisis NI Helpline launched alongside a new website providing educational and support materials. Just this year, Nexus finished training over 500 frontline PSNI officers and serious crime prosecutors to improve our response to sexual abuse within the justice system. These are only snippets of the work that their staff and dedicated volunteers are involved in. Just last week, I attended an event in my own constituency of North Down to recognise these achievements. 40 years of public service and changing the way that this society thinks about things, something many of us around this chamber today could only strive to achieve. From me and all of us here, thank you.
Thank you, Connie. I call on Diane Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And as a recent member of the Women's Caucus, I'd like to thank the Chairperson for bringing forward this motion today, it's a significant milestone, the 40th anniversary of Nexus. For 4 decades, Nexus has been a beacon of hope and support for countless individuals impacted by sexual abuse and abusive relationships. It has been at the forefront of this battle, providing a wide range of essential and therapeutic services to support women. In County Fermanagh, I am familiar with the work of Nexus, which delivers discreet counselling services and advice to meet a growing demand in the rural community. Very often in remote rural areas, we have seen where victims have suffered enduring isolation and violence due to peripherality. This means that many of these incidences go unreported and victims experience a lifetime of violence and fear. There has been much work of late from departments on this very topic. The Strategic Framework to End Violence Against Women and Girls, launched by the Executive Office, serves as a powerful example of our collective dedication to this cause. This framework emphasises a whole of society and whole of government approach, aiming to prevent violence before it starts, support victims and survivors, and change the attitudes and behaviours that perpetrate abuse. Additionally, the Domestic and Sexual Abuse Strategy from the Departments of Health and Justice, designed around the pillars of partnership, prevention, support and justice, further strengthens our efforts. It's time we address root causes of abuse, provide the right support to those affected, and hold perpetrators accountable. This is not just a women's issue, it is a societal crisis, as we have heard from other contributors, that demands urgent and decisive action from all of us. In Northern Ireland, on average, domestic abuse is reported to police every 16 minutes and a sexual offence every 2 hours. The awful reality is that during the last 12 months, up to the 30th of April 2024, PSNI data reports 4,090 sexual violence and abuse incidences in Northern Ireland. Nexus plays an important role in providing bespoke training for frontline officers in the PSNI, whose role is to respond to rape and sexual abuse incidences, with over 500 specialist officers and serious crime officers having been trained by Nexus to date. This training is essential to build confidence in victims coming forward to report these incidences. As a trusted organisation, Nexus provides counselling and compassionate aftercare so that victims can rebuild their lives. And we have heard here this evening some really harrowing statistics underlining the demands that these services offered by Nexus are facing. It's important that we all build on the legacy of the last mandate, where the Domestic Abuse Safe Leave Act Northern Ireland 2022, the Protection from Stalking Act Northern Ireland 2022, and the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Act Northern Ireland 2021 brought Northern Ireland into line with, and in many ways ahead of other jurisdictions, legal interventions to protect women and girls from violence, abuse and unwanted attention while supporting victims. I join with other members in paying tribute to Nexus and all similar organisations working to support and protect victims of sexual abuse and abusive relationships, and commend the tireless efforts of all those working within Nexus across Northern Ireland. Their dedication, compassion and resilience are the driving forces behind the progress that has been made in supporting survivors and combating abuse. It is incumbent upon all of us to support this motion. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Diana. Can I call on Sinead McLaughlin, please?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'm really pleased to speak on this very important debate today, and I want to thank the Chair of the Women's Caucus for bringing it forward. Last month I had the privilege of attending the 40th anniversary celebration in the Nexus office in Derry, and the Chief Executive, Joanne, took us down memory lane, and it was remarkable how much has changed, but also how much hasn't changed and how much work still remains to be done. The Nexus team are dedicated and are to the fore, helping those impacted with sexual abuse. Its services are vitally important, and as others have said, it's a lifeline, and they're needed now more than ever. We know that violence against women and girls can take place take place through many forms. It can range from misogynistic attitudes in the workplace to sexual and domestic abuse at home. As a recent report from Ulster University found, 98% of women in Northern Ireland have experienced at least one form of violence or abuse in their lifetime. That's a remarkable statistic there, and I'm sure that every member of this chamber knows someone who has been a victim of domestic and sexual abuse. Of course, yes, of course.
Agree with me that it's important that we understand the prevalence of abuse in order to actually deal with it and have the right services in place at the right time by the right people.
Absolutely,
and I think the member has an extra minute.
And I think that that's really important because the work that has developed within Nexus now, there's a concentration on the education aspect of supporting those in schools and in our communities, and it's about educating our young people and others about just sexual abuse in the various forms it takes. Of course, the increased media coverage also of violence against women and girls has received over the last few months and years is also welcome in that education piece. And our public conversation on the issue has come along in a very progressive way. It is now spoken out in the open, and years before it wasn't. It was hidden. The victim felt ashamed. And so didn't speak about it. But it's important to remember it is often the abuse that others can't see which is most prevalent in the victim's life. This is especially true in cases of domestic and sexual abuse within relationships. Bruises are covered up, abusive texts remain locked behind a phone, and derogatory comments remain unchallenged. Far too often, women suffer in silence. This is no truer than in the complex nature of domestic and sexual abuse. Not only do victims suffer in silence, they often try to heal in silence also. Victims often fear they won't be understood, or indeed won't be believed, and do not come forward as a result. Not only are they fearful sometimes of medical professionals, they are also apprehensive of going to their family for fear of being judged for what they have experienced. That is why the work of Nexus has and will continue to be so vitally important, and why I'm pleased we're able to mark its achievements here today. The services Nexus provides is driven by a desire to enable positive change for those who have been impacted by sexual abuse and abusive relationships. They want to bring an end to the cycle of domestic and sexual abuse. For 4 decades now, Nexus has provided life-changing and life-saving support for women and girls. And I met a few people that their lives were actually turned around as a result of their engagement with the services, and they were pleased to attend the 40th anniversary because they said they give them their life back and their dignity back. So the work is immeasurable when it comes to the individual impact that it has. Now today is our chance not just to pay tribute, but to recommit to delivering that support. Nexus and many other organisations are operating at maximum capacity. Northern Ireland still does not have a dedicated source of stable state funding for these organisations. While the publication of Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy was welcome, only 3 million over 2 years has been pledged towards its delivery. Many people will rightly be asking whether the change that is needed can actually be delivered with such a small financial envelope. The lack of funding directed towards these issues has caused serious issues for over many years. Services such as Nexus has been left in large measure to fend for themselves or receive sporadic and inconsistent funding. 8 months ago, the previous Minister for Health cut funding to Nexus, only to reverse that decision due to public outcry. These organisations deserve better than that. They deserve stability and they deserve security, and they deserve to know that their services are valued by the people from right across our society. For 40 years, Nexus has been providing vital services for women and girls right across the North. It is time their work is rewarded with a better approach from government. Nexus helps to lead the way as we seek to end gender-based violence, and we must support it and all other life-saving organisations in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead. I call on Joanne Bunting.
Mr Deputy Speaker, sexual abuse is nothing less than a scourge on our society and indeed the world in general. It's an ever-present looming shadow that knows no bounds in terms of class, gender or creed, and its impact can be absolutely devastating. In some cases, it's the most fundamental breach of trust and brutal harm that can be exacted and inflicted, because not all sexual attacks are by strangers. It's so often a hidden crime that is covered up, reliant on guilt, shame and fear of the victims to keep quiet and comply. A violation of body and oftentimes trust, causing immense damage which can fundamentally alter a victim's life, turning them in on themselves, turning the blame on themselves, and seeing them question themselves, their decisions and choices at every turn. It's important to remember that not all sexual attacks are for gratification either. The weaponisation of sexual contact is as old as mankind and can be so much more about coercion, control and power. Thankfully, there are organisations like Nexus which help people not only come to terms with one of the worst things that can happen to anybody, but more, help them rebuild, go on with their lives and thrive. They may never forget, but they will forge a path where they are no longer consumed by or defined by such an experience. In recent years, progress has been made, but there's still much, much more to do. Legislatively here in Northern Ireland, we've seen a plethora of new offences created and the foundations for some additional protections put in place, albeit some are not yet implemented. We have strategies in place, and the Executive has made violence against women and girls a priority, which is certainly to be welcomed. However, it's important to bear in mind that not all abusers are men, and not all victims of abuse are women, and so whatever processes, provisions and support systems are in place must be mindful of the needs of all. Strategies are all well and good, but with words must come actions, and more importantly, practicalities. We need to make it easier for people to protect themselves, to leave abusive relationships, and provide them with proper and readily available facilities for help in housing, financial and legal advice, and counselling where it is required. We must also protect the most vulnerable, and in particular those young and old in care settings and from whom the evidence can be difficult to obtain. Importantly, the police must investigate thoroughly and with open, inquisitive minds and without bias, following all the evidence they can gather and where it may lead. That said, we still must ensure the law is not misused or weaponised and that justice is blind, allowing, where possible, complainant and accused to have their day in court. I strongly believe that to be sexually attacked is one of the worst things that can happen to a person, but it's also true that it's one of the worst crimes of which to be wrongly accused. Both can leave a person and their family forever damaged. Nevertheless, for survivors of sexual abuse who decide to seek criminal charges, sentencing is key. Likewise, for the general public's confidence in the justice system. Victims will never forget. They will move forward, but they will never forget. And seeing their convicted abuser face justice can be cathartic, provided the sentence befits the crime and is seen to do so. Societally, people are much more prepared than ever to speak about their experiences to aid their recovery and, importantly, come forward to talk to the police and make formal complaints. Certainly, the stigma and shame once felt by victims is being broken down and instead placed squarely where it should rightfully be, at the feet of the perpetrators, and society is becoming increasingly intolerant of abusers. This debate provides another timely reminder to all that sexual abuse is a repugnant and reprehensible crime that will not be tolerated. I would encourage anybody who is being abused to tell somebody. Seek help and advice when you're ready. Tell the police as quickly as possible. But however you proceed, do not keep it to yourself. Tell somebody and then get the support you need. I congratulate everybody in Nexus for all they do in what is an extremely difficult, traumatic and disturbing area of work, which I am certain takes its toll on the well-being of the people who give of themselves to help. You all make an immense difference in the lives of many, and without question you have saved countless lives too, literally and in many other ways. I commend and congratulate you, and for as long as you are needed, I hope and pray that in every way necessary you will be provided with all you need for your life-changing work.
Thank you, Joanne. I call on Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I really welcome the opportunity and thank the members of the Women's Caucus for bringing this forward today. Ahead of writing the speech for today, I actually really struggled because to articulate effectively how grateful I am for Nexus staff is so difficult. We hear all the time in our constituency office people have lived through undeniable struggle, and we hear very often just how incredible the Nexus staff are, and I hope they're listening today to hear and some of the sentiments that are shared right across this room. They're incredibly valuable, and I'm just delighted that we're having a motion today on this topic. The staff at Nexus really go above and beyond to support those who have endured the pain and the suffering relating to sexual trauma here in Northern Ireland, and the consequences of sexual trauma can be life-ruining, but this vital service provides such a range of support for victims of sexual abuse right across the north. Any of us at any time of our lives can be a victim of sexual trauma, whether it's childhood sexual abuse, rape or sexual assault. And thankfully, Nexus NI have been there, holding the hands of all genders, all backgrounds, all beliefs right across the north, guiding their healing journey to surviving trauma. And sadly, it wasn't long ago in this House, as rightfully mentioned by other members, that we were fighting for this incredible service to maintain funding so that it can adequately deliver and support for thousands of victims right across the north. And when that news came to light, that Nexus potentially could have had all funding completely stopped, I received an influx of messages from constituents right across the constituency, all different demographics, some who spoke about most of these messages came through Facebook Messenger, who spoke about they were raped as teenagers. One person had mentioned they were violated by their ex-husband, and others I spoke with male survivors of childhood sexual abuse. So that's the kind of range of people and victims that we're talking about, and I think that's really important to mention here today. Nexus was the first place they felt safe. Nexus was their safe space. Their funding is absolutely crucial, and not only is it crucial, it is life-saving. I am so grateful that their funding was reinstated, and I really firmly believe that we as members across this House have to ensure that that never ever happens again. 1 in 4 women in Northern Ireland will experience a sexual trauma in their lifetime, and 1 in 9 as men. Over the past few years, sadly, we have seen a 50% increase in contacts to the Domestic and Sexual Violence Helpline, and I think, sadly, we've seen even in the past month the rise of rapes and reported sexual assaults, particularly in the northwest, which have been deeply, deeply upsetting. And let's not forget that sexual abuse is something that the whole family can be impacted by, not only children, but of course, when this comes to light, parents too.
Yeah. I think that's a really important point that's raised, and I congratulate and thank Nexus on their work. But I know that for some constituent cases I've been dealing with, where parents of children that have been abused feel that there's very limited support services for them. They've gone through a very traumatic experience as well. They have had to endure as well. Now, obviously, nothing as compared to what the child has gone through, but that there is a whole family that is upset there as well, and we should try to aim to have much broader services, even statutory services that supports the family as well.
Absolutely.
And the member has an extra minute.
Oh, thank you. Thank the member for his intervention. Absolutely. It's undeniable, particularly when the person carrying out the abuse is also, if they're in the family, it's just like, it's entirely disruptive for the entire family's life, and of course the victim's at the very heart of that, and their parents are right there with them, so I wholeheartedly agree with the member. And yeah, no, I just think, you know, I think Sinead summarised so well. We have come a very long way. Sadly, the island of Ireland, north and south, has such a profound, dark history with abuse, particularly sexual abuse, institutionalised abuse. And I think that while we have come far, we have a very long way to go in the north. Tackling sexual assault, abuse and harm. And I don't think we can have this conversation today without talking about underreporting. You know, it's estimated that 80% of sexual violence cases go underreported, but the honest answer is we'll never really know
We'll never know, and the reason for that is stigma, fear of not being believed, fear of appearing attention-seeking. We can't blame them for not wanting to come forward, from everything from rape myths and more. You know, it could be life-ruining to take it to court to seek justice. It could be career-ruining, and we as a society and we as an assembly need to do all we can to support victims and to challenge these mindsets. Reports show that between the year of 2022 and 2023, the police service recorded that there was over 3,300 sexual offences, highlighting a concerning upward trend. And I personally have no doubt that this is linked with online access to things like pornography, to the rise of misogyny and normalised misogyny, both online, TikTok, Andrew Tate, and then also, you know, each and every day, you know, we experience it, whether it's in the home or in the workplace, and it's on each and every one of us to call out that behaviour and ensure it's never normalised. Conviction rates for sexual violence offences in the North remain painfully low, and that's what's inspired me to bring forward a private member's bill seeking to do all we can as in Northern Ireland to adequately support rape victims who are going through the courts here. I would like every victim and survivor out there listening today to know that they deserve justice and they deserve support, and that you will be believed, you will be listened to, and that here all of us in the Northern Ireland Assembly will do all we can to ensure that they have the right to access support, and we will seek to challenge each and every rape myth, misogynistic behaviour and violence abuse that we see in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Cara. I call on Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Chair of the Caucus for bringing the motion. I thank Nexus for 40 years of vital work, as people have said. I think you also have to mention that the Executive have repeatedly affirmed its commitment to tackling sexual abuse and domestic abuse and ending violence against women. But I think we'll have to look at its track record and highlight and challenge its track record, especially when it's failed to do so. The Executive rejected a bid for transformation funding to tackle violence against women and girls, and this shows somewhat where their priorities do lie. We have to fight, obviously, for a society free from sexism, exploitation and gender-based violence, and that includes providing the funding to these programmes and other programmes when they're needed, including groups like Nexus, Women's Aid and everybody else. We also have to say, Deputy Speaker, a lack of social and affordable housing means that many women are unable to break free from abusive relationships. We heard the housing supply strategy earlier on, but nothing mentioned to support people who are victims or survivors of violence or domestic abuse. We also have the scandalous point of intimidation points, where women who are abused, who are going through trauma, can't get intimidation points. It's really unfathomable. It's something that needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency. Women are obviously more likely to be responsible for household finances and usually working in lower paid jobs, which traps them in abusive relationships. I think it's also concerning, Deputy Speaker. Certainly I've witnessed an increase in constituents coming to me about gender-based violence, and I hope it's not just my constituency, but I hazard an unfortunate guess it's probably the same across the board, which really points to the problem. And obviously the worrying rise in figures is reflected in my constituency office and probably others as well. I think what we need to see, Deputy Speaker, is emergency funding for safe refuge and other domestic violence services. Recently, a few years ago rather, we saw Regina Celli close down with 21 spaces provided, and that hasn't been matched as far as I'm aware, and I think that's a real loss, and obviously women lost their jobs in that service as well. We need to see sustainable funding for community and voluntary sector organisations who do provide all these services year in, year out. We need to see investment in sexual assault treatment units and counselling for survivors as well. We also need to see more funding for civil legal aid services and for the courts to process cases promptly, which isn't always the case. And the Executive have obviously said they're using 6 suppliers to work on projects that will use data, tech and design innovations to tackle violence against women and girls. They need to expand upon this. How do they propose to use data, tech and design innovations to protect women and girls? How will these tools be used and when will they be implemented? And the delivery of the strategic framework will take a trauma-informed approach will be evidence-based and data-driven. It sounds too vague to me and many others, and I would ask what the strategic framework is and how will it be trauma-informed. And obviously helplines are very, very important and essential in many, many cases, but I think we'll have to look at the fact that why there's such a need for helplines in the first place and how we're going to reduce violence by increasing funding into women's aids and counselling services and challenging beliefs in society, as members have said, but particularly in schools, around masculinity, but also about proper relationship, healthy relationship, which obviously isn't the case across all schools. We need to see early intervention and early prevention as well. People's lives, women's lives depend on it, Deputy Speaker. And also we have to say the Executive needs to be held accountable for congratulating Donald Trump on his re-election. This is a man who's been accused of sexual assault, extremely misogynistic head of state, and for many people congratulating him is an insult to women everywhere, and associating with people like that can in many cases encourage further violence rather than abolish it as well. It's worth also noting, Deputy Speaker, that the End Violence Against Women organisation stated that 76% of women think that the culture of policing has to change in order to better respond to violence against women and girls. It's worth remembering, Deputy Speaker, that Sarah Everard was murdered by a police officer. People who protested against her killing were attacked by police officers as well. Something needs to be said about police services and their role in upholding sexist values in our society. I don't, and increasingly many women don't believe that the police are the best placed or appropriate place to tackle, never mind prevent, violence against women. How many times have we heard about a woman reporting threatening or violent behaviour, usually by someone known to them, as the member opposite stated, only for the police to excuse or shrug their shoulders and the woman to end up in hospital or worse? Prevention is obviously key, and that starts by investing in services.
Could the member draw his remarks to a close,
and allowing women's financial measures to leave an abusive relationship. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. And I call on Paula Bradshaw. Paula, you've got up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I just would like to thank everyone, all the members of the caucus steering group and of this chamber for their contribution today, and in particular the chair of the steering group, Claire Sugden. I know this is an issue very close to her heart from way before, including when she was the former Justice Minister. So the caucus itself is a united group of elected representatives, and I would welcome Diana Armstrong, who has recently joined us. And what we are trying to do is collectively work together to take forward our positions, and in this case it's in terms of tackling all forms of sexual abuse and abusive relationships, and to ensure this remains an executive priority. I would like to congratulate Nexus on their 40th anniversary, as has others today, and I commend them in the strongest possible terms. The work of those who have built the charity, and perhaps especially those who have volunteered and helped with fundraising efforts over the years, has been truly remarkable, and they cannot be thanked enough for their work and what they have achieved, and congratulated in terms of what they've achieved over 40 years. As others have indicated, it did start in my constituency of South Belfast, but others like Sinead and Diana and others have said, that their reach is very much felt and appreciated in rural communities, in less urbanised areas, and that, as Joanne Bunting said, they are a trusted and discreet form of support. They are a significant contributor to the community and voluntary sector in my constituency and across the province. And the motion is very simple in that we are trying to reaffirm our commitment in this chamber to break in the cycle of tackling all forms of sexual abuse and abusive relationships, and we commend them for their work. I would want to pick up on some other points that were made, including my colleague Connie Egan, who said that not just the members of this legislature, but also other outlets, including the media, they have a significant role to play in terms of how they report on crimes, sexual abuse crimes. They need to stop victim blaming, they need to stop perpetrating falsehoods, and they need to join the rest of us in dispelling the myths around this. In terms of the executive itself, we have all welcomed the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategic framework, and we think that it is a really robust, well consulted upon piece of work. But as Sinead questioned, the funding allocation does seem to be less than is really needed at this point, and it's something my party colleague Connie Egan has also raised time and again, because if we are going to really tackle this a generation on from the agreement, we really do need to put the resources where they're needed. And one reason is that we probably have not done enough to prevent sexual abuse and the development of abusive relationships. We have left that to the volunteers at Nexus, for example, to step in and provide the support after it has happened and those people have been so impacted by it. We may have lower crime rates here in Northern Ireland, but we have very higher rates of violence against women. And whilst many members here have given some of the statistics, some of the really harrowing, horrendous statistics, it is worth remembering that each statistic is actually an individual. And as Diana Armstrong and Diane Forsyth, for example, had indicated, we must do more. Jerry Carroll did indicate that he thought that the actions around the use of technology, we do need more information around that, and I think we do need a wee bit more of the specifics around how the strategic framework will actually be rolled out and impacted on the ground. But getting back to Nexus, it must be noted that it's not just about supporting women, it's about supporting anyone impacted by sexual abuse or abusive relationships. And again, it is not just limited to adults, but also to children. And it's very clear that they have a lot of work to do in it. If they are to continue to provide the positive impact they have had, we need to ensure that they have security of funding. And many in the chamber today, including Cara Hunter, have pointed out that the constituents, the number of constituents who contacted us all when the funding was under threat was very significant. It did cause great concern to many, and we were all grateful that there was that reversal of the decision at the end, but it must have been very time consuming for the staff and board of Nexus to do that. Turning, Deputy Speaker, into one area that I am particularly interested and concerned about is that of historical institutional abuse. We know from the testimonies of those people who came forward during the historical institutional abuse inquiry of the sexual nature of the abuse that they experienced in the homes. We are also, as a committee for the Executive Office, also working with the Truth Recovery panel around the mother and baby institutions, and again, many of the women who were housed in those institutions, they were there as a result of sexual assault, rape, many times in the home and by supposed trusted adults. And we're now moving on to historical clerical sexual abuse, and I would urge the Executive Office to move on that as quickly as possible, because we must reflect that when Nexus was formed 40 years ago, a lot of these abuses were happening in real time. Just finally, moving on, Deputy Speaker, we have heard people here today welcoming the domestic and sexual abuse strategy, joint strategy between the Department of Justice and Health. We've also heard welcome of the legislative interventions that have come forward in recent years, and they're certainly to be welcomed, but we do need to do more in terms of the prevention as opposed to the justice and accountability that comes at the far end. And in that regard, I would place on record my thanks and support for the PSNI, Women's Aid, the Rowan Sexual Assault Referral Centre, NSPCC, Barnardo's Men's Advisory Project, Victim Support NI, and those who man the various helplines that support. They all deserve consistent funding to be able to deliver on the services and support that our constituents deserve. In closing, Deputy Speaker, Nexus puts the victim first, and as we've heard today from others, it also provides support to parents who are so distressed whenever they hear that their loved ones have been the victim of sexual abuse. We should not just commend, as I say, Nexus, but all those who are working to address and support those who are impacted by this. Therefore, I call on this Assembly to reaffirm its commitment to and support for all actions to tackle all forms of sexual abuse and relationships, and commends all those working to support people impacted by it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed for this debate on this important issue this evening. The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ladies and gentlemen, the final item on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.